Imagine standing on a hillside in the dark, in the far southeast of Turkey, close to the Syrian border, with nothing around you but wind and the outline of low limestone hills against a sky thick with stars. There is no town light to wash any of it out. There is no sound of traffic, no hum of anything modern at all, just the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own breathing. If you crouch down and put your hand flat against the ground here, you would feel packed earth, dry grass, ordinary stone. Nothing about the surface would tell you what is underneath it. And yet, beneath your palm, under several meters of soil that took thousands of years to accumulate, there are pillars taller than a person, carved with foxes and boars and long-necked birds, arranged in careful rings by people who left no other trace of who they were. No village, no pottery, no written word, just this. For a long time, nobody knew this was here. Archaeologists had walked this particular hill before, decades earlier, and noted the broken pieces of limestone scattered across the surface, and decided they were unremarkable. Medieval grave markers, maybe. The debris of some forgotten Byzantine outpost. The kind of thing you note in a survey and move past, because the region is full of low mounds and scattered stone, and most of it really does turn out to be exactly that unremarkable. This hill had been given a name centuries earlier, one that translates roughly to Potbelly Hill, on account of its rounded shape, and it had sat there under that name, misjudged for as long as anyone could remember. That changed in the mid-1990s, when a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt came to look at it more carefully. He had a hunch that something about the earlier survey was wrong, and when he started digging, the hunch turned out to be an understatement. What came out of the ground was not a scatter of medieval debris. It was the top of an enclosure wall, and behind that wall, pillars. And on those pillars, carving so precise and so deliberate that it was immediately obvious this was not the leftover architecture of any known culture in the region. It did not match anything from the Bronze Age. It did not match the early farming villages that archaeologists already knew about nearby. It sat, chronologically, somewhere else entirely, and figuring out exactly where was going to take years. My name is Arthur. If you are new here, welcome. Arthur's Sleepy History is a place for the small hours, for questions from the deep past examined slowly and carefully, the kind of questions that don't resolve easily. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. It costs nothing and genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are and what time it is. Some of you are just starting your evening. Some of you are already deep into the small hours. Either way, I am glad to have you here. Now, back to the hillside and the number that held for a quarter of a century. This episode is not really about what the carvings mean, although we will look at them, because you cannot talk about this place without looking at them. It is about a different question. One that gets asked far less often and answered with far less confidence than it deserves. How do we actually know how old this is? Not the emotional, evocative version of that question, the one that ends in a phrase like ancient or timeless or lost to history. The literal version. When someone stands in front of a limestone pillar carved with a fox and says with apparent certainty that it is 11,000 years old or 9,000 years old, or some other number entirely, what is that certainty actually built on? What measurement, what method, what chain of reasoning gets you from a piece of buried stone to a specific number of years? Because here is the strange part, the part that does not get said enough. For roughly 25 years, there was a number. Klaus Schmidt's team established a date not long after the first serious excavations, and that date held. It appeared in books, in documentaries, in article after article. It became, in effect, the age of Göbekli Tepe, repeated so often and so consistently that it hardened into something that felt less like a scientific estimate and more like a fact you could take for granted. Anyone who followed this story even casually absorbed that number, the way you absorb the height of a mountain or the depth of an ocean trench. It was simply what you knew about the place. And then, not very long ago, that number moved. Not by a trivial amount, not the kind of small correction that happens constantly in archaeology as methods improve slightly and estimates get refined at the margins. A team went back through the evidence, applied newer techniques to material that had, in some cases, been sitting in storage for years, and came back with a chronology that shifted the picture in a way serious enough to make other archaeologists sit up and take notice. The site did not become dramatically younger, which is the kind of finding that tends to generate outrage and skepticism. It became, by most readings of the new work, meaningfully older and more precisely dated than it had been before, with a clearer picture of which parts of it came first. That is the story this episode is going to walk through, slowly and carefully, without rushing to a punchline. Not because the punchline does not matter, but because the punchline only makes sense once you understand what it is replacing, and why the original number held for so long, and what kind of evidence it would even take to overturn something that established. 25 years is a long time for a scientific consensus to sit unchallenged. When something does finally challenge it, the honest response is not immediate acceptance, and it is not immediate dismissal. It is the question underneath both of those reactions. What changed, and is it convincing? To understand why that original date mattered so much, you have to understand what it was doing, historically speaking. Archaeology, like most sciences that reconstruct the past, works largely by comparison. You find something new and you place it against everything else you already know, and the placement tells you what kind of story you are looking at. Before Göbekli Tepe, the working assumption about human history in this part of the world was reasonably tidy. Agriculture came first. Farming settled people down, food surpluses accumulated, populations grew, and only once you had that settled, fed, organized population did you get the kind of large cooperative building projects that require serious coordinated labor. Temples, monuments, large-scale architecture. Civilization, in the sense of complex organized society, was supposed to be a downstream consequence of farming. First you grow the food, then you build the temple. What Schmidt's team found did not fit that order. The dating evidence from the very earliest excavations pointed to a period before agriculture had taken hold in this specific way, before there was any clear sign of domesticated crops or settled farming villages nearby. And yet, here was a site with multiple large stone enclosures, pillars weighing many tons, quarried and moved and carved with sophisticated imagery, built by people who, according to every other piece of evidence available, were still hunter-gatherers, not farmers, not settled villagers. People who moved with the seasons, following game and wild plants, and who nonetheless organized themselves well enough to complete a construction project of genuine scale and permanence. That single fact, if it holds, forces a rethink of the whole assumed order. It suggests that monumental building, cooperative ritual, perhaps organized religion in some early form, might have come first, and that farming followed as a consequence rather than a precondition. That people gathered for reasons that had nothing to do with growing food, and that the very act of gathering, feeding a large temporary population during construction and ceremony, might have been part of what pushed those same people toward domesticating the plants growing wild around them. The temple, in this reading, might have come before the farm, not after it, which is close to a complete inversion of the textbook version most of us grew up with, if we grew up with any version of this story at all. That is why the date carried so much weight from the very beginning. It was not simply a number attached to a pile of old stone. It was the load-bearing fact underneath a much larger argument about how human civilization actually began. If the date was wrong, even by a little, the argument built on top of it would wobble. If the date was wrong by a lot, the whole structure could come down, which means that when a team of researchers announced not very long ago that the original chronology needed serious revision, they were not making a small technical footnote. They were reopening one of the more consequential dating questions in the archaeology of the last 3 decades. A brief note before we continue. Many of you voted on the design for our first Dozer sleep mask, created especially for listeners of Arthur's sleepy history. Only 100 were made for this first drop, and you can find it through the link in the description or beneath this video. Every purchase directly supports the channel and, hopefully, helps make nights like this a little more relaxing for you. Now, let us return. We are going to take this slowly across the episode ahead, because the honest version of this story does not fit into a single dramatic reveal. It moves through the mechanics of radiocarbon dating itself, the difference between dating a piece of construction and dating the moment someone stopped using it, the maddening scarcity of the kind of organic material this method usually depends on, and the layer-by-layer detective work required to build a chronology out of a site that offers up very few easy answers. Somewhere in the middle of all that, we will land on the specific study that shifted the number, what its authors actually claimed, and why other archaeologists took it seriously enough to revise textbooks rather than dismiss it outright. And somewhere near the edges, we will look honestly at the more contested claims that circle a site like this, including a separate argument, unrelated to radiocarbon dating entirely, that one particular carved pillar might encode an astronomical date of its own, a claim worth taking seriously enough to examine and not so seriously that it gets treated as equal to physical evidence in the ground. None of that is where we start, though. We start with the simpler fact, the one worth sitting with before anything else. Something was buried here for a very long time, deliberately or otherwise, and when it finally came back into the light, the first thing anyone needed to answer, before meaning, before interpretation, before any of the larger questions about what it might tell us about ourselves, was the most basic question there is. How old is it? That question sounds simple. It is not. And the honest answer to it has changed, once already, and might change again, which is a far more interesting place to sit than the comfort of a single settled number ever was. Consider for a moment what it would take to actually answer that question properly if you were standing on that hillside with nothing but a trowel, a notebook, and the pillar in front of you. You cannot ask the stone directly. Limestone does not carry a date stamped into its structure the way a tree carries rings, or the way certain minerals carry a radioactive signature that decays at a known rate. The stone itself, quarried from bedrock, is millions of years old regardless of when anyone carved it. What you actually need is something else entirely, some trace of organic life, a scrap of charcoal from a fire, a fragment of bone, a seed, anything that was once alive and stopped being alive at roughly the moment the people who built this place were working. That is the material that carries a usable clock inside it. And on a site built almost entirely from stone by people who left behind very little in the way of everyday organic debris, that kind of material turns out to be rare and precious, and exactly the sort of thing an entire chronology can end up resting on. It is worth sitting for a moment longer with just how easy it would have been for this place to stay buried, or to be dug up and misread entirely. The earlier survey that dismissed the scattered limestone on the hillside was not staffed by careless people. Surveying a landscape like this one across a region dense with thousands of years of overlapping human activity means constantly making judgment calls about what is worth a closer look and what is background noise. Broken stone on a low hill in a region full of low hills covered in broken stone is, statistically, almost always exactly what it appears to be. The surveyors who passed over this site in the earlier decades were applying reasonable pattern recognition built on a great deal of prior experience, and pattern recognition, most of the time, is right. It is only wrong here because this particular hill happened to be one of the rare exceptions that pattern recognition cannot account for, and there was no way to know that from the surface. Schmidt's return to the site benefited from something more specific than a general hunch. He had spent time working at other early sites in the region, and he had developed a working sense of what the stone fragments scattered across surfaces like this one tended to look like when they were genuinely ordinary, and what they looked like when they were not. The pieces on this particular hillside carried something the ordinary debris did not. A kind of deliberateness in the shaping, a hint of worked edges rather than the random fracture patterns you would expect from stone, simply broken apart by time, weather, or agricultural ploughing. It was enough of a signal to justify a closer look, and a closer look was enough to justify a trench, and the trench was enough to change how an entire field understood the earliest chapters of organized human behavior. What makes the story worth telling this carefully, rather than jumping straight to the reveal of pillars and carvings, is that the process of discovery and the process of dating turn out to rhyme with each other in an interesting way. In both cases, you are working from partial, ambiguous evidence toward a confident conclusion, and in both cases, the confidence has to be earned rather than assumed. The surveyors who walked past this hill decades earlier were not stupid for missing it. They were working with the tools and assumptions available to them, applying them as carefully as anyone could reasonably ask, and still arriving at the wrong conclusion, because the true answer sat outside the range of what seemed plausible at the time. That same tension between reasonable methodology and a conclusion that later needs revising is going to come up again and again as we work through how this site's age has actually been established, and how that established age changed. There is a particular kind of humility that this story demands, and it applies in both directions. It would be a mistake to treat the original dating work from the 1990s as some naive first attempt that more sophisticated modern science simply swept aside. The archaeologists who established that first chronology were working carefully, using the best radiocarbon methods available to them at the time, on a site that offered up frustratingly little in the way of ideal samples. Their number held for 25 years, not because nobody bothered to check it, but because it was a defensible, well-supported estimate, given the material available. It would be an equal mistake to treat the newer chronology as some final, unquestionable word, simply because it is more recent and used more advanced techniques. Newer is not automatically more correct. It is, at best, built on a larger body of evidence and a more refined method, which is a real advantage, but not a guarantee. What both chronologies share, the old one and the new one, is that they are attempts, honest and careful attempts, to answer a question that the physical evidence does not want to give up easily. A site built almost entirely from stone, occupied by people who left behind astonishingly little in the way of everyday organic waste, is close to the hardest possible case for the dating methods archaeology usually relies on. That difficulty is not a footnote to this story. It is close to the center of it, and it is where we are going to spend a considerable amount of time before we ever get back to that revised number and what it changed. For now, it is enough to hold two things in mind at once, the way the actual researchers working on this site have had to hold them for 3 decades. something extraordinary was built here by people who, on paper, should not have had the social organization to build it. And figuring out precisely when they built it has turned out to be one of the more difficult chronological puzzles in the archaeology of the ancient Near East. Difficult enough that the accepted answer has already changed once, and difficult enough that reasonable, careful researchers are still working out exactly how far that change should be trusted to go. That is where the next part of this story picks up. Not with the pillars themselves, not yet, but with the quiet, patient science of coaxing a date out of material that does not want to give one up easily, and the 25 years that one particular attempt at that science held as the accepted word on how old the oldest known monument on Earth actually is. Imagine a single atom of carbon formed not in the ground and not in a living thing, but high above the Earth, in the upper atmosphere, where cosmic rays collide with nitrogen and occasionally knock loose the particles needed to build something new. Most of the carbon in the world is a stable, ordinary isotope, carbon-12, and it makes up the overwhelming majority of the carbon in every living and non-living thing around you. But a tiny fraction of the carbon produced in the atmosphere is different. It carries 2 extra neutrons in its nucleus, making it heavier and unstable, and it is called carbon-14. This is the atom the entire dating method rests on, and understanding what it does, quietly, over thousands of years, is the only way to understand what archaeologists actually mean when they attach a number to a piece of buried stone or bone. Carbon-14 behaves chemically, almost identically to ordinary carbon. It combines with oxygen to form carbon dioxide, it drifts through the atmosphere, and living things absorb it constantly, without any way to distinguish it from the stable version. Plants take it in through photosynthesis. Animals take it in by eating plants, or by eating other animals that ate plants. For as long as something is alive, actively exchanging carbon with its environment, the ratio of carbon-14 to ordinary carbon inside it stays roughly matched to the ratio present in the atmosphere at that time. It is a kind of quiet equilibrium, maintained automatically, without any effort on the part of the living thing itself. The moment something dies, that equilibrium breaks. A tree is felled, or an animal dies, or a seed is buried and stops metabolizing, and from that instant forward, no new carbon-14 enters the tissue. What is already there, though, does not simply sit unchanged. Carbon-14 is radioactive, which means it is unstable, and unstable atoms decay over time, converting back into nitrogen at a fixed, predictable rate. That rate is expressed as a half-life, the amount of time it takes for half of a given quantity of the isotope to decay away. For carbon-14, that half-life is a little under 6,000 years. Not a guess, not a rough approximation, but a figure measured with extraordinary precision in laboratories, verified repeatedly, and treated as one of the more reliable physical constants available to archaeological science. This is the clock. The moment an organism dies, its internal carbon-14 begins decaying at that fixed rate, while the carbon-12 stays essentially constant, since it is not radioactive and does not decay in any comparable way. So if you can measure the ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12 remaining in a sample today, and you know what that ratio would have been at the moment of death, you can calculate, using the known half-life, how much time has passed. Less carbon-14 relative to carbon-12 means more time has passed since death. More carbon-14 relative to carbon-12 means less time has passed. It is, at its foundation, a beautifully simple piece of physics, wrapped around an assumption that turns out to be more complicated than it first appears. That assumption is the atmospheric ratio itself. The method depends on knowing what proportion of atmospheric carbon was carbon-14 at the moment the organism in question was alive and absorbing it. For a long time, the working assumption was that this ratio had stayed essentially constant across the relevant timescales, that the atmosphere many thousands of years ago looked, in this one specific respect, much like the atmosphere of the 20th century. It turns out that assumption is not quite right, and the gap between it and reality is exactly the sort of thing that can shift a chronology by centuries if it is not carefully accounted for. The amount of carbon-14 being produced in the upper atmosphere has never been perfectly steady. It depends on the intensity of cosmic ray bombardment, which is affected by the strength of the Earth's magnetic field, and the magnetic field itself drifts and fluctuates over long timescales in ways that are only partially predictable. There have also been shorter-term wobbles tied to solar activity, and even measurable disruptions caused by human industrial activity in the last couple of centuries, though that particular complication does not affect anything from the ancient world. The upshot is that a raw radiocarbon measurement, taken at face value, does not hand you a calendar date. It hands you a number of years before present based on an assumed constant atmospheric ratio, and that number needs to be corrected, sometimes substantially, before it can be translated into an actual point on a real calendar. The tool used to make that correction is called a calibration curve, and it is built from an entirely independent method of counting years, one that does not rely on radioactive decay at all. Tree rings provide the backbone of it. A tree adds one ring per year in a pattern that reflects the growing conditions of that specific year, and by matching overlapping ring patterns across living trees, dead trees, ancient timbers preserved in bogs and riverbeds, and other long-lived wood samples, researchers have built an unbroken year-by-year record, stretching back many thousands of years. Because each ring in that record can be assigned an exact calendar year, independently of radiocarbon, and because each ring can also be tested for its own carbon-14 content, scientists have been able to measure, year by year, precisely how the atmospheric carbon-14 ratio has actually fluctuated across the deep past. That record is the calibration curve, refined and extended repeatedly over decades as more samples become available, and it is the tool every radiocarbon result from a site like this one has to be run through before it means anything at all. Coral records, cave formations, and layered lake sediments contribute additional data to that same calibration effort, extending and cross-checking the timeline beyond what tree rings alone can reach, and giving researchers multiple independent lines of evidence that, reassuringly, tend to agree with each other. When a laboratory reports a radiocarbon date today, what you are actually looking at is not a single measurement, but the product of that measurement run through this accumulated, cross-checked calibration record, converted into a calendar year range, along with a stated margin of uncertainty. The margin of uncertainty is not a hedge or an excuse. It is an honest, quantified expression of how precisely the method can actually pin down a date. And it is one of the more important things to keep in view as we move forward, because a great deal of the disagreement over Göbekli Tepe's chronology comes down to how different researchers have handled exactly this kind of uncertainty. None of this so far tells us anything specific about the hillside itself. What it establishes is the machinery underneath everything that follows. A sample of once living material, tested for its remaining carbon-14, run through a calibration curve built from tree rings and other independent records, producing a calendar range with a stated margin of error. That is the method. It is precise, it is well tested, and it has been refined across decades of careful cross-checking work by researchers with no particular stake in what any individual site turns out to prove. And it is also, as we are about to see, a method that depends entirely on having the right kind of material to test in the first place, which turns out to be the single biggest obstacle standing between this specific site and a confident, uncontested age. It is also worth understanding how the actual measurement gets taken, because the technology involved has changed substantially over the decades this site has been under investigation. And that change turns out to matter a great deal for how the story unfolds. Early radiocarbon dating relied on counting the radioactive decay events themselves, essentially weighting and measuring how many carbon-14 atoms in a sample emitted a detectable particle over a given period of time. This worked, but it required comparatively large samples, since you needed enough material to produce a statistically meaningful number of decay events within a reasonable measurement window, and it introduced a wider margin of error than researchers would eventually come to expect. A newer technique called accelerator mass spectrometry changed the equation considerably. Rather than waiting for decay events to happen and counting them, this method directly counts the actual atoms of carbon-14 present in a sample, accelerating them through a machine that can distinguish them from the far more abundant stable carbon isotopes by mass alone. Because it counts atoms directly rather than waiting for a subset of them to decay, it requires dramatically smaller samples, sometimes a matter of a few milligrams, and produces results with tighter margins of uncertainty. This matters enormously for a site like this one, where usable organic material is scarce to begin with. A technique that can extract a reliable date from a fragment of charcoal too small to have been usable under the older method opens up possibilities that simply were not available to the earliest excavators. There is a further complication worth naming plainly, because it becomes relevant later in this story. Not all organic material found near a construction layer is equally trustworthy as a dating sample, even once you have enough of it to test. Charcoal, in particular, carries a known risk called the old wood problem. A piece of timber can sit as part of a living tree, or as dead standing wood, for decades or even centuries before it is ever burned, which means the carbon-14 clock inside that wood started running well before the fire that produced the charcoal a researcher eventually digs up. Test that charcoal and you may get an accurate radiocarbon age for the wood itself, while still getting a systematically too old estimate for the actual human activity that burned it. Short-lived material, seeds, small twigs, certain kinds of bone collagen tends to be far more trustworthy because there is little or no gap between the death of the organism and the human activity a researcher is actually trying to date. Knowing which kind of sample you are looking at and being honest about what it can and cannot tell you turns out to be one of the quieter but more consequential judgment calls running underneath this entire chronology. A stone pillar carved with a fox cannot be radiocarbon dated. The stone itself is limestone, formed from the compressed remains of ancient marine organisms millions of years before any human ever touched it. And testing it would only tell you the age of the rock, not the age of the carving. What the method actually needs is something that was alive at roughly the same time the carving or construction happened, something that died and stopped absorbing carbon at approximately the moment the people who built this place were working. A scrap of charred wood from a fire they lit, a fragment of bone from an animal they ate, a seed dropped and buried in the same layer of soil where they were digging foundations. These are the materials the method can actually use, and on a site defined by stone architecture, built and used by people who left behind comparatively little in the way of everyday organic debris, finding enough of that material in the right places, undisturbed by later activity, turns out to be far harder than it sounds. There is one more piece of the calibration process worth understanding before we leave the mechanics behind, because it explains something that otherwise looks strange when you first encounter it. Why two different research teams, both using careful, defensible radiocarbon methods, can come away with dates that differ by centuries. The calibration curve is not a smooth, evenly sloping line running steadily from the present back into deep time. Because atmospheric carbon-14 levels have fluctuated in genuinely irregular ways across the millennia, the curve has stretches where it flattens out, sometimes called plateaus, during which a fairly wide range of raw radiocarbon measurements all translate into roughly the same narrow range of calendar years, and other stretches where it moves more steeply, allowing for tighter, more confident calendar dates from a given measurement. Where a particular sample happens to fall on that curve has a direct effect on how precisely its calendar age can be pinned down, independent of how carefully the underlying measurement itself was taken. A sample that lands on a plateau might carry a genuinely wide calendar year range, even with an extremely precise raw radiocarbon measurement, simply because the physics of atmospheric carbon during that stretch of time does not allow for a narrower answer. A sample landing on a steeper section of the curve, by contrast, can yield a comparatively tight, confident range even from a measurement with a somewhat larger raw margin of error. This is not a flaw in the method. It is an honest reflection of how the atmosphere actually behaved, and any researcher working seriously with radiocarbon results has to account for it, rather than treating every date as equally precise, simply because it came from the same kind of laboratory measurement. This detail turns out to matter directly for the period this story is concerned with, the stretch of time roughly 11 and 12,000 years before the present, which sits across a portion of the calibration curve that is neither perfectly flat nor perfectly steep, and which has itself been refined and adjusted as newer, higher resolution calibration data has become available over the past few decades. A calibration curve published in the 1990s, when the first serious dating work at this site was underway, is not identical to the calibration curve available today. As tree ring records have been extended further back in time and cross-checked against additional independent methods, the curve itself has been quietly updated, which means that even a raw radiocarbon measurement taken decades ago can, in principle, translate into a slightly different calendar date today than it did at the time it was first published, simply because the ruler used to convert it has itself grown more accurate. That difficulty is not incidental to this story. It is close to the center of it, and it is the reason the original chronology took as long as it did to establish, and part of the reason a later team, working with new samples and refined techniques, was eventually able to build a case for revising it. Before we get to either of those specific efforts, though, it is worth holding on to the shape of the method itself, because everything that follows in this story, the original date, the 25 years it held, and the recalibration that eventually challenged it, is a story about people working within exactly these constraints. A fixed, reliable clock buried inside once living material, and the patient, often frustrating work of finding enough of that material in the right context to let the clock actually speak. It helps too to hold on to the distinction between what the physics can promise and what any given excavation can actually deliver. The half-life of carbon-14 does not care where a sample comes from or how badly a researcher wants it to answer a particular question. It decays at the same fixed rate whether it is sitting in a Bronze Age granary or beneath a pre-pottery Neolithic enclosure wall. The method itself is not the uncertain part of this story. What is uncertain and what has driven every meaningful revision to this site's chronology so far is the human work surrounding the method, which samples were available to test, how they were extracted from the ground, what layer they were found in, whether they were short-lived material or long-lived wood carrying the old wood problem, and which version of the calibration curve was used to translate the raw measurement into an actual calendar year. Every one of those choices sits between a piece of laboratory equipment and a headline claiming a specific age for the oldest known monument on Earth, and every one of them is where the next stage of this story actually lives. There is a temptation when a number gets repeated often enough to start treating it the way you might treat the boiling point of water or the speed of light, as though it were a fixed property of the universe rather than the output of a long, careful, human chain of decisions. Radiocarbon dates are not like that, however precise the underlying physics. They are conclusions, built from samples that had to be found, extracted, tested, and interpreted, run through a calibration record that has itself been revised more than once, and reported with a margin of uncertainty that rarely makes it into the popular retelling. None of that makes the method untrustworthy. It makes it exactly what good science tends to be: provisional in the right places, confident in the right places, and always open, at least in principle, to a better answer arriving later. That is precisely the position the original excavators found themselves in, working with the samples available to them in the 1990s. And it is worth carrying that framing forward into the next part of this story, where we look at exactly what those first samples were, what they showed, and why the number they produced held for as long as it did. Imagine a small team of researchers years after Klaus Schmidt's death, sitting with boxes of material that had already been excavated, already studied, already written up in academic papers and popular accounts alike. They were not digging anything new. They were going back through what already existed, applying newer laboratory techniques and a more rigorous statistical approach to samples that, in some cases, had been collected more than 2 decades earlier. This is not the kind of work that tends to make headlines on its own. There is no dramatic reveal of a buried chamber, no camera crew capturing the moment a trowel scrapes against something unexpected. It is patient, unglamorous archival science, the kind that rarely gets told as a story at all. And yet, it is exactly the kind of work that ends up quietly rewriting what a textbook says, years after the original fieldwork wrapped and everyone assumed the question was settled. And yet, what came out of it was significant enough to force a genuine revision of how one of the most consequential sites in the archaeological record is dated. The team behind this work was led by researchers connected to the German Archaeological Institute, the same institution that had overseen much of the original excavation under Schmidt, which gives the study a particular kind of institutional continuity worth noting. This was not an outside group challenging the establishment from a distance. It was, in a meaningful sense, the same broad research lineage returning to its own earlier conclusions with fresh eyes and better tools, which is part of why the archaeological community took the resulting paper seriously rather than dismissing it as a provocative outlier. Schmidt himself died in 2014, and the project he had led for nearly 2 decades passed to colleagues who had worked alongside him for years, people already deeply familiar with the site's excavation history, its stratigraphy, and the specific limitations of the original dating campaigns, which meant the recalibration effort was carried out by people with an unusually intimate understanding of exactly what the earlier work had and had not been able to establish. Among the researchers most closely associated with this reassessment is Oliver Dietrich, whose name appears across a number of the more recent publications reworking the site's chronology and its broader interpretation, building on fieldwork and analysis that had been accumulating steadily in the years since Schmidt's original campaigns. What this newer work did was combine 2 things that had not previously been brought together with quite the same rigor. First, it incorporated radiocarbon samples that had either not been available or not been fully analysed during the original dating campaigns, extracted using the more sensitive accelerator mass spectrometry techniques described in the previous part of this story, capable of producing reliable results from smaller, more carefully selected pieces of organic material than earlier equipment could manage. Second, and just as importantly, it applied a more sophisticated statistical framework to the full set of dates, old and new together, one that accounts explicitly for stratigraphic relationships between samples rather than treating each radiocarbon result as an isolated data point to be read on its own. That second piece is worth sitting with for a moment because it is easy to underestimate how much of a difference it makes. A single radiocarbon date, even a precise one, only tells you about the specific fragment of material that was tested. It does not automatically tell you how that fragment relates to everything else found nearby, or to the broader sequence of construction and use at the site. Bayesian statistical modelling, the approach increasingly used in projects like this one, allows researchers to incorporate what is already known about stratigraphy, which layer sits above which context clearly postdates another, as a kind of scaffolding that constrains and refines what the raw radiocarbon numbers can mean. Instead of treating 40 or 50 individual dates as 40 or 50 separate guesses, the model treats them as a connected system, where the ordering evidence from the ground itself gets folded directly into the calculation of probable calendar ranges, narrowing what would otherwise be a wide, loosely bounded scatter of individual possibilities into a much more disciplined and internally consistent picture. Applied to Göbekli Tepe, this combined approach produced a chronology that shifted the picture in a specific and traceable way. Rather than simply nudging the previously accepted date backward or forward by a small, uniform amount, the new modelling refined the internal sequence of the site's major construction phases, producing tighter, more confident date ranges for when specific enclosures were built and used relative to one another, and in doing so pushed the earliest secure activity at the site further back than the original estimates had comfortably supported. It also clarified something that the earlier, less statistically rigorous dating work had left genuinely ambiguous: how confidently the different enclosures could be ordered in time relative to each other, rather than simply being grouped loosely into broad, early and late phases. None of this happened in a vacuum, and it is worth being honest about what a claim like this actually requires before other researchers will take it seriously. A revised chronology built on reprocessed archival samples and a new statistical framework does not get accepted simply because it is published. It gets scrutinized by other specialists working in the same subfield, checked against independent lines of evidence where those exist, and picked apart for any point where the modeling assumptions might be doing more work than the underlying data can support. In exactly the kind of adversarial peer process that any serious revision to an established chronology has to survive before it earns a place in the standard literature. The fact that this particular recalibration has been broadly incorporated into how the site is now discussed in more recent academic literature, cited and built upon rather than quietly ignored, is itself a meaningful signal. It does not mean the last word has been spoken. It means the argument cleared a bar that a great many proposed revisions in archaeology never managed to clear. It is worth being precise, too, about what actually shifted and what did not. This was not a case of the site turning out to be dramatically, implausibly older than anyone had ever suggested, the kind of finding that would immediately invite suspicion, simply because of how far it strayed from everything already known about the broader region and period. The revision sits within the same general era, the same broad pre-Pottery Neolithic horizon that Schmidt's team had already identified. What changed was the precision and the internal ordering, a tighter, more confidently modelled sequence, anchored by a slightly earlier date for the very earliest secure construction activity than the original campaigns had been able to establish with the tools available to them at the time. It is the difference between a rough sketch of a timeline and a more carefully drafted one, using largely the same underlying evidence, refined by better instruments and a more rigorous method for weighing that evidence against itself. There is a particular kind of intellectual honesty worth naming here, because it cuts against a temptation that shows up constantly in stories like this one. It would be easy to frame a revised, older date as more exciting, more mysterious, more supportive of a dramatic reading of the site's origins, and to treat the researchers behind it as having uncovered something almost secretive. That framing does a disservice to what actually happened. This was not a hidden discovery. It was published, transparent, methodologically documented work, openly inviting exactly the kind of scrutiny that has, so far, tended to support rather than undermine it. The genuine story here is not a secret revealed. It is a chronology sharpened through ordinary, careful, cumulative scientific effort, the way most real progress in archaeology actually happens, a long way from the dramatic reveal that popular retellings often prefer, and a good deal more interesting once you sit with it, than the version that trades precision for spectacle. What this recalibration means for the larger argument about this site, the argument about monumental construction preceding settled agriculture, is worth pausing on as well. If anything, a slightly earlier and more confidently anchored date strengthens that argument rather than complicating it, since it widens the gap between the confirmed presence of organized, cooperative monumental building and the appearance of the settled farming villages that were long assumed to be its precondition. It does not resolve every question about how or why that gap exists. It does make the gap itself a more secure, better supported feature of the archaeological record than it was under the original chronology, which is precisely the kind of outcome that makes other specialists in the field take a revision seriously rather than treating it as a curiosity. It is worth putting an actual figure to this, since the whole point of this story is refusing to let a number stay vague. The original chronology, as it settled into the literature through the late 1990s and 2000s, generally placed the earliest phase of construction at Göbekli Tepe, within a range centered somewhere around 11.5 to 12,000 years before the present, corresponding in calendar terms to roughly the 10th millennium before the Common Era. That figure became the one repeated across documentaries, articles, and popular accounts, often rounded and simplified into the single, tidy claim that the site was approximately 12,000 years old. The recalibrated chronology, built from the reprocessed samples and the Bayesian modelling described above, has generally supported dates at the earlier end of that original range, and in some of the more securely modelled contexts, pushed slightly beyond it, tightening the picture around an age that a number of researchers now describe, with appropriate caveats, as closer to the higher end of that 11.5 to 12,000 year range than the earlier, looser estimates comfortably supported. The honest caveat that belongs attached to any of these numbers, and one worth stating plainly rather than glossing over, is that archaeological chronology of this kind rarely resolves into a single, unadorned figure the way a birth certificate might. What actually exists in the published literature is a set of overlapping calendar year ranges, each with its own stated probability, tied to specific samples from specific contexts, and the responsible way to summarize that evidence is as a range with a most likely center, not as a single hard number stripped of its uncertainty. When this video, or any account of this site, states a figure like 11,600 years, it should be understood as a defensible point drawn from within that modelled range, not as a precision the underlying data does not actually possess. That is not a weakness specific to this site. It is simply what honest chronology looks like, and it applies equally to the original dating campaign and to the more recent recalibration that followed it. It is also worth being clear-eyed about the pushback this newer chronology has received, because presenting it as an uncontested final word would itself be a kind of overclaiming. Some researchers working on comparable pre-pottery Neolithic sites in the wider region have raised questions about how directly the reprocessed samples can be tied to the specific construction events they are meant to date, given that many of them were recovered from fill material. Backfill used to bury the enclosures rather than from contexts unambiguously tied to the moment of original construction. Dating fill material can tell you a great deal about when a space was used or closed off, but connecting that date precisely to the moment the pillars themselves were first raised requires an additional interpretive step, and reasonable specialists differ on how much weight that step can bear. This is not a fringe objection. It is the kind of methodological caution that responsible archaeology depends on, and it means the recalibrated chronology, however well supported, should be understood as the current best modelled answer rather than a permanently closed question. There is a natural question worth asking at this point, one that a careful listener would be right to raise, and one worth stating in full rather than rushing past. If the underlying physics of radiocarbon decay has not changed, and the fundamental method described earlier in this story has been reliable for decades, why did it take a full recalibration effort, decades after the original excavation, to shift the accepted number at all? The answer sits at the intersection of the two things already introduced. Part of it is the calibration curve itself, which has been meaningfully refined and extended since the 1990s, as more tree ring and independent dating records have become available, meaning that even an old, unchanged raw radiocarbon measurement can translate into a slightly different calendar date today than it did when it was first published, simply because the conversion tool underneath it has grown more precise. And part of it is the accumulation of new samples and new statistical methods, the accelerator mass spectrometry techniques, and Bayesian stratigraphic modeling described above, which did not exist in a practical, widely available form when Schmidt's team was doing its original work. Neither of these is a story of the original researchers getting something wrong. It is a story of the tools available to answer this specific question steadily improving, decade over decade, the way tools generally do in any active field of scientific inquiry, whether the subject is archaeology, medicine, or astronomy. That improvement is also, worth noting, an ongoing process rather than a finished one. It would be a mistake to treat the 2021 recalibration as the final chapter in this chronology's development, the way the original 1990s date was, for a long stretch, mistakenly treated as final simply because it went unchallenged for so long. Further samples continue to be recovered from ongoing excavation work at the site and at related locations nearby, and calibration curves themselves continue to be extended and refined as new, independent dating records become available. Whatever number this video settles on as its working figure is best understood as the current, well-supported center of an evolving picture, not as a number that has closed the book on the question. That framing is not a hedge. It is simply what taking this kind of evidence seriously actually requires. There is something worth sitting with in the shape of this whole episode, beyond the specific numbers involved. A team returns, years later, not to dig somewhere new, but to look again at what was already found, armed with better instruments and a more careful way of thinking about how individual pieces of evidence relate to one another. They do not overturn the basic picture. They sharpen it. The site remains, by any reasonable reading of the evidence, extraordinarily old, built well before the conventional markers of settled agricultural life, by people whose social organization outpaced what the standard historical narrative assumed was possible for hunter-gatherers. What changes is not the shape of that claim, but its precision and the confidence with which specific phases of construction can be placed relative to one another. That is not a smaller story than the one that first made this site famous. It is, in its own quieter way, a more rigorous version of the same story, built by people willing to go back and check their own work, rather than letting a comfortable number sit unexamined simply because nobody had gotten around to challenging it. None of this fully answers the question of what those original 1990s samples actually were, how they were collected, and why the number they produced held up as the accepted figure for as long as it did before this later reassessment came along. That earlier chapter deserves its own careful telling on its own terms, without treating it as merely a mistake waiting to be corrected. The researchers who established that first chronology were working with genuinely limited material, genuinely limited technology relative to what exists now, and they built the most defensible estimate available to them under those constraints, understanding exactly what those constraints were and exactly how the first number came to be, is where this story turns next, because it is impossible to appreciate what changed in 2021 without first understanding, in real detail, what it changed from. That earlier number was not a placeholder waiting to be replaced. For 25 years, it was the honest, best available answer, and it deserves to be understood on those terms before we watch it give way to something more refined, built by people working in good faith with the evidence actually in front of them, decades before anyone had the tools to ask for more. Imagine being handed a single sentence and told it has to describe an event that actually unfolded across centuries, not across a single afternoon or a single generation, but across a span of time long enough that the people who finished a project might never have met the people who began it. Göbekli Tepe is 11,600 years old. That sentence sounds precise. It has a specific figure attached to it, drawn from careful laboratory work and cross-checked statistical modeling, the kind of thing this story has spent its first 3 parts explaining in detail. And yet, the sentence itself, taken at face value, hides an enormous amount of complexity, because it treats an entire site, built and used and eventually abandoned across a span of time longer than the distance between now and the founding of the Roman Republic, as though it happened at a single, identifiable moment. It did not. And understanding exactly what that number is actually measuring, as opposed to what it sounds like it is measuring, turns out to be one of the more important steps in taking this chronology seriously, rather than flattening it into a single, convenient headline. Start with the most basic distinction, one that gets lost almost every time a site like this gets summarized for a general audience. There is a difference between the date a structure was built, the date it was actively used, and the date it was finally abandoned or deliberately closed off. For a building that stood for only a generation or two, that distinction might not matter enormously, since all 3 dates would cluster closely together. For a site like this one, where the evidence increasingly suggests that individual enclosures were built, used, modified, and eventually filled in over periods that may have stretched across many human generations, collapsing those 3 separate moments into one number does real violence to the actual history of the place. A single stated age necessarily privileges one of those moments over the others, and it is worth being honest about which one and why. Radiocarbon dating, at its core, measures the death of an organism, not a human decision. A sample of charcoal tells you when the tree it came from stopped growing, which might correspond closely to the moment someone cut it down and burned it during construction, or might not, depending on how long that wood had already been dead or seasoned before it went into a fire. A sample of seed or short-lived plant material found within a construction fill layer tells you, more reliably, about the general period during which that fill was deposited, which is closer to a date of use or closure than a date of initial construction. None of these samples directly measures the moment a person decided to raise a pillar, because that decision does not leave behind organic material of its own. What archaeologists actually reconstruct is a range of dated moments clustered around human activity, and then they interpret that cluster using stratigraphic position and archaeological judgment to infer where construction most likely falls within it. It is a process closer to detective work than to reading a label off an artifact, piecing together indirect evidence into the most defensible account the evidence will actually support. This is where the layered nature of the site becomes essential to understand, rather than a technical detail to skim past. Göbekli Tepe was not built once and left untouched. The enclosures that made the site famous, the large circular structures with their massive central pillars, sit within a broader sequence of construction phases that archaeologists have organized into distinct layers, generally referred to using a system of Roman numerals, with the older, larger enclosures grouped into what is typically called Layer 3, and a later phase of smaller, differently constructed spaces grouped into Layer 2. These are not simply two moments in time. They represent, as best current evidence can reconstruct it, an extended sequence of activity, likely spanning many centuries, during which the character of construction itself appears to have changed, moving from the earlier large-scale, heavily worked enclosures towards smaller, more modest structures in later phases. If a single number gets attached to the whole site, which specific moment within that long sequence is it actually describing? In most popular accounts, the number reflects an estimate for the earliest secure phase of activity, the oldest layer archaeologists have been able to confidently date, which makes sense as a headline figure since it is the number responsible for the site's most startling claim. That monumental construction of this kind predates the conventional markers of settled agricultural life by a significant margin. But treating that earliest date as though it describes the entire site, as though everything found here belongs to a single, narrow moment, obscures the fact that people were returning to this hillside, building, modifying, and eventually closing off spaces here across a span of time that may rival or exceed the entire recorded history of ancient Egypt. There is a further complication worth naming directly, because it changes how a listener should hold every date mentioned across this episode. Different enclosures at the site do not all carry equally secure dating evidence. Some contexts have produced multiple, well-stratified organic samples that allow for tight, confident calendar ranges. Others rest on far thinner evidence, a handful of samples, or material recovered from contexts where the relationship between the sample and the actual construction event is less than perfectly clear. This means the confidence archaeologists attach to a date for one specific enclosure can be meaningfully higher or lower than the confidence attached to a date for another enclosure just a short distance away, even though both get folded in casual retellings into the same single site-wide age. The burial question deserves its own careful framing here as well, since it will get fuller treatment later in this story. The enclosures at Göbekli Tepe were, at some point, deliberately filled in with rubble and sediment, a process that appears to have happened over an extended period rather than in a single, sudden event. Dating that backfill material tells you something genuinely important, but it is a different question entirely from dating the moment of original construction. A layer of fill might contain organic material that dates to centuries after the enclosure was first built, reflecting an ongoing, gradual process of closure rather than a single, decisive act. Confusing a burial date with a construction date, or vice versa, is exactly the kind of error that produces the sort of dramatic but misleading claims that circulate in less careful retellings of this site's story. Consider what that means in practice for a single enclosure, walked through step by step rather than asserted all at once. Suppose a large ring of pillars was raised at some point, used for an unknown but plausibly extended period of ritual or communal activity, modified along the way, perhaps with new carvings added or existing ones recut, and then eventually, deliberately, filled with rubble and soil until only the tips of the tallest pillars remained visible above the surrounding ground. A researcher excavating that enclosure today might recover organic samples from at least 3 genuinely distinct contexts. Material embedded in the original construction fill beneath the enclosure floor, material associated with the active use surface inside the ring, and material mixed into the rubble used for the final backfilling. Each of those 3 samples, if dated, would likely produce a different calendar range, and each would be answering a legitimately different historical question. Treating any single one of them as though it answers all 3 questions at once is where a great deal of popular confusion about this site's age actually originates. None of this is meant to undermine confidence in the chronology built up so carefully across the previous parts of this episode. It is meant to sharpen what that chronology is actually claiming. When this video states a figure like 11,600 years, it is referring, as precisely as the current evidence allows, to the earliest securely dated phase of construction activity at the site, the oldest point in a long, layered sequence that continued for a very long time afterward. That is a genuinely different claim than saying the site as a whole, in some single, undifferentiated sense, is that old, and it is a more accurate one. A monument this significant deserves a chronology told with this kind of precision, rather than compressed into a single number that trades away the actual shape of the evidence for the sake of a cleaner headline. It helps to hold a comparison in mind here, something more familiar than a Neolithic hillside, because the underlying problem is not unique to this site at all. Consider a medieval cathedral, the kind that took generations to complete, where the foundations were laid by one set of builders. The nave was raised by their children, and the final spire was not finished until their grandchildren's generation had taken over the project. If someone asked how old that cathedral is, the honest answer depends entirely on which part of the building and which moment in its construction the question is actually about. The foundation stones carry one date. The spire carries a different, later one. And if the building was eventually deconsecrated and partially dismantled centuries afterward, that closure carries a third date entirely, disconnected from either the beginning or the middle of the original construction. Nobody would seriously argue that a cathedral's age is a single, indivisible fact, and yet that is essentially the compression that happens by default whenever a site like Göbekli Tepe gets reduced to one headline number. Neither would anyone dismiss the cathedral as somehow less real or less coherent as a single project, simply because its construction spanned more than one lifetime. The Roman numeral system archaeologists use to describe the site's phases, layer 3 below and layer 2 above it, is itself a useful reminder of how this kind of chronology actually gets built. It is not that excavators found a label buried in the ground indicating which century they were looking at. The layering is physical and observable. Sediment and construction debris, stacked in a sequence that follows the ordinary logic of stratigraphy, older material generally sitting beneath younger material, except in cases of clear disturbance. Layer 3, the deeper and generally larger set of enclosures, sits beneath Layer 2, the smaller, later structures, which tells archaeologists the relative order of construction with a great deal of confidence, entirely independent of any radiocarbon result. The radiocarbon dating then gets layered on top of that already established relative sequence, assigning actual calendar years to a chronological order that stratigraphy alone had already worked out. This distinction between relative dating and absolute dating is worth pausing on, because it explains why archaeologists can sometimes speak with real confidence about the order in which things happened at a site, even in cases where the exact calendar year figures attached to each phase remain somewhat contested or provisional. Knowing that Enclosure D sits beneath, and therefore predates, a smaller structure built into a later phase does not require a single radiocarbon sample. It requires careful excavation and observation of how the layers physically relate to one another. The radiocarbon evidence adds precision to that already established sequence, converting a confident but numberless ordering. This came before that into an ordering attached to actual calendar years. This came before that by approximately so many centuries. Both kinds of evidence matter, and conflating them, treating the confident relative sequence as though it carries the same kind of precision as the more provisional absolute dates, is another version of the same collapsing instinct that turns a layered, centuries-long site into a single, flat number. It is worth being concrete about what the layered timescale actually implies for how long people were engaged with this hillside. If the earliest secure activity sits somewhere in the range discussed earlier in this episode, and the site's use appears to have continued in some form across the transition from the larger Layer 3 enclosures into the smaller Layer 2 structures, then the total span of activity at Göbekli Tepe plausibly stretches across well over 1,000 years, and quite possibly considerably longer, depending on how the less securely dated intermediate phases eventually get resolved. 1,000 years is longer than the entire history of most nations that exist today. It is long enough for language to drift substantially, for social structures to transform beyond recognition, for the specific meaning of a carved pillar to shift generation by generation in ways no single dated sample could ever fully capture, and long enough that the earliest builders and the last people to walk among these enclosures before they were sealed may have shared almost nothing in common beyond the hillside itself. Whatever social or religious purpose first drove people to gather here and raise the earliest enclosures, that purpose was carried forward, reinterpreted, and eventually allowed to fade across a timescale that dwarfs the lifespan of any individual person who ever stood among these pillars. This is also worth noting exactly the kind of detail that a headline age obscures most thoroughly, and exactly the kind of detail responsible archaeology tries hardest to preserve. A number like 11,600 years functions well as a way of establishing the site's significance relative to the broader arc of human prehistory, its relationship to the emergence of agriculture, its place at the very edge of what conventional narratives once assumed hunter-gatherer societies were capable of organizing. It functions far less well as a description of the site itself, considered on its own terms, as a place that was returned to, built upon, modified, and eventually closed, across a span of time long enough to qualify as its own extended chapter of human history, rather than a single dramatic moment frozen at one instant. There is a broader pattern worth naming here, one that extends well beyond this particular hillside and applies just as readily to other famous ancient sites that get compressed into a single tidy age for the sake of a documentary voiceover or a museum placard. Museums, documentaries, and popular science writing generally have to compress complicated, multi-part chronologies into a single headline figure, because that is what fits on a placard or survives in a viewer's memory after the program ends. That compression is not necessarily dishonest, but it does quietly reshape how a site gets understood by anyone encountering it secondhand. A visitor reading a sign that simply states a single age for Göbekli Tepe walks away with the impression of a single, datable event, a moment of construction fixed in time, rather than the messier and in some ways more remarkable truth that this was a place people kept returning to, generation after generation, reshaping and reinterpreting across a span longer than most civilizations have managed to survive intact. The single number is not wrong exactly. It is simply doing less work than it appears to be doing, and understanding what work it is actually doing and what it is quietly leaving out is the difference between repeating a headline and genuinely understanding a chronology. There is a final piece of this framing worth making explicit, because it will matter directly for how the rest of this episode approaches the more contested and more speculative claims that circle this site. Any argument that treats Göbekli Tepe's age as a single fixed data point, whether that argument is trying to support a claim about the origins of agriculture, the sophistication of hunter-gatherer societies, or something more speculative involving lost knowledge or catastrophic events, is already working with a simplified version of the evidence. The honest version of this site's chronology is not a point. It is a range, a sequence, a long and only partially resolved timeline stretching across many centuries, anchored at its earliest end by the radiocarbon and stratigraphic evidence already discussed, and extending forward through a gradual transformation that the following parts of this episode are going to trace in more detail. Holding that fuller picture in mind, rather than collapsing it down to a single convenient number, is what separates a genuinely careful account of this site's age from the kind of retelling that trades precision for a cleaner story. And it is the standard this episode intends to hold itself to across everything that follows. What the following parts of this story do is walk through that layered sequence in more detail, starting with the earliest phase and the specific evidence that anchors its date, before moving forward through the site's long, gradual transformation and eventual closure. Imagine arriving at a site that nobody has properly excavated before, with a research budget that is modest by the standards of major archaeological projects, a small team, and a hillside that keeps revealing more the deeper you dig. More pillars, more enclosures, more questions than any single excavation season could hope to answer on its own. This was the situation Klaus Schmidt found himself in during the mid-1990s, in the earliest seasons of excavation, at what would eventually become one of the most significant archaeological sites in the world. He did not arrive with a settled theory about the site's age. He arrived with a hunch that the scattered limestone fragments on the surface deserved a closer look, and everything that followed, including the first dating campaign that would establish a chronology for the next 25 years, had to be built step by step from whatever evidence the ground actually gave up. The practical constraints of that early work are worth sitting with in some detail, because they explain a great deal about why the original chronology looked the way it did, and why it took as long as it did to refine. Radiocarbon dating in the 1990s, while already a mature and well-established technique, had not yet benefited from the widespread availability of accelerator mass spectrometry that later excavation seasons and later reanalysis efforts would come to rely on. Samples generally needed to be larger, laboratory turnaround times were longer, and the cost of running each individual test was significant enough that no excavation team, however well-funded, could simply test every plausible scrap of organic material recovered from the ground. Choices had to be made about which samples were worth the expense and the wait. And those choices made under real practical constraints rather than any shortage of care or expertise, shaped the resulting chronology in ways that later researchers, working with far more forgiving technology, would eventually revisit and refine. Fieldwork itself moved at a similarly deliberate pace. Excavation seasons at a site like this typically ran for a limited window each year, weather and funding permitting, with the intervening months given over to analysis, publication, and planning for the season ahead, rather than continuous digging. A modern viewer accustomed to the compressed timelines of television archaeology, where a site seems to be fully excavated and explained within the span of a single episode, might find it strange to learn that establishing even the broad outline of this site's chronology took the better part of a decade of patient, incremental fieldwork, season after season, each one adding a little more evidence to a picture that only slowly and only ever partially came into focus. That pace was not a limitation to be apologized for. It was, if anything, exactly the kind of caution a site this significant demanded, given how much was riding on getting the picture right rather than getting it out quickly. The material available for dating at this particular site made those constraints even more pressing than they might have been elsewhere. As discussed earlier in this story, Göbekli Tepe is overwhelmingly a stone site. Its most famous features carved limestone pillars rather than the kind of wooden structures, hearths, and everyday organic debris that make many other archaeological sites comparatively easy to date. The people who built and used this place did not leave behind large quantities of charcoal, seeds, or bone in the specific contexts that would most directly date the moments of construction. What organic material did survive tended to come from more ambiguous contexts, mixed into fill layers, scattered across use surfaces that had themselves been disturbed by centuries of subsequent activity, or recovered in small enough quantities that dating them stretched the limits of what the era's laboratory techniques could handle with confidence. Excavators sometimes had to make do with a handful of usable samples from an entire season's work, each one carrying outsized weight in the resulting chronology simply because so little else was available to test alongside it, a far cry from sites where organic material turns up in abundance, and researchers can afford to be selective about which samples are worth the cost of testing. Given these constraints, Schmidt's team worked with what they had, applying the standard radiocarbon methods available at the time to the organic samples that fieldwork managed to recover, primarily from fill contexts within and around the earliest enclosures, supplemented wherever possible by material from more securely stratified contexts as the excavation progressed and the team's understanding of the site's layering improved season by season. The results that came back, while limited in number compared to what a modern reanalysis project can draw on, were consistent enough with one another, and consistent enough with the broader archaeological picture emerging from comparable sites in the region to support a defensible chronology. That chronology placed the earliest enclosures within the broader span of the Pre-Pottery Neolithic period, a designation used across the archaeology of the ancient Near East to describe communities that had not yet developed pottery, but were, in various ways across different sites, beginning to experiment with new forms of social organization, architecture, and eventually agriculture. It is worth being precise about what this original dating work actually established with confidence, as opposed to what got absorbed into popular retellings over the following decades, because the gap between those two things is exactly where a great deal of confusion about this site's chronology has quietly taken root over the years. The initial radiocarbon results provided a genuinely solid case that construction activity at the site's earliest enclosures fell within a specific broad window, generally understood as centering somewhere in the 10th millennium before the Common Era, translating to a site age, in the popular framing that would eventually take hold, of roughly 11,500 to 12,000 years. What the original evidence supported less firmly, given the constraints already described, was the kind of fine-grained internal sequencing that the later Bayesian recalibration work, discussed earlier in this story, would eventually provide. Schmidt's team could say with real confidence that this site was old, older than almost anything comparable known at the time, and old enough to predate the conventional archaeological markers for settled agriculture in the region. They could say with somewhat less precision exactly how the various enclosures related to one another in time, or exactly how tight the earliest possible construction date could be pinned down. This gap between broad confidence and fine precision did not stop the original number from calcifying into something closer to an unquestioned fact as it circulated outward from the specialist literature into documentaries, popular books, and eventually the wider cultural conversation about ancient history. This is a common pattern in how scientific findings travel, and it is worth naming plainly rather than treating it as some unique failure specific to this site. A careful, appropriately hedged claim in an academic paper, complete with stated margins of uncertainty and explicit caveats about sample limitations, tends to lose those qualifications as it gets summarized, re-summarized, and eventually condensed into a single confident sentence for a general audience. By the time most people encountered the claim that Göbekli Tepe was roughly 12,000 years old, the careful uncertainty that Schmidt's team had themselves built into their original publications had largely fallen away, leaving behind a number that sounded far more settled than the underlying evidence, on its own terms, actually was. This pattern is worth watching for beyond this single site as well, since it shapes how nearly every major archaeological chronology eventually reaches a general audience. A specialist publication might state a date as a range spanning several centuries, attached to a stated confidence interval and a list of caveats about sample provenance. A popular article summarizing that publication might compress the range into its midpoint, dropping the confidence interval entirely. A documentary summarizing the article might drop the caveats altogether, presenting the midpoint as an unqualified fact. And a casual conversation repeating something remembered from the documentary might round that figure further still into a tidy, memorable number, detached almost entirely from the careful, hedged science it originally came from. Each individual step in that chain feels like a reasonable simplification. The cumulative effect across several steps is a claim that sounds far more certain than anything the original researchers ever actually asserted. The specific laboratories involved in this early work are worth naming, because they anchor this story in real institutions rather than an abstract account of unnamed scientists. Much of the early radiocarbon analysis for the site was carried out through German laboratories with established expertise in archaeological dating, consistent with the broader institutional backing the excavation received from its earliest seasons onward. This was not an underfunded, improvised operation working with borrowed equipment. It was a serious excavation backed by serious institutions, working within the genuine technical limitations of the era rather than any lack of resources or expertise. The limitations discussed throughout this part of the story are limitations of 1990s radiocarbon technology and of the specific material this site happened to offer up, not limitations of the people doing the work. It helps to look at how this process actually played out across specific parts of the site, rather than treating the early dating campaign as a single, undifferentiated effort, since the confidence attached to different enclosures was never uniform even within Schmidt's own original publications. Enclosure C and Enclosure B, among the earlier structures uncovered, presented excavators with different quantities and qualities of datable material, and the resulting confidence in their respective chronologies reflected that unevenness honestly. Some contexts yielded charcoal in quantities sufficient for reasonably confident dating even under 1990s constraints. Others offered comparatively little, forcing researchers to lean more heavily on stratigraphic reasoning and comparison with better dated contexts nearby, extending confident dates from richer contexts into poorer ones through careful, defensible inference rather than direct measurement, a method that carries its own honest limitations, but is nonetheless a standard and well-accepted part of how archaeological chronology gets built when the physical evidence is uneven across a site. This unevenness across the site is part of why later researchers, working decades afterward with more sensitive equipment capable of extracting usable results from smaller samples, were able to add meaningfully to the picture without having to overturn what Schmidt's team had already established. It is also useful to place this dating effort alongside comparable projects happening elsewhere in the region during the same period, because Göbekli Tepe did not emerge in a vacuum, chronologically speaking. Other pre-pottery Neolithic sites in southeastern Anatolia and the wider Fertile Crescent, including sites such as Nevelachori, excavated somewhat earlier and eventually submerged beneath a reservoir before further work could be completed, had already begun to establish a rough regional chronology for this general period, complete with their own radiocarbon evidence and their own comparable dating challenges. Schmidt's team was not dating Göbekli Tepe in isolation. They were placing it within an existing, if still developing, regional framework, checking their results against what nearby, roughly contemporary sites had already suggested about the broader timeline of this transitional period in human prehistory. The fact that Göbekli Tepe's earliest dates fit coherently within that wider regional pattern, rather than standing as a wild outlier disconnected from everything else known about the period, gave the original chronology an additional layer of credibility beyond the radiocarbon results considered entirely on their own. That regional consistency matters more than it might first appear, because it is one of the strongest arguments against any claim that the site's age has been dramatically miscalculated in either direction. A date that fit awkwardly against everything else known about the surrounding archaeological landscape would invite immediate scrutiny and skepticism from specialists working on neighboring sites. A date that fits coherently within an already developing regional chronology, corroborated by independent excavations working with their own separate samples and their own separate laboratories, carries a kind of cross-validated confidence that no single site's evidence, considered in isolation, could ever provide on its own. This is part of why extreme alternative claims about the site's age, the kind that place it many thousands of years earlier than either the original or the recalibrated chronology allow, struggle to gain traction among specialists. It is not simply that such claims lack their own supporting radiocarbon evidence. It is that accepting them would require explaining why this one site sits so far outside the coherent, cross-checked regional pattern that every other comparable excavation in the area has consistently supported, and no such explanation has yet been offered that survives serious scrutiny. None of this is a criticism of Schmidt or his original team. If anything, it is closer to the opposite. Working with the tools, the budget, and the sample material actually available to them in the 1990s, they built a chronology that held up remarkably well for a quarter of a century, revised eventually not because it was fundamentally wrong, but because better instruments and more sophisticated statistical methods became available to sharpen it further. That is precisely how good science is supposed to work over time. And the fact that the original chronology needed refinement rather than wholesale rejection is itself a testament to how carefully that first dating campaign was actually conducted, given everything working against it. There is one more piece of this early chapter worth including, because it speaks directly to the kind of intellectual caution that gets lost in more sensationalized retellings of this site's story. Schmidt himself, across his published work and public statements throughout his years leading the excavation, was consistently careful to frame the site's significance in terms of what the evidence could support, resisting the temptation to overstate claims about the site's meaning or its maker's capabilities beyond what the archaeological record could defend. He described the site as challenging existing assumptions about the relationship between settled life and monumental construction. A genuinely significant claim, without extending that challenge into the kind of speculative territory that would eventually attach itself to the site through less careful popular accounts. That same instinct toward appropriate caution, applied to age as much as to interpretation, is exactly what the newer recalibration work, discussed earlier in this story, has continued and extended, using better tools to ask the same careful questions Schmidt's original team was already asking, with the resources they actually had. It is worth remembering, too, that Schmidt spent nearly 2 decades returning to this hillside season after season, watching the picture grow more complicated with each new trench, rather than settling into the simpler narrative a shorter excavation might have produced. That long, patient relationship with the site shows up in how carefully his team handled the dating question specifically. Rather than announcing a single triumphant number early on and moving forward from there, the published record from those years shows a chronology that was repeatedly revisited, checked against new samples as they became available, and presented with consistent, explicit acknowledgement of its own limitations. The 25-year stability of the resulting number reflects that care. It held not because nobody looked closely enough to challenge it, but because it was built carefully enough, the first time, to withstand a quarter-century of scrutiny before a genuinely better method came along to refine it further. That original chronology, built carefully under real constraints and held for 25 years as the field's best available answer, is the foundation everything discussed so far in this episode has been built on top of. It is not a chronology to be dismissed, corrected away, or treated as a naive first draft, superseded by something more sophisticated. It is the patient, careful groundwork, without which the later recalibration effort would have had nothing to reanalyze in the first place, and it deserves to be remembered on those terms as an honest and hard-won answer, rather than a placeholder waiting to be replaced. What comes next is a closer look at the specific enclosure that has carried more of that dating burden than any other part of the site, and the evidence, old and new together, that anchors its place at the very beginning of this long and layered story. It is worth carrying one final thought forward into that next stage of the story. Every chronology discussed across this episode so far, the original 1990s dates and the recalibrated figures built on top of them, rests on the same basic foundation. Real samples, recovered under real field conditions, tested by real laboratories working within the genuine limits of their era, and interpreted by researchers doing their honest best with imperfect, incomplete evidence. That foundation is not a weakness to apologize for. It is simply what serious archaeological science actually looks like. Season after season, decade after decade, patiently narrowing a wide range of possibility down towards something closer to a confident, defensible answer, without ever quite arriving at perfect, unrevisable certainty. Imagine standing inside a ring of limestone pillars, 2 of them taller than the rest, positioned at the center facing one another across an open space, their surfaces carved with arms, hands, belts, and a scatter of animal reliefs that seem to have been added and revised over time rather than completed in a single sitting. Some crisp and freshly cut, others softened and reworked in ways that suggest a hand returning to the stone long after the first carver had finished and moved on. This is Enclosure D, generally regarded as the largest and, by most current reckonings, the earliest of the major structures uncovered at Göbekli Tepe so far. If any single piece of ground at this site carries the weight of the whole chronology, it is this one. The dates attached to Enclosure D are, more than any other single figure, what the popular claim of an 11,600-year-old monument actually rests on, and understanding exactly how uncertain and how carefully argued that specific dating remains is essential to holding the site's age with the right degree of confidence. Enclosure D sits at the deepest and therefore stratigraphically earliest level of the major excavated structures, a relationship established through careful physical observation of how its walls and fill relate to the layers above it, independent of any radiocarbon evidence. This relative position is about as secure as archaeological reasoning gets. Nobody seriously disputes that Enclosure D predates the smaller, later Layer 2 structures built above and around it. Excavators can trace with the naked eye and without a single laboratory measurement how later builders cut into and around the earlier structure, respecting its position, while constructing something new nearby, a physical record of sequence written directly into the soil that no amount of radiocarbon uncertainty can meaningfully call into question. What remains genuinely contested in the more careful specialist literature rather than the popular retellings is exactly how far back in absolute calendar years that relative priority actually translates, and how confidently a single earliest possible date can be assigned to it. The organic samples recovered from Enclosure D and its immediate surroundings present a case study in exactly the kind of interpretive difficulty discussed earlier in this story. One that rewards patience far more than it rewards a quick, confident headline. Some of the earliest usable material came from fill layers packed around and beneath the enclosure's foundational elements, deposited, most likely, in the course of construction itself, which makes them reasonably strong candidates for dating the actual building event, rather than some later phase of use or closure. Other samples came from contexts higher up, closer to the enclosure's use surface or mixed into the material that eventually filled the space when it was closed off, which speaks more directly to how long the enclosure remained in active use, or to the process of its eventual burial, rather than to the moment its pillars were first raised. This is precisely the kind of ambiguity that makes Enclosure D simultaneously the most important and the most difficult single piece of evidence in the entire chronology, because it anchors the earliest end of the site's known history. Any uncertainty in its dating propagates outward into every headline claim built on top of it. A slightly earlier or slightly later date for Enclosure D does not simply shift one small detail. It shifts the entire framing of how far this site's earliest activity precedes the conventional archaeological markers for settled agriculture, which is the single claim responsible for most of the site's broader significance in the first place. If the true earliest date sits several centuries later than currently modelled, the gap between monumental construction and settled farming narrows accordingly, and the site's challenge to conventional assumptions about the order of civilizational development becomes correspondingly less dramatic. If the true earliest date sits several centuries earlier still, that gap widens, and the challenge becomes correspondingly sharper. Either way, the specific claim resting on Enclosure D's dating is doing an enormous amount of interpretive work relative to the actual size and quality of the evidence available to support it. The 2021 recalibration work discussed earlier in this story paid particular attention to exactly this problem, applying the Bayesian stratigraphic modeling described previously to weigh the competing samples from Enclosure D against one another with more rigor than the original 1990s campaign had the statistical tools to manage. Rather than treating each sample as an isolated data point competing for attention, The newer modelling incorporated the known stratigraphic relationships between samples, using the securely established physical layering to constrain which calendar ranges were actually plausible, narrowing the range of defensible interpretations considerably compared to what the original evidence taken on its own could support. In practical terms, this meant that a sample recovered from a context known to sit beneath another, already dated context could have its own plausible calendar range constrained accordingly, since it necessarily had to predate whatever came above it, regardless of what its raw radiocarbon measurement, considered entirely in isolation, might otherwise have suggested. That kind of cross-constraint, applied systematically across dozens of interrelated samples throughout the enclosure, is where a meaningful amount of the added precision in the recalibrated chronology actually comes from, rather than from any single dramatic new sample overturning the previous picture on its own. A distinction worth holding onto whenever a headline attributes a chronological shift to one spectacular new finding rather than the slower, cumulative process that usually actually produces it. The result, as discussed earlier, tended to support dates at the earlier end of the previously accepted range, in some readings pushing slightly beyond it, which is exactly the kind of refinement a better statistical method applied to genuinely difficult, ambiguous evidence is supposed to produce. It is worth being honest, though, about what this refinement did and did not resolve. Even with the improved modelling, Enclosure D's earliest secure date carries a wider margin of uncertainty than dates attached to some of the site's later, better sampled contexts, simply because the earliest phase of any long-used site tends to be the phase with the fewest surviving samples, buried deepest, most disturbed by everything built and rebuilt above it across the following centuries, and hardest to isolate cleanly from everything that came afterward. This is not a special weakness specific to Göbekli Tepe. It is close to a universal pattern in archaeological dating. The oldest layer at any long-occupied site is almost always the hardest layer to date with precision, for the simple reason that it has had the longest time and the most subsequent activity stacked on top of it, in which to become disturbed, mixed, or thinned out, regardless of how skilled or well-equipped the excavation team happens to be. There is a separate line of evidence worth introducing here, distinct from radiocarbon dating entirely, that adds useful texture to the picture of Enclosure D's long history, even though it cannot on its own supply a calendar date. Close study of the carved surfaces on several of Enclosure D's pillars has revealed evidence of recutting, instances where an earlier relief appears to have been partially removed or reworked, with a later carving added over or alongside what came before. This kind of evidence tells archaeologists something valuable about the enclosure's use over time, that it was not simply built once and left untouched, but returned to, reinterpreted and physically modified by people working generations after the original carvings were made. It cannot by itself be converted into a specific number of years, since there is no reliable way to radiocarbon date a change made directly to stone. But it corroborates, independently of any laboratory measurement, the broader picture already suggested by the radiocarbon evidence, that Enclosure D was a site of extended, evolving use, rather than a single completed project frozen at one moment. Comparing Enclosure D against its near neighbour, Enclosure C, sharpens this picture further. Enclosure C sits at a broadly similar stratigraphic depth, suggesting a roughly comparable period of initial construction, but the dating evidence recovered from it has, across both the original campaigns and the more recent recalibration work, shown somewhat more internal variability than Enclosure D's. Some samples from Enclosure C's fill layers point toward dates closely matching Enclosure D's earliest phase. Others, recovered from contexts higher in the same structure, point toward dates considerably later. consistent with a long period of continued use and modification stretching well beyond whatever moment the enclosure was first raised. This kind of internal spread within a single enclosure is not a sign of sloppy excavation or unreliable dating. It is exactly what you would expect to find at a structure that remained meaningfully in use across an extended stretch of time, with each successive generation of visitors leaving behind their own trace of organic material for a later researcher to eventually recover and test. Taken together, the two enclosures tell a broadly consistent story: an early phase of major construction followed by an extended period of ongoing activity, even though the specific evidence anchoring that story differs somewhat between the two structures, which is exactly the kind of internal consistency across independently excavated contexts that gives archaeologists confidence in a chronology, even when no single piece of evidence within it is perfectly clean on its own. It helps, too, to sit with an analogy for what the oldest layer problem actually feels like from the perspective of the people doing the excavation. Imagine trying to determine the founding date of an old family home by examining only what remains of its foundation, after generations of renovation, additions, and repair have left the original foundation stones partially buried, partially disturbed by later construction, and only fragmentarily accessible beneath everything built on top of them since. You could still learn a great deal comparing construction techniques, cross-referencing whatever original records survive, dating whatever original material remains reachable and undisturbed. But you would rightly hold your conclusion about the founding date somewhat more loosely than your conclusion about, say, when the most recent addition was built, because the most recent addition sits undisturbed, close to the surface, easy to sample directly, while the foundation has spent the longest time buried beneath everything that came after it. That is essentially the situation archaeologists face with Enclosure D, scaled up across a span of centuries rather than decades, and it is worth holding on to that image as a way of understanding why the earliest phase of any long-used site carries more inherent dating uncertainty than the phases that came later, regardless of how careful or well-resourced the excavation team happens to be. There is a further wrinkle worth naming honestly, because it is exactly the kind of detail that responsible science communication should not paper over. A small number of researchers working outside the primary excavation team have raised the possibility that Enclosure D's true construction date could sit somewhat earlier still than even the recalibrated chronology comfortably supports, based on alternative readings of a handful of contested samples, arguing that specific stratigraphic assignments made by the original excavation team deserve reconsideration in light of newer comparative material from elsewhere in the region. This is not a fringe claim in the sense of being disconnected from serious archaeological method. It is a genuine, ongoing scholarly disagreement about how much weight certain specific samples deserve, conducted through the normal channels of academic publication and peer response, and it remains, as of the most recent literature, unresolved rather than settled in either direction. Presenting the current recalibrated date as though it forecloses this kind of ongoing scholarly conversation would itself be a form of overclaiming. The same kind of overclaiming this episode has tried to avoid at every step in either direction, whether that means overstating how settled the current figure is, or overstating how much the contested alternative readings actually change the broader picture. It is worth pausing on why Enclosure D, specifically, ended up carrying so much weight in how this site gets described to the public, rather than some other part of the excavation, since that concentration of attention is itself a choice worth examining rather than taking for granted. Part of the answer is straightforwardly practical. It is the largest, most visually striking and most thoroughly excavated of the major enclosures, home to the two tallest central pillars at the site and the greatest concentration of detailed carved reliefs, which makes it the natural centerpiece for photographs, documentaries, and museum displays. But there is also a more substantive reason, tied directly to the dating question this episode has been building toward, and worth stating plainly rather than leaving implicit. Because Enclosure D sits at the deepest stratigraphic level among the major structures, its dating evidence, however uncertain in absolute terms, represents the closest thing available to a date for the very beginning of monumental construction at this site. Every claim about Göbekli Tepe predating settled agriculture by some specific margin ultimately traces back to Enclosure D's chronology, which is exactly why the uncertainty attached to it deserves more careful treatment than it typically receives in popular accounts that simply state a single confident number and move on, treating a genuinely difficult, still developing chronology as though it were as settled as the date on a coin. This concentration of significance onto a single structure's dating evidence is worth treating as a kind of cautionary example in its own right, one that applies well beyond this particular site, and well beyond archaeology generally, to any field where a broad public claim ends up resting on a narrower evidentiary base than the confidence of its retelling would suggest. Whenever a broader historical claim rests heavily on the chronology of one specific context, a single tomb, a single layer, a single enclosure, the uncertainty attached to that one piece of evidence deserves to be treated with proportionally greater care than uncertainty attached to claims resting on a broader, more redundant body of evidence. Enclosure D's dating is well supported, cross-checked, and consistent with the broader regional picture, but it is still, in an important sense, doing an outsized share of the interpretive work for the entire site's headline significance. And that concentration of weight is exactly the kind of thing a careful account of this chronology should make visible rather than quietly assuming away. What can be said with real confidence, gathering together everything discussed across this episode so far, is this. Enclosure D represents the earliest securely stratified major construction at Göbekli Tepe currently known, its dating anchored by multiple independent samples cross-checked through Bayesian stratigraphic modelling, consistent with the broader regional chronology established by comparable sites, and supportive of an age at or near the upper end of the widely cited 11.5 to 12,000 year range. That is a genuinely well-supported claim, built from decades of careful, cumulative work by multiple research teams using progressively better tools, cross-checked against independent evidence from neighbouring sites, and refined rather than overturned by the newest statistical methods available. It falls short of the kind of absolute, unrevisable certainty that popular retellings sometimes imply, and it should be held with exactly the degree of confidence the evidence actually earns. No more and no less, which is itself a genuinely difficult discipline to maintain when the underlying story is this compelling. That framing carries forward directly into the next stage of this story, because Enclosure D was never the whole site, and the picture that emerges once you widen the lens to include the fuller stratigraphic sequence, the layers built above and around it across the centuries that followed, adds context that no single enclosure's dating evidence could ever provide entirely on its own. It is also worth noting, before leaving Enclosure D behind for now, that the excavation of this specific structure is not fully complete, and that ongoing fieldwork continues to have the potential to add new samples to a dataset that, as this episode has spent considerable time explaining, remains genuinely thin at its earliest end. Substantial portions of the site as a whole, and even areas immediately surrounding the major excavated enclosures, remain unexcavated, either deliberately left undisturbed for future research using techniques not yet available, or simply not yet reached, given the scale of the site and the resources available to work through it carefully. Every season of continued fieldwork carries the possibility of recovering additional organic material from securely stratified contexts within or beneath Enclosure D itself, material that could, in principle, either reinforce the current recalibrated chronology or shift it further in either direction, as the evidentiary base underlying this single crucial structure continues, slowly and carefully, to grow. A reminder that even a chronology this carefully built remains, in the fullest sense, a living and ongoing piece of research, rather than a finished conclusion filed away and forgotten. Imagine watching a city change over the course of 1,000 years, not through any single dramatic event, but through the slow accumulation of small decisions, a grand public building falling gradually out of fashion, its function absorbed piecemeal by smaller, more modest structures scattered across the same ground, until eventually nobody quite remembers why the original building was ever built the way it was, or what specifically made its scale seem necessary to the generation that first raised it. That kind of gradual transformation, unglamorous and difficult to pin to any single moment, is close to what the archaeological record suggests happened at Göbekli Tepe, between its earliest, largest phase of construction and the smaller, later structures that eventually rose above and around it. Archaeologists describe this transition using a layering system, Layer 3 giving way to Layer 2, and understanding what actually changed across that transition, and roughly when, adds a dimension to this site's chronology that the headline age figure, taken entirely on its own, cannot capture at all. Layer 3 is the deeper, earlier phase, home to the large circular and oval enclosures that made this site famous, Enclosure D among them, built around massive, elaborately carved T-shaped pillars arranged in careful, deliberate rings, each one requiring the coordinated effort of many people simply to quarry, transport, and raise into position. These structures share a broadly consistent architectural approach, substantial scale, significant labor investment, and pillars carved with the kind of detailed relief work that has made this site a subject of fascination well beyond specialist archaeological circles, drawing visitors and researchers alike from across the world. Layer 2, by contrast, consists of smaller, generally rectangular structures, still containing T-shaped pillars in some cases, but noticeably reduced in scale in the amount of labor their construction would have required, and in the elaborateness of their carved decoration, a shift visible enough that it shapes almost every visitor's impression of the site's later phases. Something changed, in other words, in how the people using this hillside chose to build, and the scale of that change is significant enough that early researchers initially wondered whether it reflected a change in the population using the site, a different group entirely arriving to reuse an already sacred hillside, rather than a continuous tradition evolving gradually over time in the hands of the same broad community and its descendants. The current archaeological consensus, built up across decades of careful comparative work, leans toward continuity rather than replacement, while acknowledging that the evidence for this conclusion is not as airtight as researchers might prefer, and that reasonable specialists continue to debate exactly how much weight the available evidence can bear on this specific question. Similarities in iconography, in construction technique, and in the general character of the site's use across both layers suggest an ongoing tradition rather than an abrupt cultural rupture, even as the scale and ambition of individual construction projects declined markedly across the transition. This matters for how the transition gets dated, because dating a gradual, continuous shift is a fundamentally different challenge than dating an abrupt, single-event transition. There is no single moment marking when Layer 3 ended and Layer 2 began. Instead, there is likely to have been an extended period of overlap, during which older, established enclosures remained in at least partial use, while newer, smaller structures were simultaneously being built nearby, the two architectural traditions coexisting for some stretch of time before the older style eventually faded from active practice. Radiocarbon evidence bearing on this transition comes from samples recovered across both layers, painstakingly extracted across dozens of individual contexts over multiple excavation seasons, and the overall picture that emerges, while still subject to the same uncertainties discussed throughout this episode, generally supports a transition occurring somewhere in the centuries following the establishment of the earliest Layer 3 enclosures, likely unfolding gradually across a period that current evidence cannot pin down, with the same precision available for the earliest secure dates, anchoring Enclosure D. Some specific Layer 2 contexts have produced dates that push meaningfully later than the core Layer 3 material, supporting a picture of genuinely long-term continuous use of this hillside, potentially spanning well over 1,000 years from the earliest secure construction through to the final phases of activity before the site was ultimately closed off entirely. To put a rough figure to this, if the earliest Layer 3 activity centers somewhere near the 11,500 to 12,000 year mark discussed earlier in this episode, and the latest securely dated Layer 2 contexts fall somewhere in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 years. After that, the total span of meaningful human engagement with this hillside stretches across a period comparable to, or in some readings longer than, the entire span separating the founding of ancient Sumerian civilization from the present day. A genuinely difficult scale of time to hold in mind without some concrete point of comparison to anchor it against. What makes this transition particularly interesting from the standpoint of a chronology-focused account like this one is what it suggests about the broader trajectory of the site's significance to the people using it, considered purely through the lens of construction investment rather than interpretation or meaning. A shift from large, resource-intensive communal projects towards smaller, more modest structures could reflect any number of underlying social changes: a declining population using the site, a shift toward more decentralized or individualized ritual practice, changing economic circumstances affecting how much collective labor a community could mobilize for construction, or simply an evolving aesthetic and architectural tradition that no longer required the same scale of investment to achieve its purpose. The dating evidence alone cannot adjudicate between these possibilities, and this episode has no intention of pretending otherwise by favoring one interpretation over the others without the evidence to support that choice. What the dating evidence can do is establish with reasonable confidence that the shift happened gradually rather than suddenly, and that it unfolded across a span of centuries substantial enough to represent genuine long-term change rather than a short-lived deviation from an otherwise stable pattern of practice. This gradual character carries a direct implication for how the site's overall age should be understood, tying back to the framing established earlier in this episode. If the transition from Layer 3 to Layer 2 took centuries to unfold, and if activity continued in some form throughout and beyond that transition, then the full span of human engagement with this hillside likely extends considerably beyond whatever earliest date anchors Enclosure D specifically. The site's story does not end with its most famous, earliest enclosures. It continues in a diminished but still meaningful form across a period that current evidence suggests may rival or exceed the length of time, separating those same earliest enclosures from the present day. A claim worth sitting with for a moment, given how genuinely difficult it is to hold that scale of time in mind without some kind of concrete comparison to anchor it, and given how thoroughly it complicates any account of this site that treats its significance as belonging to a single dramatic founding moment, rather than an extended, evolving tradition carried forward by many successive generations. There is also a methodological point worth drawing out of this transition, one that connects back to the broader theme running through this entire episode. The difficulty of dating a gradual transition precisely is, in miniature, the same difficulty that runs through every part of this site's chronology. The physical evidence resists being reduced to a single, clean number. And the honest response to that resistance is not to force a false precision onto the evidence, but to describe, as clearly as the evidence allows, the shape of the uncertainty itself. A transition that unfolded gradually over an uncertain but substantial span of centuries is not a failure of the dating method. It is simply what the evidence actually shows. Once you resist the temptation to compress a genuinely complicated, extended process into something simpler and more dramatic than the underlying reality it is meant to describe. A single tidy date for when Layer 3 became Layer 2 would be easier to remember and easier to repeat in a documentary voiceover, but it would also be a fabrication, imposing a false sharpness onto a boundary that the physical evidence itself refuses to draw so cleanly. It is worth being specific about what actually changes in the carved iconography across this transition, since it is one of the stronger pieces of evidence supporting continuity rather than replacement, and one that any careful account of this site's history owes its listeners in concrete rather than vague terms. The T-shaped pillar form itself persists across both layers, a strong argument against the idea of a wholesale population change, since such a distinctive and specific architectural element would be an unusual thing for an entirely unrelated group to simply adopt wholesale from their predecessors without also inheriting some deeper connection to the tradition that produced it in the first place. The animal motifs carved onto Layer 2 pillars, while generally less elaborate and less numerous than those found on the great Layer 3 pillars of Enclosure D and its neighbours, draw from a broadly similar repertoire: foxes, snakes, birds and other creatures that also appear on the earlier, larger structures, rendered with less overall detail, but recognisably continuous with the same underlying visual tradition. This kind of shared visual vocabulary, persisting across a transition that otherwise involves a significant reduction in architectural scale, supports the interpretation that whatever tradition of belief or practice the earliest pillars were expressing did not disappear with the site's shift towards smaller construction. It simply continued, expressed through a different, more modest architectural form, carried forward by people who still understood and valued the same basic symbolic language their predecessors had used, even as the scale of what they were willing or able to build in service of that language declined considerably across the generations separating the two layers. A useful comparison, again reaching outside this specific site for a moment, comes from the broader archaeological pattern of monumental construction declining over time across many different ancient cultures, for many different underlying reasons, entirely specific to each individual case. Consider how the scale of temple construction across various ancient traditions has often followed a similar arc: an initial period of ambitious, resource-intensive building, often associated with a period of population growth, political consolidation, or religious innovation, followed by a longer period of smaller-scale maintenance and modest new construction as the initial burst of ambition gives way to a more sustainable, lower investment pattern of ongoing practice sustained across many subsequent generations. This is not a universal law of how monumental architecture behaves everywhere, and it should not be applied to Göbekli Tepe as though it explains the site definitively. But it does provide a useful frame for understanding why a transition from large to small construction need not imply cultural collapse or population replacement. It can simply reflect the natural trajectory of an ambitious building tradition, settling into a more modest, sustainable long-term pattern. The initial burst of a new kind of collective project eventually giving way to quieter, ongoing continuation. The overlap period between the two layers deserves particular attention because it is exactly the kind of detail that gets lost when a site's history gets compressed into a simple two-phase story, early and late, as though the transition itself happened instantaneously on a single memorable date that a documentary could confidently announce. Some of the large Layer 3 enclosures likely remained physically accessible and quite possibly still meaningful to the people using the site, even as construction of the smaller Layer 2 structures was already underway nearby, standing as older, still respected monuments alongside newer, more modest projects being raised in their shadow, a pattern of coexistence rather than sequential replacement that the physical stratigraphy in several excavated contexts appears to support. This means the transition was not a case of one architectural tradition ending and being replaced by another in sequence, but rather a period of genuine coexistence, old and new, standing alongside each other for some span of time. The community using this hillside simultaneously maintaining a connection to its earlier, larger monuments while also investing in a new, more modest kind of construction. Each generation inheriting both the older enclosures and the ongoing responsibility of deciding what, if anything, still needed to be built beside them. That picture of overlap and continuity, rather than replacement, is a more complicated story than a simple before and after framing would suggest. And it is a more accurate one, as best current evidence can establish it, even though it resists the kind of clean narrative arc. A shorter, less careful retelling of this site's history would probably prefer. It is worth pausing too on how difficult this kind of gradual transition actually is to capture using radiocarbon evidence alone, circling back to the core methodological theme running through this entire episode. A sudden, catastrophic event, a fire, a collapse, an abandonment triggered by some identifiable single cause, tends to leave behind a relatively clean, datable signature in the archaeological record. A single layer of destruction debris that can be sampled and dated with comparatively high confidence, the kind of clear boundary a chronology can anchor itself to with real precision. A slow, generational transition, unfolding gradually across many decades or centuries without any single decisive break, leaves behind a far messier, more ambiguous signature, one that resists being reduced to any single confident date, spread thin across dozens of overlapping contexts, rather than concentrated in one clearly datable event. The fact that researchers can say with reasonable confidence that this transition was gradual, rather than sudden, is itself a meaningful finding, even though it comes without the kind of clean, headline-ready number that a more abrupt transition would have provided. And even though that absence of a tidy number makes the finding considerably harder to communicate to a general audience than a simpler, more dramatic story would have been, there is a further layer to this story worth including, tied to the practical question of who was actually available to do this building, since construction scale is ultimately a proxy for labour investment. And labour investment is ultimately a proxy for how many people a community could mobilise and for how long. The large Layer 3 enclosures with their multi-ton pillars quarried, transported and raised into position imply a capacity to organise substantial cooperative labour. Whether that labour came from a large resident population, a smaller population supplemented by visitors gathering periodically from a wider surrounding region, or some combination of both possibilities working together. The smaller Layer 2 structures imply a correspondingly smaller labour investment, though not a negligible one, still requiring meaningful cooperative effort even at reduced scale. Archaeologists continue to debate exactly how to interpret this shift, in terms of population size and social organization, and the radiocarbon chronology on its own cannot settle that debate, since a shrinking construction footprint could plausibly result from several very different underlying social realities that leave broadly similar traces in the stratigraphic record. What the chronology can do is establish the time frame within which this shift occurred, providing the scaffolding within which questions about population and social organization can be productively investigated using other kinds of evidence entirely, from analysis of animal bone assemblages recovered from feasting deposits to the broader settlement pattern across the surrounding region during the same centuries. Evidence that lies outside the scope of a chronology-focused account like this one. But that depends in every case on the timeline this episode has been carefully building. None of this changes the basic chronological picture established across the earlier parts of this episode. The earliest secure date remains anchored to Enclosure D and its immediate Layer 3 context, exactly as established and defended in the previous part of this story. What this transition adds is a fuller understanding of what happened after that earliest date, extending the site's meaningful history considerably beyond its most famous opening chapter, into a longer, quieter, and in some ways more remarkable story of sustained, evolving practice across a span of time that dwarfs the length of most historical civilizations that would eventually follow it. That extended, gradual timeline stretching from the earliest secure construction through the transition into smaller, later structures sets up the next question this episode needs to address directly. What happened at the very end of that timeline, when the enclosures across both layers were eventually filled in and closed off, and what the evidence can and cannot tell us about when and how that final chapter of the site's active use actually came to a close. Imagine kneeling beside a trench wall, running a hand along a cross-section of soil that took centuries to accumulate, layer upon layer visible in cross-section, like the pages of a book nobody has fully learned to read, and being asked to explain not when a structure was built, but when someone, generations later, made the deliberate decision to fill it with rubble and bury it beneath the surface. This is genuinely different from anything discussed so far in this episode, and it deserves its own careful treatment, both because the burial of these enclosures is one of the most striking and widely discussed features of this entire site, and because the dating evidence surrounding it has, in less careful retellings, been repeatedly confused with the dating evidence for construction, producing exactly the kind of overclaiming this episode has tried to avoid throughout. The basic fact is not in serious dispute. At some point, or more likely at several points spread across an extended stretch of time, the enclosures at Göbekli Tepe were deliberately filled with a mixture of rubble, sediment, and cultural debris, a process substantial enough that it preserved these structures remarkably well, protecting the carved pillars from millennia of weathering and disturbance that would otherwise have degraded them considerably, and arguably explaining why so much of the site's carved detail survives in the condition it does today, in contrast to comparable monuments left exposed to open air across the same intervening millennia. This fact alone, that the site was buried rather than simply abandoned and left to decay in the open, has generated a great deal of speculation about motive, some of it well grounded in the archaeological evidence, and some of it considerably less so. That speculation about why the site was buried deserves its own careful treatment elsewhere, well beyond the scope of what a chronology-focused episode like this one can responsibly cover in passing. What this part of the episode is concerned with is a narrower and, in some ways, more tractable question. Not why, but when and how confidently that timing can actually be established given the evidence currently available. The material used to fill these enclosures was not simply local topsoil accumulating naturally through wind and erosion over time. which would produce a very different kind of stratigraphic signature than what excavators have actually found across dozens of separately examined fill contexts. Instead, the fill contains a rich mixture of cultural material, animal bone, worked stone tools, and organic debris, consistent with deliberate human deposition rather than passive natural accumulation, the kind of material assemblage that only makes sense as the product of people actively carrying material to a location and placing it there with some evident purpose in mind. This distinction matters enormously for dating purposes because it means the fill itself is not simply an inert barrier that happened to end up covering the enclosures. It is, in its own right, a dated archaeological context, containing material that can, in principle, be tested using the same radiocarbon methods discussed throughout this episode, yielding information about when that specific act of deposition occurred, distinct from whatever information the underlying construction layers can provide about the enclosure's original building date, and distinct again from whatever a use surface sample might reveal about the intervening period of active occupation. This is where the burial question connects directly back to the core distinction established earlier in this episode between construction, use, and closure, as three separate datable moments rather than a single collapsed event, a distinction that turns out to matter as much here as it did when discussing Enclosure D's own chronology. Samples recovered from within the fill material itself, as opposed to samples recovered from construction contexts beneath the enclosure floors, or from use surfaces associated with active occupation, speak specifically to the burial event, or more precisely, to the period during which that particular layer of fill was deposited, a genuinely different question from either of the other two moments already discussed at length. Because the burial process appears, based on current evidence, to have unfolded gradually rather than as a single decisive act, dating the burial as though it were one discrete, uniform event, is itself something of a simplification, mirroring the same kind of collapsing instinct this episode has already cautioned against when discussing the site's overall age, and worth flagging directly rather than allowing it to pass unremarked. The evidence for a gradual rather than sudden burial process comes from several converging lines of observation, none decisive entirely on its own, but collectively persuasive when considered together. Different sections of fill within the same enclosure sometimes show variation in composition and in the character of the material they contain, consistent with deposition, happening across multiple episodes rather than in a single continuous pour of material dumped all at once. Some contexts show evidence of what appears to be intentional layering, distinct bands of material that suggest a structured, perhaps ritualized process of deposition carried out over time, rather than the kind of undifferentiated dumping that a single, rapid burial event would likely produce, leaving instead a far more homogeneous, less clearly banded profile than what excavators have actually observed at several of the site's fill contexts. This layered, structured character of the fill is itself a meaningful piece of evidence, independent of any specific radiocarbon date, suggesting that whatever motivated the decision to bury these structures was carried out with the same kind of deliberate, careful intentionality that characterized their original construction, rather than as a hurried or careless afterthought. It is worth explaining in a bit more technical detail how archaeologists actually distinguish deliberate, human-deposited fill from the kind of slow, natural sediment accumulation that happens at almost every ancient site left exposed to the elements over thousands of years, since this distinction is doing a great deal of quiet work underneath every claim made in this part of the episode. One of the more useful tools for making this distinction is a technique called soil micromorphology, which involves taking a thin, carefully preserved slice of undisturbed sediment and examining it under a microscope to study its internal structure at a scale entirely invisible to the naked eye during ordinary excavation. Natural sedimentation, wind-blown dust, and eroded material settling gradually over centuries tends to produce a fairly uniform, finely layered structure, consistent with slow, undisturbed accumulation that no human hand ever touched or shaped in any deliberate way. Deliberately dumped or packed fill, by contrast, tends to show a much more chaotic internal structure. Larger fragments mixed unevenly with finer material, sometimes with visible evidence of compaction from human feet or tools, and often containing cultural debris, worked stone, bone fragments that would have no plausible way of ending up in a purely natural sediment deposit. Applying this kind of microscopic analysis to samples from Göbekli Tepe's fill layers has provided independent, non-radiocarbon evidence supporting the conclusion that these enclosures were indeed deliberately buried rather than simply left to accumulate sediment passively over time, corroborating the broader stratigraphic picture that had already suggested deliberate deposition based on the visible composition of the fill alone, before any microscopic analysis had even been carried out. A useful point of comparison, again reaching briefly outside this specific site, comes from other archaeological traditions where deliberate structural burial or closure is a documented practice, since it helps frame what kind of behavior is actually being described here rather than treating it as some entirely unprecedented mystery unique to this one hillside, cut off from any broader pattern of human behavior. Ritual closure of structures, sometimes called killing. A building in the archaeological literature on certain other traditions appears in various forms across different ancient cultures across the world, ranging from the deliberate burning and burial of certain structures at some sites in the Balkans to formalized closing rituals, documented at various points across the ancient Near East more broadly, spanning a considerable range of time periods and cultural contexts that share little in common except the underlying impulse to close a meaningful space deliberately rather than simply walk away from it. This does not mean these traditions are directly connected to Göbekli Tepe, and this episode makes no claim of a direct historical link between them. It means that the basic behavior, the deliberate, structured closure of a meaningful built space, is not without precedent elsewhere in the archaeological record, which provides useful context for evaluating how unusual or how comprehensible this particular site's burial practice actually is, once placed alongside comparable human behavior documented elsewhere. It is worth walking through a specific case in more detail to make this discussion less abstract and more grounded in an actual excavated example rather than general principles alone. Enclosure C, introduced in an earlier part of this episode, provides a useful example of how burial dating actually plays out in practice across a real excavated context, with all the messiness and interpretive nuance that a real context inevitably carries. Fill recovered from within Enclosure C has produced radiocarbon dates spanning a meaningful range, with material from the lower portions of the fill dating closer to the enclosure's own established construction period, and material from higher portions of the fill dating measurably later, consistent with a gradual, multi-episode filling process, rather than a single event carried out all at once by one generation of builders. This internal spread within one enclosure's fill sequence is itself a valuable piece of evidence, demonstrating directly, within a single, well-documented context, the kind of extended, staggered burial process this part of the episode has been describing at the level of the whole site. It also illustrates concretely why treating the burial date as a single number, even for one individual enclosure, already involves a meaningful simplification of what the stratigraphic and radiocarbon evidence actually shows. Once you look closely enough at any single well-sampled context, to see the internal texture, the summary number necessarily flattens away. Radiocarbon dates recovered from fill contexts across the site generally point to a period considerably later than the earliest construction dates discussed in previous parts of this episode, consistent with the extended, multi-century timeline of use and gradual transformation already established across the Layer 3 to Layer 2 transition. Some fill contexts associated with the earlier, larger Layer 3 enclosures produce dates that align with the later stages of that layer's use, or with the beginning of the transition into Layer 2, suggesting that burial of at least some enclosures began while other parts of the site were still under active construction and use nearby, an overlap that mirrors the same kind of coexistence already documented in the previous part of this episode. This is a genuinely striking finding, worth sitting with directly, since it complicates the simpler, more dramatic story that a single, site-wide burial event would offer. The picture that emerges is not one of a single community reaching a collective decision at one moment to close the entire site down, but rather an extended, staggered process. Different enclosures reaching their own individual point of closure across what may have been centuries, even as other parts of the same hillside remained actively in use, occupied by people who may have had little direct memory of why an older nearby enclosure had already been sealed away beneath the ground generations before their own time. This staggered picture has a direct bearing on how any claim about why they buried it should be evaluated, even though that broader question of motive sits outside the scope of a chronology-focused account like this one and deserves a fuller, separate treatment on its own terms. Any explanation for the burial that assumes a single site-wide event, driven by one specific cause happening at one specific moment, sits awkwardly against the dating evidence currently available, which points instead toward a gradual, enclosure-by-enclosure process unfolding across an extended span of time, quite possibly stretching across multiple generations of the community using this hillside. This does not rule out the possibility that different instances of burial shared a common underlying motivation, carried forward consistently across generations, even as it was applied at different times to different specific structures, each community inheriting a practice from its predecessors and applying it, in turn, to whichever enclosure had reached the appropriate point in its own particular history. It does mean that any account of this site's burial that leans on the drama of a single decisive moment, a sudden decision made in response to some specific single event, is working with a simpler and more dramatic story than the current chronological evidence actually supports. There is a further methodological point worth making here, connecting back to the honest handling of uncertainty that has run throughout this entire episode. Dating fill material comes with its own specific interpretive challenge, distinct from the challenges already discussed around dating construction contexts, and it is worth walking through carefully rather than glossing over. Because fill material is, by definition, material that was moved from somewhere else and deliberately placed into the enclosure. A sample recovered from within, it could, in principle, be considerably older than the actual burial event itself, if the material being used to fill the space was itself drawn from an older midden or debris deposit elsewhere on the site, rather than freshly generated at the moment of burial. Archaeologists refer to this general category of problem as inherited age, and it applies to fill contexts in a way that does not apply to material generated fresh during active construction or use. This means dates from fill contexts should generally be treated as providing an earliest possible boundary for the burial event, a point after which the burial could not have occurred any earlier, rather than a precise date for the burial itself, which could, in principle, have happened considerably later than the raw radiocarbon result on its own would suggest. Responsible interpretation of this evidence requires holding that distinction clearly in mind, rather than treating every fill-derived radiocarbon date as though it directly and precisely marks the moment of closure. What emerges from all of this, gathered together, is a genuinely nuanced picture, a burial process that was deliberate, structured, and gradual, unfolding across an extended period that overlapped, at least in part, with the site's continued active use elsewhere, dated through fill material that requires careful interpretation to avoid overclaiming precision the evidence does not actually support. That picture is less immediately dramatic than a single mysterious burial event frozen at one specific moment, the kind of framing that has understandably attracted popular fascination with this site. It is, on the strength of the current evidence, considerably closer to what actually happened. There remains, it should be said plainly, a great deal that current evidence cannot resolve about this burial process, and naming those open questions honestly is part of taking the chronology seriously, rather than only reporting on the parts that have already been settled, a discipline that matters just as much here as it did in every earlier part of this episode. It remains genuinely unclear whether the staggered pattern of burial across different enclosures reflects a single continuous cultural practice, applied consistently generation after generation, as each structure reached some locally determined point of closure, or whether it instead reflects several distinct episodes of burial, separated by gaps in time and possibly even by changes in the underlying motivation, with later burials only superficially resembling earlier ones in their physical form, despite sharing a broadly similar outward appearance in the archaeological record, an appearance that could easily mislead a less careful excavator into treating genuinely distinct episodes as a single, continuous event. Distinguishing between these two possibilities would require a denser, more complete radiocarbon dataset than currently exists for many of the site's fill contexts, along with further comparative work examining whether the composition and structure of the fill itself changes meaningfully between earlier and later burial episodes, work that continues season by season as new fill contexts are excavated and sampled. This is precisely the kind of open, unresolved question that ongoing excavation seasons continue to work toward answering, one carefully sampled context at a time, and it is worth naming as an open question, rather than allowing the neater, more settled-sounding parts of this story to imply a completeness the evidence does not yet actually possess. A discipline this entire episode has tried to hold on to consistently from its opening minutes through to this point. That open question sets up the next part of this story directly. The question of whether the different enclosures across this site were built and used in a clear, established sequence, one after another, or whether construction across multiple structures happened in parallel, several enclosures rising and evolving simultaneously across the same extended stretch of time. Imagine a construction crew working on one project at a time, finishing each enclosure completely before breaking ground on the next. A tidy, linear procession of effort, moving steadily across the hillside over the centuries, one great ring of pillars rising, being used for a generation or more, and only then giving way to work, beginning on the next. Now imagine, instead, several different groups working simultaneously on different structures scattered across the same slope, each pursuing its own timeline, its own pace, its own priorities. The overall picture emerging not as a single sequence, but as an overlapping, tangled web of parallel activity. Multiple rings of pillars rising together, their builders perhaps aware of, perhaps even in direct contact with, the work happening on the neighbouring project just a short distance away across the same hillside, exchanging labour, materials, or simply encouragement across the gap between two ambitious, simultaneous undertakings. These two pictures produce radically different implications for how this site's builders were organized, how large their community likely was, and how coordinated their efforts needed to be. And distinguishing between them is one of the more genuinely difficult questions this chronology still has not fully resolved, despite the considerable amount of careful work that has already gone into trying to answer it. The question matters for reasons that go well beyond simple curiosity about construction logistics, and it is worth being explicit about why before diving further into the evidence itself. If the major enclosures at Göbekli Tepe were built one after another in a clear sequential order that would suggest a relatively small, focused labour force, capable of completing one substantial project before moving its attention to the next, consistent with a community whose available cooperative labour was limited enough that spreading effort across multiple simultaneous projects would not have been practical or sustainable. If, instead, several enclosures were under construction at the same time, that would suggest either a considerably larger available labour pool, capable of sustaining multiple substantial projects simultaneously, or a social structure organised around distinct groups, families, clans, or some other form of social unit, each responsible for its own separate construction project, pursued independently of the others, coordinating only loosely, if at all. Either possibility carries real weight for how archaeologists reconstruct the social organisation of the people who built this site, a question that sits directly adjacent to, though distinct from, the purely chronological questions this episode has focused on so far. The stratigraphic evidence discussed at length in earlier parts of this episode establishes relative depth with real confidence. Layer 3 sits beneath Layer 2, and within Layer 3 itself, Enclosure D generally sits at the deepest and therefore earliest position among the major structures currently excavated, a physical relationship visible directly in the excavated profile and independent of any single radiocarbon measurement. What this relative depth evidence cannot on its own resolve is the finer question of whether Enclosure D was substantially complete before construction began on its neighbouring structures, or whether work on Enclosure D and work on nearby enclosures like Enclosure C overlapped considerably, proceeding in parallel across some meaningful stretch of shared time. Two projects rising together rather than one giving way cleanly to the next. Radiocarbon evidence offers some help here, though less than a chronology-focused account might hope for, given the margins of uncertainty already discussed at length across this episode. Where dated samples from different enclosures produce calendar ranges that overlap significantly, once the appropriate margins of uncertainty are taken into account, this is at least consistent with parallel construction, though it does not prove it decisively, since overlapping date ranges could equally reflect sequential construction happening close enough together in time that the dating method's inherent precision cannot distinguish between the two possibilities, a limitation that has already come up repeatedly across this episode whenever the discussion has turned to fine-grained sequencing questions. Where dated samples from different enclosures produce calendar ranges that do not overlap at all, even accounting for uncertainty. This provides somewhat stronger evidence for genuinely sequential construction, since it would require the radiocarbon method to be systematically wrong in a fairly specific way for two non-overlapping ranges to actually represent contemporaneous construction, a scenario that would itself require independent explanation before being taken seriously. Applying this reasoning to the specific evidence currently available from Göbekli Tepe, the picture that emerges leans, cautiously, toward at least some meaningful overlap between the construction periods of different major enclosures, rather than a strictly sequential, one-at-a-time pattern moving neatly from one project to the next. Dated material associated with Enclosure D and dated material associated with Enclosure C, while not identical in their calendar ranges, show enough overlap, once uncertainty is properly accounted for, to make a purely sequential relationship between the two structures difficult to defend with confidence, given how much of the respective probability distributions genuinely intersect once the full margin of error is taken seriously. This does not mean the two enclosures were necessarily begun and completed on exactly the same timeline, down to the same specific years, or even the same specific decade. It means the evidence cannot currently rule out a meaningful period during which both were, in some form, under active construction or use simultaneously, which is a considerably weaker and more honest claim than a confident assertion of parallel construction would be. And it is worth being precise about exactly how much weaker that claim actually is, since the gap between cannot be ruled out and is confirmed is exactly the gap where popular retellings of this site have historically tended to overreach. There is a further complication worth naming directly, one that connects back to a theme already established across this episode: the difficulty of distinguishing construction dates from use dates from the available samples, a distinction that has already proven consequential in nearly every earlier part of this story. Even where a sample can be confidently associated with a specific enclosure, determining whether that sample dates the initial construction of that enclosure, some intermediate phase of modification or expansion, or a later period of continued use, requires exactly the kind of careful stratigraphic judgment discussed earlier in the context of Enclosure D specifically, applied here across multiple structures rather than just one. This means the question of sequential versus parallel construction cannot be answered simply by comparing the earliest available date from each enclosure against the earliest available date from its neighbours. It requires a more careful reconstruction of what each specific sample is actually dating, enclosure by enclosure, context by context, a task that ongoing excavation and analysis continues to work through rather than one that current evidence has already fully resolved, and one that will very likely take further seasons of careful, patient fieldwork before it approaches anything close to a settled answer. It is worth considering too what kind of evidence beyond radiocarbon dating might eventually help resolve this question more definitively, since it illustrates how archaeological chronology often depends on combining multiple independent lines of evidence rather than relying on any single method to carry the full interpretive weight on its own. Detailed comparison of construction techniques, quarrying methods, and even subtle stylistic variations in how pillars were carved across different enclosures could, in principle, provide additional evidence bearing on relative sequence and potential overlap. Evidence that does not depend on radiocarbon dating at all, and that could, in combination with the existing chronological evidence, help narrow down which of these two broad pictures, sequential or parallel, better reflects what actually happened on this hillside across the generations of its earliest use. Some early comparative work along these lines has already begun, though it remains far from producing a definitive answer on its own, and it is precisely the kind of slow, cumulative, multi-method investigation this episode has already described as characteristic of how this site's chronology gets built, one careful comparison at a time. There is a physical line of evidence worth introducing here, entirely separate from radiocarbon dating, that bears directly on the question of how many construction projects this community could plausibly have sustained at once. Surveys of the limestone plateau surrounding the main excavated hillside have identified quarrying areas where unfinished pillars, some still partially attached to the bedrock, remain visible today, abandoned mid-extraction for reasons that remain unclear, frozen at whatever stage of the extraction process their carvers had reached before setting their tools down and walking away for the last time. The presence of multiple unfinished pillars at different stages of extraction scattered across more than one quarrying location, is at least suggestive of ongoing, active quarrying work, happening across multiple simultaneous projects rather than a single, tightly sequenced operation moving through one pillar at a time before beginning the next. This evidence cannot be precisely dated on its own, since the quarried limestone itself carries no organic material capable of yielding a radiocarbon result, but it adds a useful piece of circumstantial support to the broader picture of overlapping, parallel construction activity that the radiocarbon evidence has already suggested, corroborating from an entirely independent direction the same general conclusion the dated organic samples had already pointed toward. It is worth pausing on the practical logistics involved in raising even a single one of these enclosures, since it puts the parallel construction question into sharper relief and makes the stakes of this discussion concrete rather than abstract. Some of the central pillars at Enclosure D weigh in the range of many tons, quarried from bedrock some distance from the enclosure itself, and transported using techniques that, in the absence of draft animals or wheeled vehicles, would have required the coordinated physical effort of dozens of people working together, using ropes, sledges, and carefully managed leverage to move each pillar into position and raise it upright, without the benefit of any of the mechanical advantages later societies would eventually develop for exactly this kind of task. Sustaining that level of coordinated labor across the multiple pillars required for even a single enclosure would already represent a substantial undertaking for any community organized around hunting and gathering, rather than settled agriculture. Sustaining that same level of effort across two or more enclosures simultaneously, if that is indeed what the evidence suggests happened, raises the bar for how large and how well organized this community's cooperative labor capacity must have been considerably higher than a strictly sequential model of construction would require. This has a direct bearing on one of the broader interpretive debates surrounding this site, discussed briefly in an earlier part of this episode. The question of whether construction on this scale required a genuinely large, possibly semi-permanent resident population, or whether it could have been accomplished by a smaller core population, supplemented periodically by visitors gathering from a wider surrounding region for specific construction seasons or ritual occasions tied to particular times of year. If parallel construction across multiple enclosures did indeed occur, the periodic gathering model would need to account for an even larger temporary influx of labor than a purely sequential model would require, since multiple simultaneous projects would need enough combined manpower to sustain them all at once, rather than concentrating available labor onto a single project at a time. One enclosure absorbing the community's full cooperative capacity before the next was even begun, season after season, generation after generation. This does not rule out the periodic gathering model, which remains a serious and widely discussed possibility in the broader literature on this site, but it does suggest that any version of that model consistent with the current chronological evidence would need to accommodate a genuinely substantial temporary population, larger than a more conservative, sequential construction picture would demand. It is worth being equally honest about the limits of what this line of reasoning can actually establish, since overreaching here would repeat exactly the kind of overclaiming this episode has tried to avoid at every turn from its opening minutes onward. The quarrying evidence, however suggestive, cannot be dated with the same rigor as the radiocarbon evidence from the enclosures themselves, and unfinished pillars abandoned at different points in the extraction process could, in principle, reflect activity spread across a much longer span of time than any single overlapping construction period, rather than genuinely simultaneous work happening within a tight window that any single generation of builders would have experienced as parallel effort. Multiple partially quarried pillars scattered across the landscape are consistent with parallel construction, but they are also consistent with a longer, more sporadic pattern of quarrying activity extended across many separate construction episodes over a much longer period, some of them sequential rather than overlapping. The evidence points suggestively in one direction without closing off the alternative entirely, which is precisely the kind of honest, appropriately hedged conclusion this episode has tried to reach consistently across every question it has taken up. There is a comparative angle worth bringing in here as well, drawing on what is known about labour organisation at other large-scale monumental construction projects from later periods in human history, where documentary or much richer archaeological evidence survives to clarify how labour was actually organised and coordinated across a project's full duration. Large-scale construction projects across a range of later ancient societies, from monumental tomb complexes to major civic architecture, frequently involved multiple simultaneous work crews assigned to different components of a broader project, coordinated through some form of central planning or organising authority capable of managing overlapping tasks, rather than insisting on strict sequential completion of one component before beginning the next. Whether anything resembling this kind of coordinated, multi-crew organisation existed among the hunter-gatherer communities responsible for Göbekli Tepe remains an open and genuinely difficult question, well beyond what chronological evidence alone can settle. But the later comparative examples at least demonstrate that parallel coordinated construction across multiple structures is a well-documented and entirely plausible mode of large-scale building organisation, not some unprecedented or implausible arrangement that this site's evidence would be straining credulity to suggest, even for a community operating many thousands of years before any of those later, better documented examples existed. What can be said with appropriate confidence gathering together the evidence discussed across this part of the episode from the radiocarbon overlap, the quarrying survey, and the comparative labour examples alike is this. The currently available radiocarbon evidence is more consistent with some degree of overlapping, parallel construction activity across multiple major enclosures than with a strictly sequential, one enclosure at a time pattern, though the evidence falls well short of confirming exactly how much overlap occurred, or how many enclosures were ever under simultaneous construction at any given point. This uncertainty is worth holding on to honestly, rather than resolving it prematurely in either direction, simply because one picture makes for a cleaner narrative than the other. The genuinely careful answer at this stage of the evidence is that the builders of Göbekli Tepe were very likely engaged in more than one major construction project at a time across at least some portion of the site's earliest history, a finding that itself carries real implications for how large and how organised the community responsible for this site's construction is likely to have been, even without resolving every remaining detail of exactly how that overlapping activity was coordinated. It is worth stepping back, briefly, to notice how this specific question, sequential versus parallel construction, connects to almost everything else this episode has already covered across its previous parts. The scale of labour implied by parallel construction bears directly on the population and social organisation questions raised in the discussion of the Layer 3 to Layer 2 transition. The difficulty of dating this question precisely, given the same margins of radiocarbon uncertainty discussed at length in earlier parts, illustrates once again how thoroughly the physical evidence resists being compressed into a single, confident answer, no matter which specific question of this site's chronology happens to be under discussion at any given moment. And the honest acknowledgement that current evidence cannot fully resolve this question, despite pointing suggestively in one direction, exemplifies the same disciplined handling of uncertainty. This episode has tried to model consistently from its opening minutes, rather than reaching for the more dramatic, more confident-sounding claim that a less careful account might have been tempted to make in its place. That question of scale and organization connects directly to the next part of this story, which turns to a site beyond Göbekli Tepe itself. Karahan Tepe, a related excavation whose own chronology offers an independent point of comparison for evaluating how confidently any of the patterns established so far in this episode can be generalized across the broader cultural tradition these sites appear to share, rather than treating Göbekli Tepe as an isolated singular case with no useful context beyond its own excavated boundaries. Imagine a second hillside, roughly 35 kilometers from the first, sharing enough architectural and iconographic similarities that any archaeologist encountering it for the first time would immediately recognize a connection, and yet distinct enough in its specific details that treating it as simply a smaller copy of its more famous neighbor would miss something genuinely important about the diversity of practice within a single shared tradition. This is Karahan Tepe, a site that has, in recent years, moved from a relatively minor footnote in the broader story of early Anatolian monumental architecture to a genuinely significant excavation in its own right, one whose chronology offers something this episode has not yet had access to across any of its previous parts. An independent check on whether the patterns established at Göbekli Tepe reflect something broader about the culture that produced both sites, or whether they are instead specific to one particular hillside and its particular history alone. Karahan Tepe belongs to the same broader cultural horizon as Göbekli Tepe, part of what researchers increasingly describe using the term Taş Tepeler, a regional designation covering a cluster of related pre-pottery Neolithic sites scattered across a relatively compact area of southeastern Anatolia, sharing a broadly similar architectural vocabulary of T-shaped pillars, communal enclosures, and animal-focused carved iconography that appears in various local forms across every site currently attributed to this cultural grouping, a grouping that continues to expand in both membership and detail as regional survey work proceeds. This shared vocabulary is itself significant, since it demonstrates that whatever cultural or religious tradition produced Göbekli Tepe's most distinctive features was not confined to a single, isolated community working in artistic solitude, but was instead part of a broader, shared tradition circulating across multiple communities within the same general region. Communities that were evidently in some form of contact with one another, whether through direct exchange, shared ritual practice, intermarriage, seasonal gathering, or some combination of all of these possibilities working together across the generations. The implications of this kind of sustained regional contact are worth pausing on briefly, since they bear directly on the broader question of social organization that has come up repeatedly across this episode, most recently in the discussion of parallel construction and labor mobilization in the previous part. A shared architectural and iconographic vocabulary spanning multiple communities across a meaningful geographic distance implies some mechanism of transmission and reinforcement, whether through periodic gatherings that brought members of different communities physically together, through traveling specialists carrying knowledge and technique from one hillside to another, or through some looser, less formalized process of cultural diffusion operating across generations of ordinary contact between neighboring groups. None of which the current chronological evidence can distinguish between with any real confidence. The dating evidence from Karahan Tepe, while still developing and considerably less extensive than the decades of accumulated work at Göbekli Tepe, has so far produced results broadly consistent with the same general chronological window already established for its more famous neighbor, a finding that carries real weight precisely because it emerges from an entirely separate program of excavation, sampling, and laboratory analysis. Some of the excavated structures at Karahan Tepe appear, based on current radiocarbon evidence, to fall within a range that overlaps substantially with the Göbekli Tepe chronology discussed throughout this episode, while other structures at the site show evidence of continued use extending somewhat later, painting a picture broadly analogous to the extended, multi-phase timeline already established for Göbekli Tepe itself, though with its own specific details still very much in the process of being worked out through ongoing excavation season by season. This broad consistency matters considerably for how confidently the patterns discussed throughout this episode can be generalized. If Göbekli Tepe's chronology, its long span of use, its gradual transition from larger to smaller construction, its extended and staggered burial process, turned out to be unique to that single site, an isolated anomaly rather than part of a broader regional pattern, that would raise legitimate questions about how representative any conclusions drawn from it might be regarding the broader culture and period it belongs to. The fact that Karahan Tepe, an independently excavated site with its own separate set of researchers, its own separate radiocarbon samples, and its own separate laboratory analyses, shows a broadly comparable chronological pattern, provides meaningful cross-validation, the same kind of independent corroboration that gave the original 1990s Göbekli Tepe chronology additional credibility when it aligned with evidence from other regional sites like Nevelachori, discussed in an earlier part of this episode. It is worth being precise about what this kind of cross-validation actually adds and what it does not, since overstating its significance would be its own form of the overclaiming this episode has consistently tried to avoid. A single confirming site does not transform a provisional chronology into an unassailable one, and Karahan Tepe's own dating program remains, as discussed further below, considerably less mature than Göbekli Tepe's. What independent confirmation from a second site does provide is a meaningful reduction in one specific category of risk. The possibility that some idiosyncratic feature of Göbekli Tepe's particular preservation conditions, sampling history, or laboratory analysis introduced a systematic bias into its chronology that a single site investigation, however careful, would have no independent way of detecting on its own. A second independently investigated site sharing a broadly similar chronological pattern makes that specific kind of undetected systematic error considerably less likely, even though it cannot rule out every other possible source of uncertainty this episode has already discussed at length. There are, however, genuine differences between the two sites worth taking seriously, rather than glossing over in the interest of a tidier, more unified narrative that would sit more comfortably with the general audience's expectations. Karahan Tepe's enclosures, while sharing the same basic T-shaped pillar architecture, show some distinct stylistic and structural variations compared to their Göbekli Tepe counterparts, including differences in how pillars are integrated into the surrounding bedrock in certain structures, with some Karahan Tepe pillars carved directly from the living rock rather than quarried and transported as separate, freestanding elements the way the Great Pillars of Enclosure D were. This kind of variation suggests that whatever shared tradition connected these communities allowed for meaningful local adaptation and innovation, rather than imposing a single, rigid architectural template followed identically across every site within the broader cultural horizon. Each community apparently free to express the shared underlying tradition through its own locally available materials and its own locally preferred techniques. A flexibility worth keeping in mind whenever a single site's specific details are treated as representative of the entire tradition. Understanding the full chronological relationship between these local variations, whether certain architectural techniques appeared earlier at one site than the other, or whether they developed roughly simultaneously as parallel local innovations within a shared broader tradition, remains an active area of ongoing research rather than a settled conclusion that this episode, or any current publication, is in a position to close off definitively. It is worth being appropriately cautious about how far this comparison can currently be pushed, given how much less mature the Karahan Tepe excavation and dating program remains relative to the multi-decade effort invested in Göbekli Tepe across the years discussed at length in earlier parts of this episode. Fewer excavation seasons mean fewer total samples, less extensive stratigraphic documentation, and correspondingly wider margins of uncertainty around many of the specific dates so far reported for Karahan Tepe's various structures. Uncertainty that will only narrow as more seasons of careful fieldwork accumulate in the years ahead. This is not a criticism of the Karahan Tepe research team, whose work has been conducted with evident care given the resources and time available to them so far, working within exactly the same kind of practical constraints Schmidt's original team faced decades earlier, described in an earlier part of this episode. It is simply an honest acknowledgement that a site excavated intensively for a handful of seasons cannot yet offer the same depth of chronological resolution as one that has been under careful, patient investigation for the better part of 3 decades. A discrepancy that will likely narrow considerably as excavation at Karahan Tepe continues in the coming years. It is worth grounding this comparison in some specific details about Karahan Tepe itself, rather than treating it only as an abstract data point in a broader chronological argument, since the specifics are what make this comparison genuinely informative rather than merely gestural. The site's excavation history is considerably more recent than Göbekli Tepe's, with intensive fieldwork beginning in earnest only within the last several years, following earlier surveys that had identified the site's potential but had not yet undertaken the kind of sustained excavation that eventually revealed its full scale and significance. Among its more striking discoveries is a structure containing a large, naturalistic human head, carved in relief, emerging from the bedrock in a way that immediately drew comparisons to, and also meaningful contrasts with, the more abstract, stylized T-shaped pillar figures that dominate Göbekli Tepe's own iconography, a strikingly different artistic choice within an otherwise recognizably related tradition, and one that continues to draw considerable scholarly attention. This kind of naturalistic figural carving, distinct in style from anything found at Göbekli Tepe itself, adds an important piece of context to the broader question of how uniform or how locally varied this shared cultural tradition actually was across its full geographic extent. The scale of Karahan Tepe has also proven considerably larger than early surveys initially suggested, with ongoing excavation continuing to reveal additional structures across a wider area than researchers had originally mapped, a pattern of expanding scope that has, if anything, accelerated with each new excavation season. This expanding picture of the site's true scale mirrors, in some ways, the trajectory of Göbekli Tepe's own excavation history, where each successive season tended to reveal that the site extended further and contained more individual structures than previous seasons had established, a pattern of continual incremental revelation that seems to characterize excavation across this entire regional tradition, rather than being unique to either individual site. This parallel in excavation trajectory is worth noting not because it proves anything definitive about either site's chronology, but because it illustrates a recurring pattern in how these Tash Tepeler sites tend to be understood. Initial excavations consistently underestimate the true scale of what lies beneath the surface, a pattern that should inform how confidently any current chronological picture for either site ought to be treated as complete or final. It is also worth addressing directly a comparison that inevitably arises whenever these two sites are discussed together, since responsible treatment of the evidence requires taking it seriously. rather than avoiding it out of a preference for tidier conclusions. Some popular commentary has speculated that Karahan Tepe might eventually prove to be older than Göbekli Tepe, based on certain architectural features, including instances where pillars appear to have been carved directly from the surrounding bedrock, rather than quarried and erected as separate elements, which some have interpreted as evidence of an earlier, more technologically primitive stage of monumental construction, preceding the fully freestanding pillar techniques seen at Göbekli Tepe's earliest enclosures, an interpretation that has circulated widely enough in popular retellings to deserve direct examination here rather than being left unaddressed. The current dating evidence discussed earlier in this part of the episode does not clearly support this interpretation. The bedrock-carved pillars at Karahan Tepe, currently available for dating, fall within a chronological range broadly comparable to, rather than clearly predating, the earliest secure Göbekli Tepe material, and the difference in technique more plausibly reflects local stylistic variation or differing geological conditions at the two sites, rather than a straightforward technological evolution from simpler to more sophisticated construction methods over time. A tidy evolutionary narrative that the actual chronological evidence does not currently bear out. This is precisely the kind of claim that deserves careful scrutiny rather than uncritical repetition, since it is easy to construct a compelling-sounding narrative around a technique that looks, on the surface, more primitive, without the underlying chronological evidence actually supporting that narrative once it is examined closely rather than taken at face value. There is a further point worth making about why this particular comparison matters so much to the broader project of this episode, connecting this discussion back to the very first minutes of Part 1. Throughout this story, considerable care has gone into avoiding claims that outrun the evidence, distinguishing carefully between what current dating methods can establish with confidence and what remains genuinely uncertain or contested, a discipline applied consistently from the very first part of this episode through to this point. Karahan Tepe represents a live test of that same discipline, applied to a rapidly developing body of evidence that has not yet had the benefit of decades of accumulated scrutiny and cross-checking, unlike the far more thoroughly examined Göbekli Tepe evidence discussed at such length across the earlier parts of this story. Popular accounts eager for a dramatic new twist on an already compelling story have sometimes gotten ahead of what the Karahan Tepe evidence can currently support, treating preliminary findings from a small number of excavation seasons with the same confidence that might be appropriate for a chronology built on decades of accumulated, cross-checked evidence. Resisting that temptation, here as everywhere else across this episode, means describing Karahan Tepe's chronology as broadly consistent with and genuinely supportive of the Göbekli Tepe picture already established, while being honest that its own specific details remain considerably less resolved and considerably more likely to shift as excavation continues in the coming years, exactly the kind of appropriately hedged conclusion this episode has tried to reach at every stage of its investigation. There is a broader methodological lesson embedded in this comparison, one that connects back to the disciplined handling of uncertainty this episode has tried to model throughout, from its opening minutes onward. A single site's chronology, however carefully established, always carries some risk of reflecting idiosyncrasies specific to that particular location, its particular preservation conditions, its particular excavation history, rather than genuine features of the broader culture and period it represents. Cross-checking against an independently excavated, culturally related site provides a meaningful safeguard against this risk, though it is a safeguard that works best when the comparison site has itself been investigated thoroughly enough to bear real evidentiary weight, a standard Karahan Tepe is approaching but has not yet fully reached. What this comparison ultimately reinforces taken as a whole, is that Göbekli Tepe was not an isolated anomaly. A singular, inexplicable outlier disconnected from everything else happening in the region during the same period. A lone monument with no meaningful context beyond its own excavated boundaries. It was part of a broader, shared cultural tradition, expressed across multiple communities and multiple hillsides, each pursuing its own specific architectural choices within a common framework of belief and practice. A framework whose chronological boundaries are still being mapped in increasing detail, as excavation at sites like Karahan Tepe continues to add new evidence to the broader picture. It is worth naming, finally, how many additional sites belong to this same broader Taş Tepeler horizon beyond just these two, since focusing exclusively on Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe. However useful for the specific comparison this part of the episode has drawn, risks understating just how extensive this shared tradition actually appears to have been across the wider region. Ongoing regional surveys have identified a considerable number of additional related sites scattered across the same broad area of southeastern Anatolia, many still largely or entirely unexcavated, representing a substantial reserve of future chronological evidence that could, in time, either reinforce or meaningfully complicate the picture this episode has built up so carefully across its previous parts. This is worth holding in mind as a genuinely open frontier rather than a settled body of evidence. The chronology of this entire cultural tradition, not just of Göbekli Tepe considered in isolation, remains very much a live and actively developing area of archaeological research, with new seasons of fieldwork at multiple sites continuing to add fresh evidence practically every year. Evidence that this episode's own account of Göbekli Tepe's chronology will very likely need to be revisited against as it continues to accumulate in the years ahead. That broader picture of a shared, regionally distributed tradition rather than a single, isolated monument carries its own implications for how the deepest and most contested claims about this site's significance ought to be evaluated, which is exactly where this episode turns next, into the more fringe and more heavily disputed claims that circle Göbekli Tepe's chronology, examined with the same careful, evidence-first standard. This episode has tried to apply consistently throughout. Imagine two claims arriving from opposite directions, both aimed at the same basic question this episode has spent 10 parts carefully working through, and both, in their own way, asking for more certainty than the underlying evidence can currently support. One direction pushes the site's age significantly further back than even the recalibrated chronology discussed earlier in this episode allows, drawing on comparisons and interpretations that sit outside the mainstream radiocarbon and stratigraphic evidence this episode has built its case on so far. The other direction takes a completely different approach to dating the site altogether, setting aside radiocarbon methods entirely in favor of an argument that one specific carved pillar encodes an astronomical date within its imagery. A claim that has circulated widely enough in popular retellings of this site's story to deserve a fair, careful hearing here rather than either uncritical repetition or reflexive dismissal. Neither claim is treated fairly by simple dismissal, and neither is treated fairly by uncritical acceptance either. Both deserve the same careful, evidence-first examination this episode has tried to apply consistently throughout its previous 10 parts, which is what this part sets out to do now. Start with the claims that push the site's age further back than the current mainstream chronology supports, since these deserve to be addressed first and examined on their own specific merits before turning to the more nuanced archaeoastronomical argument. These arguments generally take one of a small number of recurring forms. Some point to erosion patterns on certain stone surfaces at the site, arguing that the degree of weathering visible is inconsistent with an age of roughly 12,000 years, and instead implies a considerably older construction date, sometimes framed in terms of tens of thousands of years rather than thousands. This line of argument runs into an immediate and serious problem. Weathering rate depends enormously on local climate, stone composition, burial history, and exposure conditions, none of which can be reliably converted into a precise age estimate without extensive controlled comparison to material of independently known age from the same specific environment and the same specific stone type. Unlike radiocarbon decay, which proceeds at a fixed, well-characterized rate regardless of local conditions, erosion rates vary so widely across different contexts that using visual weathering alone to estimate an age, especially an age meant to override extensive calibrated radiocarbon evidence, does not meet anything close to the same evidentiary standard. This episode has applied throughout its discussion of the mainstream chronology. Other extreme age arguments draw on broader claims about a hypothesized advanced civilization existing prior to the end of the last ice age, whose knowledge or monuments this site is sometimes claimed to preserve or reflect in some form, a category of claim that has circulated widely enough in popular media that it deserves direct and honest examination rather than being left unaddressed. This category of claim sits considerably further from anything the archaeological evidence, radiocarbon or otherwise, can currently support. There is no artifact assemblage, no independent dating evidence, and no corroborating material culture at Göbekli Tepe, or any comparable site in the region consistent with construction predating the broadly established pre-Pottery Neolithic timeframe. By the tens of thousands of years, these more extreme claims typically propose, and no researcher working directly with the site's physical evidence has published findings supporting such a timeframe. This does not mean every unconventional idea about the deep past deserves automatic dismissal without examination, and this episode has tried, throughout, to take contested claims seriously enough to examine their actual evidentiary basis, rather than rejecting them purely on the grounds of unconventionality, applying the same standard to fringe claims that it has applied to every mainstream claim discussed across its previous parts. Examined on those terms, this particular category of claim simply does not have supporting evidence of the kind that has anchored every other conclusion reached across this episode, and it would require a serious and specific new discovery, not a reinterpretation of existing material, to change that assessment in any meaningful way going forward. It is worth explaining precession itself in a bit more detail, since the argument's technical foundation is legitimate even where its specific application to this pillar remains contested, and understanding the difference matters for evaluating the claim fairly. The Earth does not spin on a perfectly fixed axis. Like a slowly wobbling top, its rotational axis traces a large, gradual circle over a period of roughly 26,000 years, a phenomenon called axial precession, caused by gravitational interactions with the Sun and Moon, acting on the Earth's slightly non-spherical shape. Because the Earth's axis determines which stars appear at the celestial pole and which constellations rise and set at particular points in the sky throughout the year. This slow wobble means that the apparent position of the stars, relative to a fixed point on the Earth's surface, shifts gradually across the millennia. A process astronomers and archaeoastronomers can calculate backward with real mathematical precision. This is a genuinely well-understood, well-characterized physical phenomenon, entirely analogous in its scientific standing to the radiocarbon decay process discussed at length earlier in this episode. The question is not whether precession is real or whether it can be calculated accurately. It is whether the specific carved imagery on Pillar 43 actually represents an intentional record of a specific stellar alignment in the first place, which is an entirely separate question from the underlying astronomical mechanics. This distinction between the soundness of the underlying astronomical method and the soundness of its application to a specific piece of ambiguous evidence is exactly the kind of distinction this episode has tried to draw carefully throughout its treatment of every contested claim it has examined across all of its previous parts so far. Precession-based dating has legitimate, well-established uses elsewhere in archaeology and the history of astronomy, including in contexts where a written or otherwise unambiguous record explicitly describes an astronomical alignment tied to a known structure or event in a way this pillar's carvings simply do not. Applying the same underlying mathematics to an interpretation of carved animal figures, where the connection between the imagery and any specific constellation is itself the contested claim rather than an established starting point, is a considerably less secure exercise, even though the mathematics involved, once an interpretation is assumed, is entirely sound and uncontroversial in its own right. It is worth walking through the specific mainstream objections to the Pillar 43 interpretation in a bit more detail, since a fair hearing of this claim requires understanding exactly what critics have actually argued rather than a vague gesture toward general skepticism. One recurring criticism concerns the flexibility inherent in matching carved animal figures to specific constellations. Ancient and traditional astronomical traditions across many different cultures have divided the night sky into constellations in strikingly different ways, grouping the same visible stars into different shapes and assigning them different symbolic animals depending on the specific cultural tradition doing the grouping. Given this flexibility, critics argue, it becomes difficult to establish with confidence that a specific carved vulture or scorpion was intended to represent one particular constellation as understood in a modern astronomical framework, rather than reflecting a locally specific symbolic tradition whose correspondence to modern constellation boundaries, if any exists at all, cannot be reconstructed with confidence from the carving alone. A further objection concerns the number of possible interpretive choices available when matching a specific carved composition against the full range of possible astronomical configurations across a very long span of candidate dates, a concern that has been raised repeatedly in the specialist literature responding to this specific claim, across multiple published rounds of exchange between proponents and critics alike. With enough flexibility in how specific carved figures are matched to specific constellations, and enough span of candidate dates to search across, critics argue that it becomes possible to find some astronomical configuration that appears to match almost any sufficiently rich piece of ancient imagery. A general methodological concern that applies well beyond this specific site and has been raised in other archaeoastronomical debates across different ancient cultures and different candidate monuments. This does not mean the specific Pillar 43 interpretation is wrong, but it does mean that finding a plausible-looking match is a considerably weaker form of evidence than proponents of the theory sometimes present it as being, since the space of possible matches is large enough that some correspondence is likely to be found somewhere within it, almost regardless of whether the original carvers actually intended any specific astronomical meaning. Proponents of the archaeoastronomical interpretation have responded to these criticisms with their own counter-arguments, and it would be unfair to this genuine scholarly debate to present only the critical side without acknowledging that a real exchange has taken place. Advocates for the interpretation point to what they describe as a broader, cross-referenced pattern across multiple carved elements at the site, not merely a single, isolated correspondence, arguing that the consistency of this pattern across several different carved compositions makes chance coincidence considerably less likely than critics suggest, a response that deserves to be represented fairly here rather than dismissed in passing. They also point to comparable animal and constellation correspondences proposed at other ancient sites, as supporting the general plausibility of this kind of symbolic astronomical representation in prehistoric contexts more broadly. This response has not, as of the most recent literature, persuaded the majority of specialists working on the primary excavation and its associated dating program, but it represents a genuine good faith scholarly position rather than an argument advanced carelessly or without engagement with the mainstream critique that this part of the episode has already laid out in some detail. Now turn to the second direction, the claim that approaches the dating question through an entirely different method. Archaeoastronomy applied to one specific carved pillar at the site, generally known by its excavation designation, Pillar 43. The argument, advanced most prominently in academic work published by researchers including Martin Sweatman, proposes that the animal figures carved into this particular pillar, a vulture, a scorpion, and several other creatures arranged in a specific composition, correspond to constellations as they would have appeared in the sky at a specific point in the distant past, encoding a date through the same kind of astronomical reasoning used to interpret precession-based dating in other, better established ancient contexts elsewhere in the world. This is a genuinely different kind of dating claim from everything else discussed across this episode, and it deserves to be evaluated on its own distinct terms rather than folded indiscriminately into either the radiocarbon-based mainstream chronology or the more extreme, poorly evidenced claims just discussed above. The archaeoastronomical argument does not depend on radiocarbon dating at all. It depends instead on a specific interpretive claim, that the carved animal figures on this pillar are meant to represent constellations, that a particular arrangement of those figures corresponds to a specific alignment of stars, and that precession, the slow, well-understood wobble of the Earth's rotational axis that gradually shifts, which constellations appear in a given part of the sky over thousands of years, can be used to calculate the specific calendar date at which that particular alignment would have been visible. Each link in that interpretive chain carries its own degree of uncertainty, and responsible evaluation requires examining them individually rather than accepting or rejecting the argument as a single indivisible package, the same kind of link-by-link scrutiny this episode has applied to every other chain of reasoning discussed across its previous parts. The claim that these specific carved figures represent constellations at all is an interpretive one, resting on pattern recognition applied to imagery, that, as with any ancient art lacking an accompanying written explanation, could carry meanings its original creators never intended to be read this way, a fundamental ambiguity that no amount of subsequent mathematical calculation can fully resolve on its own. Mainstream archaeologists working on this site, including those responsible for the primary excavation and its associated dating program discussed throughout this episode, have generally expressed skepticism toward this specific interpretation, arguing that the identification of particular animal carvings with particular constellations involves a degree of pattern-matching flexibility that could, in principle, be applied to justify a wide range of different proposed dates, depending on which specific groupings and correspondences an interpreter chooses to emphasize, a concern that echoes methodological objections raised against similar archaeoastronomical claims made about other ancient monuments in entirely different regions and periods. This is not, it should be said clearly, a claim that the archaeoastronomical argument is dishonest or made in bad faith, and it would be unfair to characterize it that way given the genuine scholarly effort behind it. It has been advanced through ordinary academic publication and peer review channels, and it represents a genuine attempt to apply a recognized method, precession-based dating, which has legitimate uses in other archaeological and astronomical contexts, to a specific and admittedly ambiguous piece of evidence. The disagreement between this argument and the mainstream archaeological response to it is a genuine scholarly dispute, rather than a case of fringe pseudoscience versus established fact, though it remains, as of the most recent literature, a minority position that has not displaced the radiocarbon and stratigraphic chronology. This episode has built its case on throughout its previous 10 parts. What matters most for the purposes of this episode's specific project is how this archaeoastronomical dating claim relates to the radiocarbon-based chronology already established across the previous 10 parts of this episode. The date proposed by the Pillar 43 interpretation falls within a range that is broadly comparable to, rather than wildly inconsistent with, the radiocarbon-based dating already discussed at length across this episode, which is itself worth noting. Even a contested alternative dating method, when applied to this specific pillar, does not produce a result requiring the wholesale abandonment of the mainstream chronology, unlike the extreme pre-Ice Age claims discussed earlier in this part, which sit in a completely different evidentiary category altogether. Where the archaeoastronomical claim diverges from the mainstream picture is less in the specific number it proposes, and more in the confidence and precision with which it claims to establish that number, treating a single interpretive reading of carved imagery as though it carried the same evidentiary weight as dozens of independently cross-checked radiocarbon samples, analysed through rigorous statistical modelling. That comparison between one contested interpretive reading and a broad, cross-checked body of physical evidence is ultimately the most useful way to place this claim within the larger chronology this episode has built across its previous parts. It is not dismissed here as impossible or dishonest. It is treated as exactly what it is: a genuine minority scholarly position, resting on a method with real legitimacy in other contexts, but applied here to evidence ambiguous enough that mainstream specialists remain unconvinced, standing alongside rather than displacing the far more extensively supported radiocarbon and stratigraphic chronology. This entire episode has been built around from its very first minutes. Holding both of these claims, the extreme pre-Ice Age arguments and the more measured archaeoastronomical interpretation, to the same evidentiary standard applied throughout this episode is what allows a clear, honest picture to emerge. One category of claim lacks any real supporting evidence, while the other represents a genuine, if currently unpersuasive to most specialists, scholarly disagreement about how to interpret a single, admittedly striking piece of carved imagery. It is worth being explicit about why this distinction matters so much, beyond simply being fair to the researchers involved on either side of the archaeoastronomical debate. Treating every unconventional claim about this site as equally credible or equally incredible collapses a genuinely important difference between claims that have gone through legitimate scholarly scrutiny and survived as a minority position worth taking seriously, and claims that have never had any real evidentiary foundation to begin with. That distinction is precisely the kind of careful, evidence-first discrimination this episode has tried to model throughout, refusing to flatten every contested idea into a single, undifferentiated category of either mainstream consensus or fringe speculation, when the actual landscape of claims surrounding this site is considerably more textured than either of those two simple categories would suggest. That distinction between claims with no real evidentiary support and claims that represent genuine, ongoing scholarly disagreement carries forward directly into the next part of this episode, which turns to the broader academic debate surrounding this site's chronology, examining where working archaeologists actually disagree with one another through the normal channels of publication and peer response, rather than where popular retellings have simply invented controversy where none substantively exists, a distinction that matters as much for the mainstream chronology itself as it does for the two contested claims examined across this part of the episode. Imagine a room full of specialists who agree on almost everything about a subject, and then watch how much attention gets paid to the narrow slice where they genuinely disagree. That small, contested remainder somehow generating a disproportionate share of the public conversation compared to the vast common ground everyone in the room actually shares. This is, in miniature, what the academic literature surrounding Göbekli Tepe's chronology actually looks like. Once you set aside the more sensational fringe claims examined in the previous part of this episode and focus instead on where working, credentialed archaeologists publishing through ordinary peer-reviewed channels actually part company with one another. The disagreements are real and they matter, but they are also considerably narrower and more technical than either the confident popular retellings or the more dramatic contested claims examined in the previous part of this episode might lead a listener to expect going into this particular discussion. The broadest point of consensus, worth restating plainly before turning to the areas of genuine dispute, is that Göbekli Tepe dates to the pre-Pottery Neolithic period, that its earliest secure construction activity predates the establishment of settled agriculture in the region by a meaningful margin, and that the site was used in some form across an extended span of time before being gradually and deliberately closed off. Exactly the picture this episode has spent its previous 11 parts building up in careful, evidence-based detail. Every specialist publishing on this site within the mainstream archaeological literature accepts this broad framework, whatever narrower disagreements they might hold about specific details within it. The genuine disputes discussed across this part of the episode all take place within these agreed boundaries. Disagreements about specific dates, specific sequences, and specific interpretations, rather than disagreements about the basic shape of the site's history that this episode has spent so long establishing carefully across its previous 11 parts. One area of genuine, ongoing disagreement concerns exactly how much weight to place on the 2021 recalibration discussed at length earlier in this episode, relative to the original chronology it built upon, a dispute that has generated a real, if narrow, back and forth in the specialist literature over the past several years. While the recalibration has been broadly incorporated into how the site is discussed in more recent literature, some specialists have raised specific methodological questions about aspects of the Bayesian modeling approach used, particularly around how confidently certain fill context samples can be tied to specific construction events rather than later phases of use or closure. A concern already discussed in an earlier part of this episode regarding the inherited age problem specific to fill material. These are not objections to the recalibration wholesale, but rather targeted concerns about specific inputs to the statistical model, the kind of technical dispute that plays out through careful, incremental exchange in specialist journals, rather than through any dramatic public disagreement of the kind popular retellings often assume must be happening whenever the word controversy gets attached to a scientific finding. A second area of genuine dispute concerns the population and social organization questions raised in the discussion of the Layer 3 to Layer 2 transition earlier in this episode. Questions that remain genuinely open despite considerable specialist attention. Some researchers favor an interpretation emphasizing a relatively large, at least semi-permanent population, capable of sustaining the observed construction activity across its full span, drawing on comparisons to population estimates from other pre-Pottery Neolithic sites in the region, with more extensive settlement evidence directly associated with domestic occupation. Others favor an interpretation emphasizing a smaller core population supplemented by periodic gathering from a wider surrounding area, drawing on the absence of clear, extensive domestic settlement evidence directly associated with the monumental enclosures themselves. A genuine gap in the physical evidence that neither side of this dispute can simply explain away. This dispute has direct implications for how the parallel construction evidence discussed in an earlier part of this episode should be interpreted, since the labour requirements implied by simultaneous multi-enclosure construction cite differently against each of these two population models, favouring the larger population interpretation somewhat more comfortably than the smaller, periodic gathering alternative. A third area worth naming involves the relationship between Göbekli Tepe and the broader Taş Tepeler cultural horizon, discussed in the context of Karahan Tepe in an earlier part of this episode. It is worth pausing, briefly, on why these narrow technical disputes deserve this much dedicated attention within an episode that has otherwise tried to move at a reasonably brisk pace through a great deal of ground. The answer connects back to a theme this episode has returned to repeatedly: the difference between the shape of the evidence and the shape of a comfortable, simplified narrative built on top of it. Genuine scholarly disagreement is not a weakness in the underlying chronology. It is a sign that the chronology is being actively tested, refined, and improved by people with every incentive to find its weak points, which is precisely the process that has already, once, meaningfully sharpened this site's dating through the 2021 recalibration discussed at such length earlier in this episode. A chronology that generated no disagreement at all after 3 decades of sustained specialist attention would be far more suspicious than one that continues to generate the kind of careful, narrow, technical disputes surveyed across this entire part of the episode just discussed. Specialists disagree in ways that remain genuinely unresolved about how centralized or how decentralized this shared regional tradition actually was, whether Göbekli Tepe functioned as some kind of primary or dominant site within a broader network of related communities, or whether it was simply one node, admittedly a particularly well-preserved and well-excavated one, among many broadly comparable sites without any special hierarchical status distinguishing it from its neighbours scattered across the same general region of southeastern Anatolia and beyond. This question matters for how confidently any single site's chronology, however carefully established, can be treated as representative of the broader cultural pattern, a concern already raised in the discussion of Karahan Tepe as an independent chronological check in the previous part of this episode. It is worth being explicit about what these genuine disputes are not, since the distinction matters enormously for how a listener should weigh anything encountered elsewhere about this site. They are not disagreements about whether Göbekli Tepe is roughly 12,000 years old in some broad sense, a claim that commands essentially universal acceptance across the specialist literature and forms the bedrock this entire episode has been built upon. They are not disagreements about whether the site predates settled agriculture in the region, another point of broad consensus that no serious specialist working on this material currently disputes. They are technical disagreements about precision, about interpretation of ambiguous evidence, and about how confidently specific patterns can be generalized beyond the specific contexts where they have been directly observed. Exactly the kind of disagreement that characterizes any actively developing field of scientific inquiry working at the edge of what current evidence can firmly establish. This distinction matters enormously for how a listener should calibrate their own confidence when encountering claims about this site elsewhere. Outside the careful framing this episode has tried to maintain throughout its previous 11 parts. A documentary or article that presents Göbekli Tepe's chronology as though every detail is settled and uncontroversial is glossing over these genuine, ongoing technical disputes, presenting a false picture of unanimity that the actual published record does not support. A documentary or article that presents the site's chronology as fundamentally uncertain or unreliable, using the existence of these narrow technical disputes to cast doubt on the broad, well-established framework itself, is committing the opposite error, treating disagreement about precision as though it were disagreement about the basic picture, which the evidence discussed throughout this episode simply does not support in any of its particulars. There is a further point worth making about how these disputes actually get resolved, or fail to resolve, over time, since it illustrates something important about how archaeological knowledge advances more generally, well beyond the specific case of this one site. Disputes of the kind discussed across this part of the episode are not settled through debate or rhetorical persuasion, however skilled a particular advocate might be at presenting their case. They are settled, when they are settled at all, through the accumulation of additional evidence. New radiocarbon samples from securely stratified contexts, new comparative data from related sites like Göbekli Tepe, new analytical techniques capable of extracting more information from existing samples than previous methods allowed. This is a slow process, often taking years or decades to move a genuinely contested question toward anything resembling consensus, and it is worth holding realistic expectations about how quickly any of the specific disputes named across this part of the episode are likely to be resolved in the near future, if indeed they are ever fully resolved at all, rather than simply narrowed further over time. It is worth walking through how a dispute like this actually plays out in the specialist literature, since the mechanics of academic disagreement are themselves unfamiliar to most people encountering this site only through documentaries or popular articles that rarely pause to explain the underlying process. A researcher publishes a paper proposing a specific methodological refinement, perhaps a new statistical approach to weighing fill context samples, or a new argument about how a specific set of dates should be interpreted relative to the established stratigraphy already discussed at length in earlier parts of this episode. Submitting that work for the same kind of peer scrutiny every serious contribution to this field must pass through before it earns a place in the published record. Other specialists working in the same subfield read that paper, and some of them published responses, either supporting the proposed refinement, raising specific objections to it, or proposing an alternative interpretation of the same underlying evidence, working through the exact same underlying dataset from a different analytical angle entirely. The original researchers or other specialists may then publish further responses addressing those objections, sometimes conceding points, sometimes offering additional evidence in defense of the original claim, in exactly the kind of iterative, self-correcting exchange that characterizes healthy scientific fields more broadly, not just this one narrow corner of archaeology. This exchange can continue across several published papers and several years, gradually narrowing the range of genuinely contested interpretation, even when it never fully resolves into unanimous agreement among every specialist working on the material. This is not a dramatic, headline-generating process. It is slow, incremental, and largely invisible to anyone not specifically following the relevant specialist journals closely, which is exactly why popular accounts so rarely capture its actual texture, tending instead to compress years of careful, iterative exchange into a single misleadingly simple sentence describing the current view. It is worth naming a specific, publicly documented example of this kind of exchange, since an abstract description of academic dispute is considerably less persuasive than seeing how one actually unfolded in practice. The methodological questions raised about certain aspects of the 2021 recalibration's treatment of fill context samples, mentioned earlier in this part of the episode, were raised in published commentary responding to the original recalibration paper, with the original authors subsequently publishing a response addressing specific points of the critique, clarifying which samples had been treated with which specific stratigraphic assumptions, and in at least one instance revising a minor aspect of how a particular context had been modelled. A small but genuine concession that illustrates how this kind of exchange actually improves the underlying chronology over time, rather than simply talking past itself indefinitely. This is precisely the kind of granular, technical back and forth that constitutes real scholarly disagreement, considerably more mundane and considerably more constructive than the dramatic clash of opposing camps that popular retellings of scientific controversy often imply. There is a further dimension to this academic landscape worth addressing directly, since it bears on how a listener should interpret media coverage of this site going forward, well beyond the scope of this single episode and well beyond this specific site as well. Science journalism and popular documentary production operate under strong incentives towards simplification and drama, incentives that do not always serve the underlying research well, however well-intentioned the individual journalists or producers involved might be. A genuine, narrow technical dispute about how confidently a specific fill sample can be tied to a specific construction phase can, in the hands of a less careful retelling, become archaeologists don't actually know how old Göbekli Tepe is. A framing that vastly overstates the genuine uncertainty involved and does a disservice to the extensive, well-corroborated consensus. This episode has spent its previous 11 parts carefully establishing across every aspect of this site's chronology. Conversely, a genuinely contested methodological question can, in the hands of an overly confident retelling, simply be omitted entirely, presenting a single number with a false air of unanimous, uncontested certainty that the actual specialist literature does not support. Both distortions are common, and both do real harm to the public's ability to accurately understand how confident, and in what specific ways uncertain, this site's chronology actually is. This episode has tried, across all of its previous parts, to avoid both of these distortions, presenting the broad chronology with the confidence the evidence genuinely supports, while flagging the specific technical disputes, the Enclosure D dating uncertainty, the burial sequence's unresolved questions, the sequential versus parallel construction debate, and now the population and social organization dispute discussed in this part, with the honest hedging each of them actually deserves, and none of them more or less than the underlying evidence can genuinely bear. Whether this episode has succeeded fully in that balance is, appropriately enough, a judgment left to the listener rather than a claim. This episode is in a position to make confidently about itself, since claiming perfect success at exactly the discipline this episode has spent so long describing would be its own small betrayal of that same discipline. There is one more area of genuine academic disagreement worth naming before this part closes, one that connects the technical dating disputes already discussed to the broader interpretive questions that have run underneath this entire episode from its opening minutes. Specialists disagree about how much weight the chronological evidence alone can bear when it comes to reconstructing the social and religious meaning of this site's construction and eventual burial, a question this episode has deliberately kept at arm's length throughout in favour of the narrower chronological project it set out to accomplish. Some researchers favour interpretations that lean heavily on comparative ethnographic evidence from more recent hunter-gatherer and early agricultural societies, using patterns observed in those better documented contexts to inform hypotheses about what might have motivated a pre-pottery Neolithic community to invest this much collective effort into monumental construction across so many generations. Others argue for greater caution in drawing such comparisons, given the very different social and environmental conditions separating Göbekli Tepe's builders from any directly observed more recent society, However broadly similar, their subsistence strategies might appear on the surface, warning against the temptation to project familiar patterns of belief and practice onto a community separated from any observed comparison by many thousands of years and an entirely different historical trajectory. This dispute sits at the boundary between chronology and interpretation, and it is worth naming here precisely because it illustrates how the careful, dated framework this episode has built across its previous parts serves as the necessary foundation for, but does not by itself resolve, the deeper interpretive questions that make this site so enduringly compelling to begin with. What emerges from surveying this landscape of genuine academic disagreement, gathered together with everything else this episode has covered across its previous 11 parts, is a chronology that is simultaneously well established in its broad outlines and genuinely uncertain in many of its specific details, a combination that can feel uncomfortable to hold in mind, but that reflects, as honestly as this episode has been able to manage, the actual current state of the evidence, rather than the falsely tidy or falsely chaotic pictures that less careful accounts of this site so often present instead. That combination, broad confidence paired with specific humility, is exactly what responsible engagement with any actively developing area of scientific research looks like. And it is the note this episode carries forward into its closing parts, which turn from the technical details of the chronology itself toward the larger question of what this carefully established age actually means, and why it has mattered enough to sustain 3 decades of patient, careful, occasionally contentious scholarly work by researchers who, whatever their specific disagreements, remain united in their conviction that this hillside deserves exactly this kind of sustained, rigorous attention. Imagine for a moment that every specific chronological detail this episode has spent 12 parts carefully establishing turned out to be true exactly as described, confirmed beyond any reasonable dispute by every future season of excavations still to come. And then ask yourself a simple question. Why would any of it matter? Why would the precise calendar range attached to Enclosure D, or the exact sequence of dates connecting Layer 3 to Layer 2, or the specific figure the 2021 recalibration produced, be worth 3 decades of patient excavation, dozens of published papers, ongoing scholarly disputes, and, for that matter, an entire episode of careful, hedged, deliberately unglamorous explanation? The answer is not that old things are inherently fascinating, though they often are. It is that this particular date, more than almost any other single figure in the archaeological record, functions as the load-bearing wall underneath one of the largest and most consequential arguments about how human civilization actually began. To understand why, it helps to state plainly what the conventional pre-Göbekli Tepe picture of human prehistory actually claimed, since the site's significance only makes sense against that backdrop, and a listener unfamiliar with the older framework has no way of appreciating exactly what has been overturned. For most of the 20th century, the dominant framework for understanding the transition from hunting and gathering to settled civilization ran in a fairly straightforward, causally ordered sequence. Agriculture came first, as the story went. Once people learned to cultivate crops reliably, they could produce more food than they needed for immediate survival, generating a surplus that changed everything about how a community could organize itself. That surplus allowed populations to grow and to settle in fixed locations rather than following game and wild plants across the landscape. Settled populations, freed from the constant demands of a mobile existence, could then support specialists, people who did not need to spend all their time producing food and could instead devote themselves to other pursuits: craft production, religious practice, and eventually, given enough time and enough surplus, monumental construction. Temples in this picture were a luxury civilization could only afford once it had already solved the more basic problem of feeding itself reliably. First the farm, then the temple. This was not a fringe theory or a casual assumption. It was, for most of the 20th century, close to the closest thing archaeology had to a settled consensus about how complex society actually emerged, taught in textbooks, assumed in museum exhibits, and built into the basic conceptual vocabulary an entire generation of archaeologists used to describe and interpret the sites they excavated, whatever region or period those sites happened to belong to. It made intuitive sense, too, in a way that made it easy to accept without much scrutiny. Monumental construction requires organized labor, sustained over time, coordinated by some form of social structure capable of directing that labor toward a shared goal, rather than each individual simply pursuing their own immediate survival needs. It is difficult to imagine a small, mobile band of hunter-gatherers constantly on the move, without stored food surpluses, without permanent settlements, organizing the kind of sustained, large-scale cooperative effort that raising multi-ton carved pillars into careful formation would require. The logic seemed airtight enough that it rarely needed defending directly. It was simply the water everyone in the field was swimming in. Göbekli Tepe's chronology, established and refined across the decades of work this episode has walked through in careful detail, does not merely complicate this picture, it inverts it. The radiocarbon and stratigraphic evidence discussed at length across this episode's earlier parts places the earliest secure construction activity at this site before the establishment of settled agriculture in the surrounding region, built by people who, according to every other piece of evidence available, were still hunter-gatherers, still mobile, still following the seasonal rhythms of wild food sources rather than the fixed rhythms of planted and harvested crops. If that dating is correct, and this episode has tried to show, across 12 careful parts, exactly how well supported it actually is, then monumental construction did not wait for agriculture to arrive. It came first, or at the very least close enough alongside it that the old, clean, one-directional story of farm then temple simply cannot be sustained as a universal account of how this transition unfolded. This is why the specific date matters so much more than a casual listener might initially assume, and why this episode has spent so many parts insisting on precision rather than settling for a comfortable, rounded approximation. A monument that turned out to be, say, 8,000 years old rather than 12,000 would still be old, still impressive, still worth visiting and studying. But it would not carry the same weight against the conventional agriculture-first narrative, because 8,000 years ago, settled agricultural communities were already well established across the region, meaning a monument from that period would fit comfortably within the existing framework, rather than challenging it. The specific chronology this episode has spent 12 parts carefully establishing is not incidental detail, dressing up an otherwise interesting site, a bit of scholarly seasoning added on top of the more compelling parts of the story. It is the entire argument, the load-bearing structure everything else about this site's larger significance ultimately rests upon. Move the date meaningfully in one direction, and the site becomes a remarkable but conventionally explicable achievement of an early farming society, interesting but not fundamentally challenging to the standard narrative. Move it meaningfully in the other direction, and the challenge to the standard narrative becomes even starker still. The precision this episode has insisted on throughout, the careful distinction between construction and use and burial, the honest handling of uncertainty around Enclosure D specifically, the acknowledgement of genuine ongoing academic dispute discussed in the previous part, all of it exists in service of getting this one foundational fact as right as the evidence currently allows, because so much interpretive weight ultimately rests on it. It is worth being precise about what this inversion does and does not establish, since overclaiming here would undo much of the careful work this episode has done across its previous parts to earn the credibility this specific claim now needs to carry. The evidence does not establish that agriculture played no role whatsoever in the story of Göbekli Tepe's builders, or that farming and monumental construction were entirely unrelated developments occurring independently of one another, with no connection at all. Some researchers have proposed exactly the kind of connection this episode flagged briefly during its discussion of academic disagreement, that the periodic gathering of dispersed hunter-gatherer groups for construction and ritual purposes at a site like this one may have created exactly the social conditions, sustained contact between different groups, the practical need to feed a temporarily large gathered population that eventually pushed some of those same communities toward experimenting with cultivation as a way of provisioning these periodic large gatherings more reliably, rather than as a strategy for feeding a permanently settled population going about its ordinary daily life. Under this reading, the relationship between monument and farm is not eliminated, but reversed and complicated. Not farming enabling temple building, but temple building, or at least large-scale periodic gathering, creating pressures that eventually helped give rise to farming. This reversed causation hypothesis remains, it should be said clearly, one interpretation among several actively discussed in the specialist literature, not a settled conclusion. This episode is in a position to assert with confidence on its own authority. What the chronology this episode has established does allow, with considerably more confidence, is the negative claim that the simple, unidirectional story of agriculture necessarily preceding and enabling monumental construction cannot be sustained as a universal law governing every instance of this transition across human prehistory. Whatever the true, full explanation for how Göbekli Tepe's builders organized themselves without settled farming turns out to be the old assumption that such organization was simply impossible before agriculture has been directly and specifically falsified by the dated evidence this episode has spent 12 parts carefully, patiently walking through from its very first minutes. There is a broader lesson here about how single sites, carefully dated, can reshape entire fields of study, one worth naming explicitly because it illustrates why the patient, unglamorous work of chronology matters so much more than it might initially seem to a listener. More drawn to the site's carved imagery or its mysterious burial than to the specific radiocarbon figures underlying its age and the decades of careful work that established them. Archaeology, like many historical sciences, builds its broadest theories out of accumulated patterns observed across many individual sites and contexts. A single site, however remarkable, rarely overturns an entire theoretical framework on its own. What Göbekli Tepe demonstrates is that a single site, dated with sufficient rigor and confidence, can at least force a serious reconsideration of a framework that had, until its excavation, gone largely unquestioned, opening space for alternative explanations that might otherwise never have received serious scholarly attention. That is precisely the role this site has played since Schmidt's original excavations began, and it is the role the ongoing careful refinement of its chronology, discussed at such length across this episode's earlier parts, continues to play as new evidence accumulates. It is worth returning briefly to the practical stakes of the specific technical disputes examined in the previous part of this episode, since those disputes take on a different weight once the broader argument at issue is made explicit. The disagreement over exactly how much weight to place on the 2021 recalibration is not merely an abstract question of statistical methodology, a dry technical matter of interest only to specialists in Bayesian modeling. It bears directly on how confidently the agriculture inversion argument can be pressed, since a somewhat later date would narrow the gap between monumental construction and settled farming, while a somewhat earlier date would widen it further still. And that gap is, in a very real sense, the entire substance of the claim this part of the episode has been building toward. The population and social organization dispute discussed in the same part bears directly on how plausible the reversed causation hypothesis actually is, since a larger, more settled resident population would make the transition toward agriculture considerably less surprising than a smaller, more mobile one, gathering only periodically. None of this is to say these technical disputes are secretly about grand civilizational narratives, rather than genuinely narrow questions of evidence and method. It is to say that the reason these narrow disputes attract as much careful specialist attention as they do is precisely because of how much larger an argument they ultimately feed into. There is a comparative point worth making here as well, one that helps calibrate just how unusual this inversion actually is within the broader landscape of archaeological findings. Most revisions to established archaeological narratives happen incrementally, a slightly earlier date here, a slightly different interpretation of a familiar artifact type there. Gradual accumulations of nuance that refine an existing picture without fundamentally overturning its basic structure. Findings that genuinely invert a field's foundational assumptions, rather than merely adjusting them at the margins, are considerably rarer, and when they do occur, they tend to generate exactly the kind of sustained, decades-long scholarly attention that Göbekli Tepe has received since Schmidt's original excavations began. The site's continued prominence in both academic and popular discussion, 3 decades after its initial excavation and more than a decade after Schmidt's own death, is not simply a function of its impressive carved imagery, striking as that imagery genuinely is. It reflects the fact that the site sits at the center of a genuinely foundational argument about how complex human society actually emerged. An argument that remains actively unresolved and actively productive of new research, precisely because the stakes attached to getting the underlying chronology right are so unusually high. It is worth pausing too on how this specific inversion connects to a broader pattern that has recurred throughout archaeology's history as a discipline. One where periodic re-examinations of foundational assumptions have repeatedly forced significant theoretical revision. The idea that civilization progresses through a fixed, universal sequence of stages, hunting and gathering giving way to farming, farming giving way to settled village life giving way to cities, and eventually states, has been challenged and revised repeatedly as new archaeological evidence has accumulated from around the world. Sites demonstrating early urbanism without clear centralized political authority, agricultural systems that developed and then were deliberately abandoned in favor of returning to foraging, and now, with Göbekli Tepe, monumental religious or ceremonial construction preceding rather than following agricultural settlement, have each in their own way complicated the idea that human societies march through a single, predetermined sequence of developmental stages in a fixed order. Göbekli Tepe's contribution to this broader reassessment is not that it stands alone in challenging linear models of civilizational development. It is that it does so with a chronology precise enough, and now well corroborated enough across independent excavations at related sites like Karahan Tepe, to make the challenge considerably harder to set aside as an isolated anomaly. There is a further dimension worth naming, connecting the chronological precision this episode has emphasized throughout, back to the practical question of how this specific site gets discussed in the wider world, beyond specialist archaeological circles. precisely because the stakes of this site's chronology are so unusually high, precisely because so much interpretive weight rests on a relatively narrow set of radiocarbon figures and stratigraphic relationships. This is also exactly the kind of site where overclaiming becomes tempting, and where the discipline this episode has tried to maintain throughout, distinguishing carefully between what the evidence actually establishes and what would simply make for a more dramatic story, matters more than it would for a site whose significance did not depend so heavily on a precise, defensible chronology. A documentary or article eager to present the most dramatic possible version of the agriculture inversion argument might be tempted to round up an admittedly earlier estimate, to gloss over the genuine academic disputes discussed in the previous part of this episode, or to present the reversed causation hypothesis as an established fact, rather than one interpretation among several still under active discussion. This episode has tried, throughout its previous 12 parts, to resist exactly that temptation, even when resisting it meant delivering a less immediately dramatic, more carefully hedged account than a less scrupulous retelling might have offered instead. This, finally, is why a chronology-focused episode like this one is not simply an exercise in dry, technical precision for its own sake, however much its individual parts have necessarily focused on exactly that kind of careful, unglamorous detail. Getting the date right and understanding honestly how confident or uncertain that date actually is the foundation everything else about this site's significance is built upon. The carved pillars are remarkable regardless of exactly when they were carved. The deliberate burial remains a genuine mystery regardless of precisely when it occurred. But the claim that has made this site matter far beyond the specialist circles that study it directly, the claim that monumental human cooperation may have preceded rather than followed the agricultural revolution, stands or falls entirely on the chronology this episode has spent its previous 12 parts carefully, patiently, and honestly working to establish: one radiocarbon sample, one stratigraphic relationship, one statistical model, and one honest acknowledgement of uncertainty at a time. It is worth closing this part of the episode with a final thought on what all of this actually asks of anyone encountering this site for the first time, whether through this episode, a museum visit, or any other account of its significance. It asks for a kind of patience that runs against the grain of how most striking archaeological discoveries get communicated to a general audience. The temptation, faced with a monument this old and this remarkable, is to reach immediately for the largest possible claim it might support, the most dramatic possible implication for how we understand our own history. This episode has tried instead to model a different approach, taking the time to understand exactly how the age itself was established, exactly how confident that establishment actually is, and exactly what it does and does not allow us to conclude, before reaching for any larger claim about what the site means. That patience is not a diminishment of the site's genuine significance. It is, if anything, the only honest way to actually earn the right to make the kind of civilizational claims this site has genuinely, legitimately inspired across 3 decades of careful scholarship. And now, this episode's own attempt to walk through that scholarship honestly from beginning to end. Imagine standing at the edge of an excavation trench, looking out across a hillside where careful measurement suggests that what has been uncovered so far, after 3 decades of patient work, may represent only a fraction of what actually lies beneath the surface: the visible pillars and carved rings. This episode has spent so long describing, perhaps constituting only the leading edge of something considerably larger still waiting in the ground. This is, by most current estimates, close to the honest state of affairs at Göbekli Tepe itself. Geophysical surveys using ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive techniques capable of detecting buried structures without the enormous time and expense of full excavation have identified numerous additional anomalies scattered across the wider site. Structures whose outlines can be inferred from subsurface readings, but whose specific character and whose specific dates remain entirely unknown until, and unless, careful excavation eventually reaches them across the coming years and decades of continued fieldwork. After 12 parts spent establishing what this episode can say with real confidence about this site's age, it feels appropriate to spend this part naming, just as carefully and just as honestly, what remains genuinely unknown, and likely to remain unknown for a long time to come, regardless of how much further careful excavation eventually manages to accomplish across the decades still ahead. The scale of what has not yet been excavated is worth sitting with directly, since it reframes everything discussed across the previous parts of this episode in a useful and appropriately humbling way. The major enclosures this episode has discussed at length, Enclosure D above all, along with Enclosure C and the others referenced throughout its earlier parts, represent the portion of the site that decades of careful, resource-intensive excavation have managed to reach and document thoroughly enough to support the kind of detailed chronological analysis this episode has walked through in such patient detail. Geophysical survey work suggests that the total extent of buried structures across the wider hillside considerably exceeds what has actually been excavated, meaning that everything this episode has discussed, however carefully established through the 12 parts already completed, describes only a portion, quite possibly a fairly small portion, of the site's full extent and its full chronological range. This is not a criticism of the pace of excavation, and it would be a mistake to read it that way, given everything this episode has already said about the deliberate, patient care that has characterized this site's investigation from Schmidt's original campaigns onward. Archaeological excavation of a site this significant proceeds deliberately and carefully, precisely because the alternative, rushing to uncover as much as possible as quickly as possible, risks losing exactly the kind of fine-grained stratigraphic and chronological detail that has made the careful work discussed throughout this episode possible in the first place. Every additional enclosure excavated with the same painstaking care that Enclosure D received requires years of dedicated fieldwork, careful sample collection, and patient laboratory analysis. The same process this episode has walked through in detail across its earlier parts, a process that cannot be meaningfully accelerated without sacrificing exactly the precision this episode has spent so long insisting on. Choosing to excavate slowly, leaving substantial portions of the site deliberately untouched for future archaeologists working with tools and techniques not yet available today, is itself a considered, responsible choice rather than a limitation to apologize for. And it is worth ending this episode's discussion of methodology by acknowledging that choice directly rather than treating it as an unfortunate constraint imposed from outside. There are specific categories of open question worth naming directly, since a vague gesture toward general uncertainty is less useful to a listener than a concrete accounting of what specifically remains unresolved. And this episode has tried, throughout, to prefer specific honesty over comfortable vagueness whenever the two have come into tension. First, there is the question of whether any of the currently undetected structures might predate Enclosure D, potentially pushing the site's earliest secure date even further back than the current chronology, discussed at such length across the earlier parts of this episode, currently supports. Nothing in the existing evidence suggests this is likely, since Enclosure D's position at the deepest currently excavated stratigraphic level has, so far, held as the earliest confirmed construction at the site across every season of excavation conducted to date. But the honest answer to whether an even earlier structure could exist somewhere in the unexcavated portions of the hillside is that current evidence cannot rule it out entirely, and only further excavation, conducted with the same patient care already applied to the structures this episode has discussed at such length, could settle the question definitively one way or the other. A settling that, given everything this episode has already said about the pace of careful fieldwork, may still be many years away. Second, there is the question of how the burial sequence discussed in an earlier part of this episode extends across the full site, beyond the specific enclosures whose fill contexts have already been sampled and dated with the careful, staggered chronology this episode described at such length. This episode described a staggered, gradual burial process based on the evidence available from Enclosure D, Enclosure C, and the handful of other structures with sufficient dating coverage to support that conclusion confidently. Whether that same staggered pattern holds consistently across every enclosure at the site, including the numerous structures detected only through geophysical survey and not yet directly excavated, remains an open question that only continued fieldwork, conducted with the same care already applied to the excavated portion of the site, can answer with any real confidence going forward. Third, and perhaps most significant for the broader argument discussed in the previous part of this episode, there is the question of how representative the currently excavated portion of the site actually is of the full population and social organization picture that has occupied so much of this episode's attention across its middle parts. The population and labor questions raised repeatedly across this episode, in the discussion of the Layer 3 to Layer 2 transition, in the discussion of sequential versus parallel construction, and in the discussion of the broader academic dispute over resident versus periodic gathering population models, all rest on evidence drawn from the excavated portion of the site, a portion that geophysical survey suggests represents only a fraction of the site's true extent. If the unexcavated structures turn out to reveal a meaningfully different pattern, perhaps evidence of even more extensive parallel construction than currently documented across the excavated enclosures already discussed at length, or evidence of a somewhat different chronological relationship between different sectors of the site than the current picture suggests, some of the conclusions this episode has reached with real confidence might need meaningful revision as that additional evidence becomes available in the years and decades ahead. It is worth pausing on how this kind of open-ended uncertainty should actually be held, since it would be easy to let it curdle into either false modesty, treating everything this episode has carefully established as somehow provisional and untrustworthy simply because more remains unknown, or false confidence, treating the currently excavated evidence as though it necessarily represents the full picture simply because it is the only evidence currently available to examine. The honest position sits between these two extremes, and holding that middle position steadily without drifting toward either comfortable pole has been one of the more difficult disciplines this episode has tried to maintain across all of its previous parts. Everything this episode has discussed across its previous 13 parts represents the best current understanding of Göbekli Tepe's chronology, built from real evidence, subjected to real scrutiny, cross-checked against independent sites like Karahan Tepe, and refined through real methodological improvement over 3 decades of careful work by researchers operating in good faith with the evidence actually available to them. That understanding is also, unavoidably, partial, built from a portion of the site rather than its full extent, and genuinely open to revision as further excavation proceeds. This tension between well-earned confidence in what has actually been established and honest humility about what remains unknown is not a flaw in how this episode has approached its subject, and it would be a mistake to read it as one. It is, in fact, the most accurate possible description of where the actual science currently stands, and communicating that tension honestly, rather than resolving it prematurely in either direction for the sake of a tidier closing statement, has been one of the central aims running through every part of this episode. From its opening description of a hillside nobody thought to look at carefully enough, through 12 parts of careful chronological detail, to this moment of stepping back and naming, plainly, the limits of what that careful detail can currently claim to know with any real confidence. It is worth explaining briefly how geophysical survey actually works, since the method underlying these tantalizing but incomplete glimpses of unexcavated structure deserves the same kind of careful, patient explanation this episode has given to radiocarbon dating and soil micromorphology in earlier parts, rather than being mentioned only in passing as a minor technical footnote. Ground-penetrating radar works by sending radar pulses into the ground and measuring how they reflect back, with different materials, undisturbed soil, packed fill, buried stone, each reflecting the signal differently based on their density and composition, producing a signature a trained analyst can learn to interpret with real, if imperfect, confidence. By systematically surveying a grid across the surface and recording these reflections, researchers can build up a rough map of what lies beneath, identifying anomalies that suggest buried walls, pillars, or enclosure boundaries without disturbing a single layer of soil. Magnetometry, a related but distinct technique, measures subtle variations in the Earth's magnetic field caused by buried materials with different magnetic properties than the surrounding soil, offering another independent line of evidence that can be cross-referenced against radar results to build a more confident, better corroborated picture of what likely lies beneath a given section of unexcavated ground before any spade ever breaks the surface. These techniques are remarkably useful for identifying where buried structures exist, and even for making reasonable inferences about their approximate size and shape. But they come with a significant and important limitation worth naming directly. They cannot, on their own, provide any dating information whatsoever. A geophysical anomaly might represent an enclosure exactly like Enclosure D, built during the same earliest phase of the site's history, or it might represent a much later, smaller Layer 2 structure, or, in principle, it might represent something else entirely. A natural geological feature rather than a human construction, though the regularity of many of the detected anomalies makes this last possibility considerably less likely for at least some of what has been identified so far. Only actual excavation, followed by the kind of careful radiocarbon sampling and stratigraphic analysis discussed at such length across this episode's earlier parts, can convert a geophysical anomaly into a dated, understood piece of this site's chronology. This is precisely why the pace of new discovery at Göbekli Tepe remains so slow relative to how much has already been detected, but not yet excavated. Identifying that something is a comparatively quick process, taking a single survey season at most, while establishing when it was built, how it was used, and when it was closed requires exactly the years of painstaking fieldwork this episode has walked through in such detail across its previous parts. It is worth naming too the practical and ethical considerations that shape decisions about which unexcavated sections get prioritized for future work, since this is not simply a matter of digging wherever curiosity happens to point next. Excavation is destructive by its very nature. Once a layer of soil is removed to reveal what lies beneath, the original undisturbed context is gone, preserved only in whatever documentation, photography, and sample collection the excavating team managed to complete in the process. This means every decision to excavate a new section of the site carries a real cost, a portion of the archaeological record consumed forever in the very process of understanding it, which is precisely why responsible excavation programs plan carefully, prioritizing sections most likely to answer specific, well-defined research questions, and deliberately leaving other sections untouched, preserved intact for future researchers, who may have access to analytical techniques not yet available today. This deliberate restraint, choosing not to excavate everything immediately, simply because the technology to detect it already exists, is itself a form of the same careful, patient discipline this episode has tried to model throughout its examination of the site's chronology from its opening minutes onward. There is a further dimension to this uncertainty worth naming, one that connects back to the broader academic disputes discussed in an earlier part of this episode, disputes that this final section of chronological discussion can genuinely help contextualize. Because so much of the population and social organization debate rests on inferences drawn from the currently excavated portion of the site, that debate itself remains genuinely unsettled in a way that additional excavation could meaningfully help resolve, one way or another. If future excavation of the geophysically detected structures reveals, for instance, clear evidence of extensive domestic occupation directly associated with monumental construction, evidence that has so far proven genuinely elusive in the excavated portions of the site, that would meaningfully strengthen the case for a larger, more settled resident population than some current interpretations favor. If, instead, future excavation continues to reveal monumental structures without clear accompanying domestic evidence, that would strengthen the case for the periodic gathering model instead. This is precisely the kind of question where patient, ongoing fieldwork, rather than further theoretical argument alone, offers the most promising path toward eventual resolution, exactly the kind of resolution this episode described in its discussion of academic disagreement as depending on accumulated evidence rather than rhetorical persuasion. It is worth closing this specific discussion of unexcavated ground with an honest acknowledgement of timescale, since it bears directly on how a listener should think about the future of this site's chronology going forward. Given the pace at which excavation has proceeded over the past 3 decades, discussed at length across the earlier parts of this episode, fully excavating even a meaningful fraction of the geophysically detected but currently unexplored structures would likely require several more decades of sustained, well-funded fieldwork, assuming that pace continues roughly as it has so far. This is not a pessimistic assessment. It is simply an honest one, offered in the same spirit of unflinching accuracy this episode has tried to maintain from its very first minutes. And it means that much of what this part of the episode has described as currently unknown is likely to remain unknown for a considerable span of time, yet well beyond the working lifetime of many of the researchers who have already devoted decades of their own careers to this site. There is something worth carrying forward from this acknowledgement of unexcavated ground, something that connects the purely technical work of chronology to the larger, quieter questions this episode has been building toward across its final parts. A hillside that continues to hold more than 3 decades of careful excavation have managed to uncover is not simply an inconvenience for researchers eager to complete a definitive account, a frustrating gap in an otherwise finished picture. It is a reminder that the story this episode has told, however carefully constructed across its previous 13 parts, is necessarily incomplete, not because the work has been careless, but because the subject itself is larger than any current excavation, however well-funded and well-executed, can fully encompass in a single generation of scholarly attention. That incompleteness is not a weakness to be resolved and then forgotten, filed away as a technical footnote to an otherwise settled account. It is, in its own way, part of what makes a site like this one worth returning to, in scholarship and in imagination alike, long after any single account of its chronology has been carefully told and carefully qualified. There is something genuinely fitting about a monument this old, built by people whose own understanding of time must have stretched across generations in ways difficult for anyone in the present to fully inhabit, itself resisting any single generation's attempt to fully and finally understand it. The hillside keeps more of its history than any one excavation or any one episode built from that excavation's findings can ever hope to fully recover. And there is a kind of appropriate humility in ending this account of Göbekli Tepe's chronology by acknowledging exactly that. Rather than pretending to a completeness, the evidence itself has never actually offered. Imagine sitting down to tell a story about the oldest known monument on Earth, knowing from the outset that the story could be told in any number of ways, some of them considerably more thrilling, more immediately satisfying than the version you are about to hear across this episode's closing parts. It could be told as a story about ancient astronauts or a lost antediluvian civilization, or a coded warning left by survivors of some forgotten catastrophe. Those versions exist, circulating widely across documentaries, articles, and casual retellings alike, and they draw audiences precisely because they promise something this episode has deliberately, repeatedly declined to promise: absolute certainty about the most dramatic possible interpretation of an admittedly extraordinary place. It is worth pausing here in this part of the episode to explain directly why a different choice was made instead, and what that choice actually costs and actually offers in return, rather than simply letting the accumulated evidence of the previous 14 parts speak for itself without any explicit accounting of the choices behind it. The approach this episode has taken across its previous 14 parts has been to treat Göbekli Tepe's chronology the way a careful researcher would treat it, as a genuine, ongoing scientific question, with a well-supported but not absolutely final answer, surrounded by real areas of uncertainty that deserve to be named honestly rather than smoothed over for the sake of a cleaner narrative that might play better to a general audience. This meant walking through the mechanics of radiocarbon dating in real technical detail rather than simply asserting a number and moving on to more dramatic material. It meant naming the specific researchers behind the 2021 recalibration, explaining what their study actually claimed and why other specialists took it seriously, rather than treating a chronological revision as some vague, unattributed piece of background knowledge floating free of any accountable source. It meant distinguishing carefully between construction, use, and burial as three separate datable moments, rather than collapsing this site's long, layered history into a single headline age that would fit more neatly onto a title card or a thumbnail overlay. It meant naming the genuine academic disputes that remain unresolved, and distinguishing them clearly from the fringe claims that lack any real evidentiary foundation, a distinction this episode returned to more than once, because it matters more than a single passing mention could ever fully convey. And it meant closing in the previous part with an honest acknowledgement of just how much of this site remains entirely unexcavated and therefore entirely unknown, rather than pretending toward a completeness the evidence has never actually offered. None of this is the easiest way to tell this story, and it would be dishonest to pretend the choice was costless or automatic. It would have been simpler and probably more immediately engaging in the moment to open with a single confident number, attach it to the most dramatic possible interpretation of the site's significance, and move quickly through the carved imagery toward whatever conclusion promised the most satisfying sense of mystery, resolved by the time the episode reached its final part. That version of this story exists in abundance elsewhere, and there is no shortage of places to find it. This episode has tried, instead, to model something different. The idea that a genuinely remarkable place does not need embellishment to justify the time spent understanding it carefully, that the actual, hedged, patiently established truth about how old this monument is and how confidently archaeologists can say so is itself worth the sustained attention a shorter, more dramatic account would never think to give it. There is a specific reason this approach matters more for this particular site than it might for many others, one worth naming directly, rather than assuming it goes without saying to anyone who has followed this episode carefully across its previous 14 parts. Göbekli Tepe sits at the center of a genuinely important argument about how human civilization actually began, the argument discussed at length in an earlier part of this episode, regarding whether monumental cooperation preceded or followed the agricultural revolution that has defined so much of how the standard historical narrative gets told. Because that argument carries real weight, because it genuinely does challenge a framework that shaped how an entire discipline understood its own subject for the better part of a century, discussed at such length in the previous part of this episode. It is also exactly the kind of claim that attracts overstatement, embellishment, and the confident flattening of genuine uncertainty into false, comfortable clarity. The more consequential a claim is, the more tempting it becomes to round it up, to state it more confidently than the underlying evidence actually supports, because a confident, dramatic claim travels further and lands harder than a careful, hedged one ever will in the crowded, attention-driven landscape most accounts of this site eventually have to compete within. Resisting that temptation across every part of this episode has been a deliberate, ongoing choice rather than an accident of tone. It is worth being honest too about what this approach does not offer, since presenting it as costless would itself be a kind of overclaiming that this episode has tried to avoid at every other turn across its previous parts. A listener drawn to this episode expecting the kind of unambiguous, thrilling revelation that some other accounts of this site promise may well find the actual texture of this episode less immediately satisfying, and that is a genuine trade-off worth naming plainly rather than glossing over. There is no single dramatic twist, no held-back reveal, saved for a closing part of this episode. There is no confident claim that everything you thought you knew about human history is wrong. No sweeping overturn of every conventional assumption delivered with theatrical certainty. There is instead a genuinely fascinating but genuinely complicated picture, built patiently across 14 parts full of specific figures, specific named researchers, specific methodological details, and specific, honestly acknowledged uncertainty at every point where the evidence actually calls for it. That is a different kind of experience than a more sensationalized account offers, and it asks something different of a listener. Not excitement at a dramatic revelation, but the quieter, more durable satisfaction of actually understanding in real detail how a genuinely difficult scientific question gets carefully worked out over decades of patient effort. There is a version of this approach that could tip into its own kind of failure, worth naming directly since avoiding one error does not automatically guarantee avoiding its opposite. And an episode this long owes its listener that specific caution, rather than a vague assurance of balance. An episode obsessed with hedging every claim, qualifying every statement, and refusing ever to commit to a clear conclusion would fail this site just as thoroughly as an episode that overclaimed every dramatic possibility, simply in the opposite direction, trading one kind of dishonesty for another that merely looks more responsible on its surface. Excessive hedging is not the same thing as honesty. It can become its own kind of evasion, a way of avoiding the responsibility of actually saying what the evidence, on balance, most plausibly supports. This episode has tried instead to state clear, confident conclusions wherever the evidence genuinely earns that confidence. The broad chronological window, the fact of predating settled agriculture, the reality of a long, layered, multi-century history of use, while reserving genuine hedging for the places where hedging is actually warranted. The precise figure attached to Enclosure D, the population and social organization debate, the full extent of the unexcavated portions of the site discussed in the previous part. Calibrating confidence accurately, rather than defaulting to either uniform certainty or uniform doubt, has been the actual discipline this episode has tried to practice throughout. Considerably harder than either of the two simpler alternatives would have been to sustain across 14 parts of sustained, detailed engagement with this material. It is worth naming too why this particular discipline feels worth applying to a piece of content built for listening while falling asleep, since a listener might reasonably wonder whether this level of careful, technical precision is really necessary for something meant primarily to accompany rest, rather than active study or focused note-taking. The answer connects to something worth stating plainly. The fact that a piece of content is designed to be restful does not mean it should be designed to be careless, and treating those two goals as though they were somehow in tension would be a mistake this episode has tried consistently to avoid. A story told at 1 a.m. in the quiet hours before sleep carries its own kind of responsibility, precisely because a listener drifting towards sleep is often less equipped to critically evaluate a claim than a fully alert listener sitting upright with a notebook, actively cross-checking each assertion against outside sources. That vulnerability is not a license to take liberties with the truth. If anything, it is a reason for greater care, not less. A reason to make sure that whatever settles into a listener's mind during those quiet, receptive hours reflects the actual, carefully established state of the evidence, rather than a more dramatic but less accurate version of the same underlying story. One that might feel more satisfying in the moment, but that would ultimately leave a listener with a less accurate picture of this remarkable place than they deserve to carry away from an episode built around it. This is, in the end, an editorial choice as much as a scientific one, and it is worth naming it as exactly that, rather than pretending it emerged inevitably from the evidence itself, as though no other reasonable telling were possible. The evidence discussed across this episode's previous 14 parts could have been told differently, emphasized differently, rounded differently, without technically lying about any single fact, since the space between technical accuracy and honest overall impression is exactly where most misleading science communication actually lives. The choice to tell it the way this episode has told it, with this much attention to method, this much acknowledgement of uncertainty, this much resistance to the more dramatic alternative framings available and widely circulating elsewhere, reflects a judgment about what kind of relationship with a listener is actually worth building over the course of an episode like this one. Not a relationship built on the thrill of a confident revelation, delivered once and then quickly forgotten, but one built on the quieter, more durable trust that comes from a storyteller who has shown their work, acknowledged the limits of what that work can establish, and trusted a listener to find the actual, carefully qualified truth compelling enough on its own terms, without needing to dress it up as something more certain than it actually is. There is a further point worth making about the specific temptations this site presents, temptations that make this editorial discipline considerably harder to maintain here than it would be for a less consequential subject. A monument this old, this visually striking, and this genuinely challenging to the standard narrative of civilizational development is, almost by its very nature, an attractive target for exactly the kind of embellishment this episode has tried to resist. The carved animal figures invite speculation about symbolic meaning that no radiocarbon date can ever resolve. The deliberate burial invites speculation about motive that stratigraphic evidence can only partially illuminate. The site's genuine challenge to the conventional agriculture-first narrative invites the kind of sweeping, civilization-scale claims that travel far more readily through popular culture than the narrower, more carefully qualified claims the evidence actually supports. Every one of these invitations is genuine in the sense that the underlying questions are genuinely interesting and genuinely worth exploring by anyone drawn to this site's carved imagery, its deliberate burial, or its challenge to the standard story of civilizational development. The discipline this episode has tried to maintain is not a refusal to explore them, but an insistence on exploring them honestly, distinguishing clearly between what the dated evidence establishes and what remains, however compelling, a matter of informed speculation rather than settled conclusion that this episode is in any position to assert with confidence. It is worth returning, briefly, to a specific moment from earlier in this episode that illustrates this discipline in practice, since an abstract description of editorial philosophy benefits from a concrete example. The treatment of the pillar. 43 archaeoastronomical claim discussed at length in an earlier part could easily have been handled two very different ways, both easier than the way this episode actually chose to handle it after considerable deliberation. It could have been dismissed outright, treated as fringe speculation unworthy of serious engagement at all, a choice that would have been simpler but considerably less fair to the genuine scholarly work behind that specific claim. Work that has been advanced through ordinary peer-reviewed academic channels rather than circulated only in less credible venues. Or it could have been embraced uncritically, presented as a confirmed alternative dating method rather than a contested minority position. A choice that would have made for a more dramatic episode, the kind that generates more excitement in the moment, but would have badly misrepresented the actual state of the specialist debate surrounding it. Exactly the sort of misrepresentation this episode has tried to avoid at every other point across its previous parts. This episode instead tried to do the harder thing, explaining the underlying astronomical mechanics honestly, representing both the mainstream critique and the proponent's response fairly and without caricature, and reaching a conclusion, a genuine minority position rather than either fringe pseudoscience or established fact, that reflects the actual texture of an ongoing scholarly disagreement rather than flattening it into a simpler story in either direction for the sake of narrative convenience. This same discipline shaped how this episode handled the extreme pre-Ice Age claims, discussed in the same part, though in that case the appropriate conclusion looked considerably different from the more measured treatment given to Pillar 43. Where the Pillar 43 claim represented genuine, if contested, scholarly work, the extreme age claims examined alongside it simply did not have comparable evidentiary support. And this episode said so plainly, rather than manufacturing a false symmetry between two categories of claim that do not actually deserve equal weight or equal treatment. Treating every unconventional claim about this site as equally worthy of serious engagement would itself be a form of dishonesty, a false even-handedness that obscures a real and important distinction between claims that have survived genuine scholarly scrutiny and claims that have never had any real evidentiary foundation to begin with. Calibrating that distinction accurately, giving genuine scholarly disagreement its due weight, while declining to grant equivalent weight to claims that lack any comparable evidentiary basis, has been as much a part of this episode's editorial discipline as the more general commitment to hedging appropriately wherever hedging is actually warranted. There is one more dimension of this editorial approach worth naming before this part closes. one that connects back to something this episode acknowledged directly in its discussion of the site's remaining unexcavated ground. An episode built around careful chronology, however patiently constructed, is necessarily a snapshot of current understanding rather than a permanent, unrevisable final word. The 2021 recalibration discussed at such length earlier in this episode itself demonstrates exactly this point. A chronology that held largely unquestioned for 25 years, eventually revised as better tools and more rigorous methods became available. There is no reason to assume the current understanding, carefully as this episode has tried to represent it across 14 parts of sustained attention, represents some final, unrevisable endpoint, rather than simply the best current answer available to a question that continues to be actively investigated by researchers, who will, in all likelihood, keep refining it long after this particular episode has been recorded, published, and listened to. Building an episode with that kind of built-in humility, acknowledging from the outset that even its most confident claims remain, in principle, open to future revision as evidence continues to accumulate season by season, is itself part of the editorial commitment this part of the episode has tried to make explicit, rather than leaving it as an unstated assumption underneath everything that came before. That trust extended across 14 parts of careful chronological detail, and now this part's honest accounting of the editorial choices behind it carries forward directly into the closing parts of this episode, which turn away from methodology and argument entirely and towards something quieter still. The simple, unadorned experience of sitting with a monument this old, and what it actually feels like to hold in mind a span of time this difficult to fully comprehend even after 14 parts spent trying to measure it precisely. Imagine trying to hold all at once, in a single unbroken thought, the full distance between this moment and the moment a person first pressed a chisel against limestone on that hillside in southeastern Anatolia, working by whatever light was available, surrounded by people whose names, whose faces, whose specific words are lost to us entirely. 11,600 years, give or take the honest margin of uncertainty this episode has spent so long explaining across its previous 15 parts, is not a number that yields easily to intuition, however many times it gets repeated. It resists being felt the way a human lifetime can be felt, or even the way a few centuries of family history, passed down through grandparents and great-grandparents in scattered fragments, can be felt as something continuous with the present. It sits instead at a scale closer to geology than to memory, and reaching for it honestly means setting aside the comfortable habit of imagining the past as a slightly older version of now, and instead sitting patiently with just how strange, how genuinely disorienting a gap this wide actually is. Consider what fits inside that span, laid end to end, one era after another, all of it compressed into a distance the builders of this hillside had already outdistanced before any of it began, before Egypt, before Sumer, before anything a general audience would casually recognize as the beginning of history itself. The entire written history of ancient Egypt, from the earliest hieroglyphic inscriptions through the final closing of its last temples under Roman rule, would fit inside this gap more than 3 times over, with considerable room left beyond it still. The distance separating the present moment from the founding of the earliest Sumerian city-states, itself already an almost unimaginably distant point for most people carrying a general sense of ancient history, is barely half the distance separating the present from the builders of Enclosure D, a comparison worth sitting with for a moment before moving on. Every empire that has ever risen and fallen within what most people would casually call recorded history, every language that has been born, spoken, and gone silent, every technology from the wheel to the printing press to the device. This narration is likely reaching you through tonight. All of it fits inside a span of time shorter than the one separating you right now. Listening in whatever quiet room you happen to be in, from the moment those first pillars were raised by hands that have been gone for longer than almost anything currently standing on the surface of the earth. It helps perhaps to try a different kind of comparison, one that trades precision for something closer to felt experience rather than mere arithmetic. Imagine a chain of grandparents, each one telling their grandchild about the world as they remembered it, that grandchild growing up and eventually becoming a grandparent themselves, telling their own grandchild in turn. The story passed hand to hand across a span too long for any single person to witness more than a tiny fragment of it directly. A single link in that chain, grandparent to grandchild, spans roughly 50 years, a generous estimate that accounts for people living and remembering across a full, long life, longer than many people across most of human history could actually expect to live, but a reasonable enough figure for the sake of this particular exercise in imagination. To bridge 11,600 years this way would require something in the range of 230 separate links in that chain, 230 grandparents in total, each passing something forward to a grandchild who would themselves eventually become a grandparent and repeat the passing forward again, generations stacked upon generation, an unbroken relay carried by hands that never once touched across the whole of it. 230 is not an abstraction easy to dismiss, but it is also not so large that the mind simply refuses to hold it entirely, unlike the raw number of years itself, which resists being held at all. It is, instead, exactly large enough to be genuinely staggering. A number of human links long enough that no single chain of actual remembered stories, however carefully preserved and however lovingly passed down across those 230 successive pairs of hands, could ever realistically survive intact across its full length. And that, perhaps, is the most honest way to sit with this specific span of time. Not by successfully picturing it, because it likely cannot be successfully pictured in any complete, satisfying way, but by noticing, directly and without flinching, the precise point where imagination gives out, and has to be replaced by something more like faith in the evidence itself, a faith this episode has tried to make earned rather than blind. This episode has spent 14 careful parts building exactly that evidence, sample by sample, layer by layer, dispute by dispute, precisely so that the number arriving at this final stretch of the story would not have to be taken on faith alone, would not have to rely on a listener simply trusting that someone, somewhere, had done the careful work, honestly and thoroughly, on their behalf. The number is real because the work behind it was real, because actual limestone was actually quarried and actually carved by actual people whose names are lost, but whose physical labor left behind physical traces that actual scientists, working across actual decades, actually measured with actual instruments capable of listening to the quiet decay of actual atoms, patiently, one sample at a time. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that the people who raised these pillars could have had no possible way of anticipating this moment, this specific act of a voice describing their work to someone listening, quietly, somewhere in the world, roughly 11,600 years after the fact, in a language they never spoke, describing technologies they never imagined, addressed to a listener living a life they could not have pictured in even their most expansive moment of imagination. They were not building for us. Whatever motivated them, the social bonds strengthened through shared labor. The belief systems this episode has deliberately left mostly unexamined in favor of the narrower chronological question it set out to answer across its previous 15 parts. The simple, durable human impulse to make something that would outlast an individual life. None of it was aimed at a future this distant, this unimaginable from where they stood on that hillside so many thousands of years ago. And yet here it is, unimagined and unintended, a continuity across a gap wide enough to swallow every empire in recorded history, connecting a hillside in the 10th millennium before the Common Era to whatever room, whatever quiet hour, whatever winding down evening this recording has found you in tonight. It is worth naming, honestly, that this kind of reflection sits at the edge of what a chronology-focused episode can responsibly claim to know, and it would be a betrayal of everything this episode has tried to model across its previous 15 parts to pretend otherwise in this closing stretch, dressing up a feeling as though it were itself a fact this episode had somehow measured. Everything this episode has said with confidence about calendar ranges, stratigraphic sequences, and statistical modelling rests on evidence that can be checked, cross-referenced, and revised as better tools become available. Exactly the kind of evidence walked through in careful, patient detail across this episode's earlier parts. What this specific part of the episode is doing instead is something quieter and more personal. Not adding new evidence, but sitting, briefly, with what the already established evidence actually means, when you stop treating it as a technical problem to be solved and start treating it as a genuine, almost unbearable distance to be felt in the particular stillness of a late hour. That shift from calculation to feeling is not a departure from the careful method this episode has tried to model throughout its previous 15 parts. It is, if anything, the entire point of having done that careful work in the first place, so that the feeling, when it finally arrives honestly, earned by real evidence rather than borrowed from someone else's unverified claim or manufactured for the sake of a more dramatic closing than the material itself actually supports. There is a specific kind of vertigo that comes from doing this properly, from actually sitting with a number this large rather than simply repeating it as an impressive-sounding statistic, to be nodded along to and then forgotten. It is worth noticing that vertigo, rather than rushing past it towards some more comfortable resolution, the way a less careful account of this site might prefer to do. 11,600 years is long enough that the climate itself was different when this story began. The tail end of the last Ice Age's retreat, still shaping the landscape those first builders walked across. Glaciers still withdrawing from territories that would not see anything resembling their present configuration for millennia yet to come. It is long enough that no language spoken today bears any traceable relationship to whatever words those builders used to name the animals they carved, to call each other by name, to describe the specific reasons that brought them to this particular hillside rather than any other place they might have chosen. Every word in every language spoken on Earth today, every grammar, every dialect, every slang term coined this very week, emerged, diversified, and settled into its current form entirely within the span of time this monument has already stood, buried and unburied, remembered and forgotten and remembered again, across a stretch of time long enough to make that entire linguistic history look, by comparison, like the work of a single busy afternoon. There is a further comparison worth trying, one drawn from the natural world rather than from human history, since human history itself, as this episode has already shown across the comparisons attempted above, is far too short a ruler to measure this particular span with any real success. A bristlecone pine, among the longest-lived organisms on Earth, can survive for several thousand years, its rings recording one by one the passage of each individual year, in a continuous, unbroken physical record stretching back further than almost anything else alive today. Even the oldest known individual, bristlecone pines, trees that were already centuries old when the pyramids of Giza were first being planned, fall well short of bridging even half the distance back to the builders of Enclosure D. A single tree, however ancient, however patient in its slow accumulation of rings, cannot reach far enough back to touch the moment this story began. You would need several such trees planted in succession, each one growing from a seed dropped sometime near the death of its predecessor, simply to span the distance this episode has been asking you to hold in mind across this final, quiet part of its telling. It is worth pausing too on what this scale of time means for the people who actually did the work of establishing it, the researchers whose careful, patient labour across 3 decades has occupied so much of this episode's attention across its previous 15 parts. Klaus Schmidt spent nearly 20 years of his own life, a meaningful fraction of any single human lifespan, returning season after season to this hillside, working to understand a span of time so much longer than his own life that the comparison itself becomes almost absurd to state directly. And yet, he kept returning year after year until his death in 2014. 230 generations separate the builders from the present day, and Schmidt's own 2 decades of dedicated fieldwork represent, in that same accounting, something closer to half of a single generational link, a sliver of effort applied to a problem whose true scale dwarfs any individual human contribution to understanding it, however dedicated, however patient, however carefully sustained across an entire career. And yet, that sliver mattered enormously, was in fact indispensable, the entire foundation this episode has built upon across its previous 15 parts of careful, patient explanation. There is something worth sitting with in that asymmetry. A human life, however dedicated, is vanishingly small against a span of time this vast and yet careful, patient human effort, applied consistently across even a small fraction of that span, is precisely what allows a listener sitting somewhere tonight to hold, with real confidence, a fact this old. There is a particular quality to nighttime reflection that suits this kind of comparison especially well, worth naming directly since this episode exists specifically to accompany exactly this kind of quiet, late hour when the ordinary distractions of the day have finally, mercifully, fallen away. In daylight, surrounded by the ordinary business of a day, a fact like 11,600 years tends to remain exactly that. A fact, filed away alongside other facts, useful for a trivia question or a passing moment of interest before attention moves elsewhere, on to the next task, the next demand, the next small urgency competing for a fully occupied mind. In the particular stillness of a late night, with the ordinary business of the day already finished and the mind beginning its slow drift towards sleep, a fact like this one has room to become something closer to an experience, an actual felt sense of scale, rather than a number recited and then set aside without a second thought. This episode has tried, across its previous 15 parts, to earn the right to offer that experience honestly, building the careful evidentiary foundation first, so that whatever quiet sense of vastness arrives in this closing stretch, arrives grounded in something real rather than manufactured for dramatic effect, at the expense of the accuracy this episode has tried to protect throughout. It is worth returning one more time to the specific discipline this episode has tried to practice throughout its previous 15 parts, because that discipline is exactly what makes this moment of reflection trustworthy rather than merely poetic, a distinction worth insisting on even here, in the quietest and least technical part of this entire episode. A number this large, held loosely, and without the careful grounding this episode has spent 14 parts establishing, can become almost meaningless, a vague gesture toward vastness that could apply equally to any sufficiently old thing without saying anything specific or verifiable at all. Held instead with the specific, hard-won precision this episode has insisted on throughout its previous 15 parts, the named researchers, the specific radiocarbon figures, the honest acknowledgement of exactly where uncertainty remains and exactly where confidence is genuinely earned, that same number becomes something considerably more powerful than a vague gesture. It becomes a fact, carefully established through decades of patient, cross-checked work that happens to be almost impossible to fully feel, which is a very different and much more interesting kind of difficulty than simply not knowing the number at all. A difficulty this episode would rather leave a listener sitting with honestly than paper over with false, easy resolution. That difficulty, the gap between knowing a fact with real confidence and actually being able to feel its full weight, is perhaps the truest thing this episode has to offer in its closing parts. More honest in its own way than any of the more dramatic claims a less careful retelling might have reached for instead. The pillars still stand or stood, buried for most of the intervening millennia, and now carefully, patiently uncovered by people determined to understand exactly when and how they came to be, working season after season across 3 decades of dedicated, unglamorous fieldwork. The number attached to them is as solid as 3 decades of careful science, working through exactly the kind of difficulty and uncertainty this episode has tried to walk through honestly across its previous 15 parts, can currently make it, and no more solid than that, which is itself a genuinely remarkable degree of solidity for a claim this old and this consequential, built from actual samples, actual laboratories, and actual researchers, whose names this episode has tried to remember rather than leave anonymous. And the distance itself, the actual felt weight of 11,600 years, remains appropriately just beyond full comprehension, a distance worth sitting with, rather than a puzzle that this episode or any single account, however careful, could ever fully resolve or fully explain away. And perhaps that is precisely as it should be, a monument, this old asking, quite reasonably, to remain a little larger than any single telling of its story. Imagine one more time that hillside at night, the one this episode opened with 16 parts ago, quiet under a sky thick with stars, the pillars standing where they have stood, buried and unburied. For a span of time, this episode has spent its final parts trying, honestly, to help you actually feel, rather than simply know, as an abstract, recited figure. It is worth returning there now, at the close, not to add anything new to the careful chronology already established across those 16 parts, but to gather together, quietly, everything this long walk through evidence and uncertainty has actually amounted to before this episode turns, in its final part, towards something even quieter still. What this episode set out to do 16 parts ago was narrower than it might have first appeared to a listener expecting a more conventional documentary treatment of this site's carved imagery and speculative meaning, the kind of treatment that circulates so widely and so uncritically elsewhere. Not to explain what Göbekli Tepe means, not to resolve the deeper questions of belief and motive that its carved pillars and its deliberate burial continue to raise among specialists and casual visitors alike, but simply to answer, as honestly and as carefully as the evidence allows, a single question. How do we actually know how old this place is? That question turned out to require considerably more than a single number could ever provide, a lesson this episode has tried to demonstrate rather than simply assert. It required understanding the mechanics of radiocarbon dating itself, the quiet decay of atoms inside once living material, patiently measured and calibrated against a record built from tree rings stretching back further than most people ever think to ask about. It required meeting the specific researchers behind both the original 1990s chronology and the 2021 recalibration that refined it, understanding not just what they found, but how they found it, and why their work held up, or needed revision, under the scrutiny of colleagues working through the same difficult evidence from different, equally rigorous angles, none of them working in isolation, all of them contributing to a shared, cumulative, self-correcting body of knowledge. It required sitting with genuine uncertainty in places where uncertainty was actually warranted, the wide margins attached to Enclosure D's earliest secure date, the staggered and still only partially understood sequence of the site's deliberate burial, the open question of whether construction proceeded one enclosure at a time or several at once. Each of these questions given its own careful part, rather than compressed into a single, hurried mention that would have flattened their genuine complexity into something simpler and less honest. And it required distinguishing, carefully, and without collapsing the distinction for the sake of a simpler story, between genuine scholarly disagreement, the kind that plays out through careful publication and patient cross-checking over years, and claims that never had comparable evidentiary support to begin with, however dramatic or however widely circulated they might be, elsewhere in less careful accounts of this same remarkable site. None of that work was undertaken for its own sake, as an exercise in technical precision divorced from any larger purpose or any larger meaning, the kind of dry academic exercise a listener might reasonably grow tired of across 16 sustained parts. It was undertaken because the date itself, once properly established and properly understood, turns out to matter enormously, more than almost any other single fact in the archaeological record currently available to specialists working on this period. A monument this old, built by people who were, by every other measure available, still hunter-gatherers, following the seasonal rhythms of wild food sources rather than the fixed rhythms of planted and harvested crops, challenges one of the most basic assumptions an entire discipline held for the better part of a century: that farming came first, and that everything else, including monumental cooperation on this scale, waited for agriculture to make it possible in the first place. Göbekli Tepe's chronology, carefully established across 3 decades of patient work and across 16 parts of this episode's own attempt to walk through that work honestly, suggests instead that the order may have run the other way, or at least that the old, tidy story cannot be sustained as a universal law governing every instance of this transition across the whole of human prehistory, a conclusion this episode has tried to earn rather than simply assert from the outset. There is something worth naming plainly about what it means to have spent this much time on a single question, rather than moving quickly through the site's more immediately dramatic features: the carved animals, the mysterious burial, the tantalizing archaeoastronomical claims that circulate so widely elsewhere in less careful accounts of this same remarkable site. This episode chose patience over spectacle, not because spectacle is unwelcome or unworthy of attention in its own right, but because the patient version of this story turned out to be, on its own terms, considerably more remarkable than any embellishment could have made it. A hillside that predates the wheel, predates writing, predates the domestication of a single crop, and yet already held people capable of organizing themselves well enough to quarry, transport, and carve stone on a scale that would challenge even much later, much more conventionally organized societies with all the advantages of settled agriculture and accumulated technological knowledge behind them, working across many generations rather than a single determined lifetime, does not need decoration to justify the attention it has received. It only needs to be understood accurately, which is the only thing this episode has ever really tried to offer across its 16 careful, patient parts. It is worth acknowledging, one final time, everyone whose careful work made this episode possible at all, since the story this episode has told belongs, in the most meaningful sense, to them rather than to any single retelling of it, however carefully constructed. Klaus Schmidt, who spent nearly 2 decades returning to this hillside, season after season, building the original chronology this episode has walked through in such detail across its earlier parts, working within real practical constraints and real technical limitations, discussed honestly in an earlier part of this episode. The researchers behind the 2021 recalibration, working through archival samples and newer statistical methods to sharpen a chronology that had already held for a quarter century of sustained specialist attention. The teams at Göbekli Tepe, whose independent excavation continues to test and corroborate the broader picture this episode has described across its discussion of that related site's own developing chronology, extending the same careful discipline to a second hillside, rather than resting on the strength of a single excavation alone. And the many specialists whose narrower, more technical disagreements discussed honestly across an earlier part of this episode represent exactly the kind of ongoing, self-correcting scrutiny that makes a chronology like this one worth trusting in the first place, rather than accepting on the strength of a single, confident voice alone. None of them were building or excavating or arguing for the sake of a sleep-aid narration reaching a listener many years and many miles, removed from any of their actual work. Sitting in a quiet room this episode's narrator will never see or know anything about. At an hour these researchers likely never imagined their own labour would eventually reach. And yet, here it is. One more link in a chain of careful attention that stretches back to a hillside nobody thought to look at closely enough, until eventually someone finally did, and kept looking, carefully, for 3 decades and counting. There is a specific kind of gratitude worth naming here, directed not at any single dramatic discovery, but at the much quieter, much less glamorous virtue of patience itself. Patience of the kind this entire episode has tried to model across its 16 parts of careful, sometimes slow, always deliberate explanation. Patience to spend years establishing a chronology rather than announcing one prematurely, before the evidence actually supported the confidence such an announcement would require. Patience to revise a well-established figure when better evidence eventually arrived, rather than defending an outdated number simply because it was familiar and comfortable to repeat. Patience to leave most of a remarkable site deliberately unexcavated, preserving it for researchers not yet born, working with tools not yet invented rather than rushing to uncover everything a single generation's curiosity might want to see all at once. That patience is not the most exciting thing to build an episode around, and it will never generate the kind of dramatic headline that ancient astronauts or lost civilizations reliably produce for a general audience hungry for something more sensational. But it is. This episode has tried to argue across 16 careful parts the thing actually worth trusting, the thing that makes a genuinely extraordinary claim. That monumental human cooperation may have come before the farm rather than after it, something considerably more solid than a compelling story alone could ever make it. However skillfully, that compelling story might be told by a less careful narrator. As this episode closes, it is worth returning one final time to the image of that hillside, not as a monument frozen at a single, fully understood moment, but as something considerably larger than any one telling could ever fully contain, no matter how many parts that telling took, or how carefully each individual claim was weighed against the evidence available to support it. Somewhere beneath ground, still unexcavated, structures wait that no living researcher has yet seen clearly enough to date. Their outlines only hinted at through the geophysical survey work discussed in an earlier part of this episode, waiting for a future season of careful, patient fieldwork to finally reach them and give them, at last, a name and a place in this ongoing chronology. Somewhere in ongoing seasons of fieldwork at Göbekli Tepe and other related sites scattered across the same broad region, evidence continues to accumulate that will, in time, sharpen or complicate the picture. This episode has worked so carefully to establish across its 16 parts of patient, cumulative explanation, built one careful claim at a time. The chronology offered across these 16 parts is not a final word, and it would be dishonest after everything this episode has said about the provisional, ever-revisable nature of good scientific work, to pretend otherwise now at the very end. It is the best current word, earned through decades of careful, patient, occasionally contentious work, offered here with exactly the confidence and exactly the humility that work actually deserves, no more of either than the underlying evidence genuinely supports. A balance this episode has tried, imperfectly, perhaps, but sincerely, to strike across every one of its previous 16 parts, and one it hopes has left this listener better equipped, going forward to weigh any future claim about this remarkable hillside with exactly the same careful eye. It is worth taking a moment, too, to speak directly to the specific listener who has stayed with this episode all the way to this point, across 16 parts of careful, sometimes technical, occasionally difficult material that made no attempt to simplify itself beyond what the actual evidence could honestly support, even when a simpler, more confident version of the same story would have been considerably easier to produce and considerably easier to follow along a shorter route towards sleep. That kind of sustained attention is not a small thing to offer, especially at this particular hour, when the easier choice would have been to reach for something lighter, something that asked less of a tired mind winding down towards sleep, something that could be absorbed passively without requiring the kind of patient, careful listening this episode has asked for at every point along the way, choosing instead to follow a genuinely careful account of how archaeologists actually know what they claim to know, complete with named researchers, specific statistical methods, and honest acknowledgement of exactly where the evidence runs thin, reflects a kind of curiosity this episode has tried, in every part, to honor rather than take for granted, treating a listener as someone capable of sitting with genuine complexity rather than someone who needed the story simplified beyond what the evidence could actually support. There is a particular satisfaction available at the end of an episode built this way, different in character from the satisfaction a more sensationalized account might offer, but no less real and perhaps considerably more durable for being quieter and less immediately dramatic. It is the satisfaction of actually understanding something, rather than simply having been told something and asked to accept it on faith alone. A listener who has followed this episode from its opening description of a misjudged hillside survey through the mechanics of radiocarbon dating, the specific figures behind the 2021 recalibration, the careful distinctions between construction and use and burial, the honest handling of genuine academic dispute, and now this closing reflection on what all of it actually means, carries away something different than a listener who simply absorbed a single confident number somewhere else and moved on without a second thought. They carry away the shape of an argument, the texture of real evidence, and the ability to recognize, the next time this site comes up in a documentary or an article or a casual conversation, exactly which claims are well supported and exactly which ones are reaching beyond what the underlying chronology can actually bear, a skill worth carrying forward well beyond this single episode and well beyond this single remarkable hillside. It is worth naming, too, how this careful approach connects back to something this episode discussed directly in its account of the channel's own editorial philosophy. The idea that a piece of content built for quiet, restful listening carries its own particular responsibility, precisely because a listener drifting towards sleep is often less equipped to critically evaluate a claim than a fully alert listener sitting upright with a notebook, actively cross-checking each assertion against outside sources as it arrives. Everything this episode has offered across its 16 parts has been built with that responsibility in mind, not as an abstract principle stated once and then abandoned, but as a discipline actually practiced, part after part, in how each specific claim was introduced, qualified, and either confirmed or left honestly uncertain depending on what the evidence itself could actually bear. Whatever settles into a listener's mind during these closing minutes, whatever half-remembered fragment of this story survives into tomorrow, or the next quiet evening this episode gets returned to, deserves to be something true, or at least something honestly and carefully qualified, rather than something merely memorable, dramatic enough to repeat at a dinner table, but hollow underneath, unsupported by the actual, careful work this episode has tried, across 16 parts, to represent faithfully. There is something worth saying, too, about how a story like this one connects a listener, however briefly and however indirectly, to the actual, ongoing human project of trying to understand the deep past. A project that stretches far beyond any single site or any single episode built to describe it. Every part of this episode has depended on real people doing real, difficult, often unglamorous work across real decades. Excavators kneeling in trenches under the hot Anatolian sun. Laboratory technicians running samples through equipment that measures atomic decay with extraordinary precision. Statisticians building models that can weigh uncertain evidence against itself with genuine rigor, and specialists arguing carefully through the slow channels of academic publication about exactly how confident any of the resulting conclusions should actually be allowed to sound. Listening to this episode all the way through is a small way of participating in that project, of honouring the actual effort behind a number that could so easily have been received as though it simply arrived, fully formed, from nowhere in particular, as though 11,600 years were a fact that had always simply been known, rather than a hard-won conclusion, built painstakingly, sample by sample, across 3 decades of real human effort. That is where this particular telling ends, though the story itself, the actual ongoing work of understanding this hillside, does not end here at all, and was never going to end simply because a single episode, however carefully constructed across 18 parts, had finished walking through what is currently known. It continues quietly in trenches not yet opened, in samples not yet tested, in papers not yet written, carried forward by researchers who will spend their own careers, as Schmidt spent his, adding what they can to a picture that will likely never be fully complete, and does not need to be, in order to already be worth this much careful, patient attention. There is nothing left to establish now. Everything this episode set out to explain has been explained. Everything it set out to question has been questioned honestly, and what remains is simply this: the hillside, quiet, the pillars standing in the dark, the way they have stood for longer than almost anything else human hands have ever made, longer than any single word spoken about them, longer than any single telling of their story. You do not need to hold on to any of it now. The radiocarbon figures, the named researchers, the careful margins of uncertainty, all of it can rest now, the way you are resting, settling down into whatever soft, unhurried place your mind is beginning to drift toward. Let the hillside be still. Let the stars above it be still. There is no more explaining to do, no more evidence to weigh, no more careful distinctions to draw between what is known and what remains uncertain. That work is finished, and it was good work, patient work, and now it can simply rest alongside you, unattended, the way a book closes gently after the last page, the way a long day finally lets go of whatever it was holding on to, the way every careful part of this episode has, at last, arrived here, at its own quiet end. Somewhere in southeastern Turkey, that hillside is still there right now, in this exact moment, dark and quiet under whatever sky happens to be turning above it tonight, the same slow turning of stars it has watched for 11,600 years, indifferent, patient, unbothered by anything happening so very far away. It does not need you to think about it anymore. It has waited 11,600 years. It can wait, gently, for nothing at all, the way you can let go now of the numbers, of the names, of the careful shape of every argument this episode walked through so slowly and so patiently across so many quiet parts. Just breathe now. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw unclench. Let your hands go loose and heavy. Let whatever tension the day left behind finally drain away into the mattress beneath you, into the pillow beneath your head, into the soft dark that is holding you now, the same way it holds every quiet, resting thing. There is nothing more to understand tonight. There is nothing more you need to hold. The hillside will still be there tomorrow, and the tomorrow after that. Patient the way it has always been patient, and you do not have to carry any part of it with you into sleep. Let your breathing slow, in, slow and easy, out, slower still. There is no hurry now, no more explaining, no more careful weighing of evidence against evidence, no more distinctions to draw, no more figures to hold in mind. Just the quiet dark around you, and the quiet dark that has settled over that hillside a world away. Two darknesses, unrelated and unhurried, both simply being what they are, both simply resting, quietly, the way you are resting now. Let your eyes rest closed now if they are not already closed. Let the last thoughts of the day loosen their grip, one by one, the way a hand slowly opens after holding something tightly for a long time. There is nowhere else you need to be. There is nothing else you need to do. Just this, the soft dark, the slow breath, the quiet weight of a body finally allowed to stop holding itself up. Feel the bed beneath you, holding you the way it always has, steady and unmoving, asking nothing of you. Feel the blanket or the sheet or whatever soft weight is settled over you now, and let it feel heavier than it is. Let it press you gently down, further into rest, further away from thought, further away from anything that needs remembering or explaining or carefully weighing tonight. The hillside does not need a listener right now. It never did, not really. It stood in silence for 11,600 years before anyone came looking, and it will stand in silence again, long after this particular telling of its story has faded from your mind completely, the way most things fade gently, without any struggle, without any loss worth mourning, the way this very sentence will fade too, soon, into the soft dark of sleep. Let it fade now too. Sleep well.